The manhwa begins with the hero knocking on the door of a room in the magic tower. The hero name is Esther, who has snow-white hair and golden eyes, says she has heard praise about a genius mage who appears once every 100 years. Surely, this can't be the kid, right? The protagonist of this story is a student named Lynn, with brown hair and black eyes. He didn't reply to the hero and continued, arranging magic books on the shelf. The hero became a little nervous and asked, "Hey you, can he hear her?" The protagonist replied, "He is not a genius or a kid. His name is Lynn." The hero became happy and remarked, "Is he really the youngest 4-star archmage in the Empire's history? Looks like he came to the right place." And she jokingly remarked, "But he is a kid, though. Hard to call him a genius mage when he still need diapers. If he join her party, she will change them for him every day." Upon hearing Esther's comment, Lynn's anger flared, and he instinctively cast a spell called Fireball. However, she became nervous, and she realized she was wrong. She was only joking, but her attempt to backtrack led to a clumsy collision with the shelf, sending books tumbling down on her. Lynn, now confused, halted his spell casting and watched as Esther struggled amidst the books. Despite the mishap, he couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. It was in that moment that Lynn found himself intrigued by Esther. The hero stepped forward, revealing her identity as Esther Alter Chirapin. She declared she is a fake warrior of the Radiant Dragon Church. She explained, a fake warrior was someone enhanced through bodily modifications but with a limited lifespan. She asked him to help her defeat the abyss, creeping from the South Pole. In other words, she invited him to join her hero party. Two well-known individuals were already part of Esther's party: the Empire's renowned archer, Kais, and the Fire Dragon's priestess from the Republic of Dragon, Freed. Lynn stated he don't want to die. Esther asked who wants to die. Then Lynn inquired, are the other two as interesting as her? Esther thought for a second and noted they're just as crazy as she is. But there's something even more fun. Lynn asked, what is it? She replied, the world resonated strangely with her. Someone who had been studying magic in the magic tower after being rescued from the slums. He had a goal to become the highest ranked mage in the Empire, a 7-star mage. They said that if he reached the 7th star, he can see the truth of the world. He wanted to reach that realm where no one else had gone. Living here, reading magic books for the rest of his life wouldn't be bad either. But to master 7-star magic, he needed to know about the world outside the magic tower. However, aimless travel seemed too bothersome. He felt, does he really need to? Then, this clumsy hero came and told him to save the world. The sudden proposal was enough to draw him out into the outside world. Although he didn't have a burning sense of justice to save the world, he took her hand and joined the hero party. Kais was an archer whose accuracy dropped drastically without drinking, and he was mute. Freed, the priestess, was a serious chain smoker. She said as the fire dragon's priestess, he should at least be able to cast a breath spell, Lynn thought, blowing black smoke in his face and, laughing like a madwoman, Esther attempted to lift their spirits as a menacing monster emerged. Without hesitation, they both sprang into action. Kais swiftly darted forward, distracting the creature with her agility, and skillfully blinded it with his arrow. In a coordinated effort, Freed then cast a potent spell, swiftly vanquishing the monster before them. Lynn thought still, both were undeniably skilled. They were strong, the ferocious monsters they encountered on their journey, and the abyss, minions invading from the north, were no match for them. Esther often joked with him, saying, Lynn, don't he dare fall for her, even though she is quite charming, and ask Lynn, after all this is over, does he want to go on a journey with her? Lynn, she is really worried that he is so innocent, he will be tricked by another girl. 5 years passed like that, as their journey to save the world from the abyss approached its end. But his body showed signs of erosion. It was the result of being exposed to enemy attacks for 5 years. Before the final battle against the abyss, he is dying, consumed by the soul-poisoning poison. His life is about to end. Esther's voice echoed, urgently, Lynn to wake up. She then turned to Freed, pleading, please do something. Freed's response was somber, she cannot break this curse. There's no way healing it. Esther's cry pierced the air, no, Lynn must not die. And Lynn noted he didn't want to die. Esther affirmed she understands and she will find a solution, so just hold on. But Lynn stated don't worry too much. He has made this Lord's Filter tiny reversal, an immortality spell carved over his heart. A magic that would put his body into a dormant state and heal him. He didn't know how long it would take to revive, but this was the only option left. He will come back, so win for him please. Esther stopped crying and exclaimed he should promise. Lynn, by all means, let's meet again. Promise her he will become back. Then, Together the four of them will go see the world. She will stay by his side until he wake up. Lynn remarked. Yeah, he promised. His consciousness was being pulled into the cold grip of death, a floating feeling and emptiness, as if sinking into a marsh, and a mission for the world. Did he fail to see the truth from the 7-star magic system? This journey of traveling the vast world together ends here, in front of the army of the abyss, surging forward with shrieks. The sight before him was all darkness. When he was tired of floundering in the darkness, his eyes fluttered open, he heard a voice addressing him as Rain, inquiring about his well-being with concern. Lynn quickly interjected, affirming that he was fine, referring to her as mother. However, Lynn's expression shifted to one of shock as he realized he had no mother. He was an orphan. His confusion deepened as he glanced around, pondering where he is. His mother sighed and asked, "Why is he acting like this?" "This is the Heroes' Square in front of the Vatican. There's a statue commemorating the Esther party, isn't there?" He immediately turned around and saw the statue of himself and his companions placed before him, complete with details of their lifespans. Then he asked, "What year is it now?" She asked, "What's wrong?" The way he is talking suddenly scares her. He asked again, "What year is it?" She replied, "It's the year 1418 of the Teresia calendar." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock as he thought, have he been reborn, or has his memory been superimposed on someone else's body? The sensations in this body are strange. What on earth has happened? Esther's laughter, Keith's drunken rambling, Fried's cigarette smoke. Were those days really 300 years ago? And he asked, did they win the final battle? Lynn thought it was a meaningless question. If they had won, a statue would have been constructed. That's why there's such a peaceful sky now. She replied, "Why is he asking something so obvious? By the way, it's a pity. They say that if he go to the Vatican Tower now, he can see Lord Lynn's frozen remains." Lynn thought he understand. So, does this mean he have possessed someone else's body? She continued to explain. Lady Esther stayed by Lord Lynn's side until the day she passed away. It's a truly beautiful and sad connection. Then she asked, "What do you think?" As she turned towards him, he burst into laughter. Observing this, she asked, "Why is he laughing?" "It's a sad story." But Lynn thought, no, it's just incredible that she kept her promise. Lynn approached the statue while reflecting, but someone failed to keep his promise. He didn't fulfill it, as tears filled his eyes. Afterward, as he acquainted himself with this new world, he thought he don't know how those three spoke of him, but he had become a historic figure. The Emperor of the Empire personally installed a monument for him, and many mage towers and mage families honored him as a saint. But what the past 300 years left him was only magic. The memories of traveling to many places, and the faces of his comrades who smiled brightly in those memories, and those memories had become legends. One day, Esther said that memories only become memories when they're shared with someone. So his memories are not yet memories. Until he die and meet them, they remain unshared. These memories, which he must live alone, are like unanswered echoes. Currently, his mother approached him with a teacup in hand. He accepted it with a smile, pondering now they are gone. But they left this world behind. So what should he do now? Recalling something Esther had said in the past, he thought there's still work to be done. The Holy Human Empire divided the mage class into 7 levels. 1st star Common Mage, Band or An. 2nd star Intermediate Mage, Limites. 3rd star High Mage, Atlas. 4th star Elite Mage, Glottos. 5th star Grand Mage, Acquizzard. 6th star Sage, Rampage. 7th star Sage, Shin Sage. Ultimately, he reached the level of a 5-star mage. Only 2 people in the history of the Empire have reached the 6-star level, known as Sage. They could be said to have reached the end of truth. If he hadn't left with Esther, he would have probably reached the 6-star level when he grew old and died. But he would have regretted it all his life. Even if someone turned back time, he would leave to travel with her again and again. But now Esther is gone. He hoped this world is filled with laughter. The world they desperately protected together. Is it really the way she wanted it to be? Esther said that those who reach the end of magic, they can see the true face of the world. So in this life, he must become a 7-star mage. To escape this sorrow and emptiness, he will push himself. He remembered a past moment when Esther said, "Lynn, this way. Look at this flower." Fried commented, "Showing this to a charmless brat like Lynn seems too romantic, doesn't it?" Keith remained silent as always. At that time Lynn said, he did rather read one more magic book than look at this. What's so great about this flower field? He reflected there was always grumbling from him. The party members were uniformly full of quirkiness, but he really enjoyed traveling with them all. Esther, Keith, and Fried, goodbye now. The dead remain in the past and cannot go together. The living, following the flow of time, must move towards the future. And moving forward, let's call him Rain from now on. Thus began his second life. Rain recalled what Esther once said. Lynn, have he ever wished he had a family? Lynn replied no, he don't even know his mom's face. He grew up in the northern slums. If the dean of the Osirius school hadn't noticed his magical talent and taken him in, he would have lived as an orphan and died on the streets. He doesn't even know what family he is from. He is not interested in it either. Fried put her hand on his shoulder and said, poor thing. Lynn quickly moved away, saying, well, even if he had a family, he wouldn't know how to treat them, so he doesn't need a family or anything. Esther remarked, it's not that complicated, he just needs to cherish them a lot. He is a kind-hearted kid, he will do great. At the moment, a maid woke him up, saying, young Master Rain, it's morning. Since he is up, she will prepare breakfast for him. Rain stretched his body and reflected. The memories of his previous life returned to this 9-year-old spoiled brat only 20 days ago. This boy Rain is the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great mage families of the empire. He, who was an orphan, has been reborn into a noble family this time. Therefore, to adapt to this life, he had to work tirelessly. The maid welcomed him, and his mother remarked, he is already up. Perfect timing. Can he go tell his father that breakfast is ready? He'll be pleased if he go. He agreed and went to his father's room. His father's name was Kavin Ludwig. He asked Rain, did he not sleep well? His complexion doesn't look good. He still seems tired from the journey. Rain said, father, they said that breakfast is ready. His father laughed and noted, so his son came here just for that. Thank you, but he should go eat first. Rain asked, isn't he eating? While seeing a magic circle formation page on the table, he then asked, is this a magic? His father replied, yes, the thesis presentation is next week, so he is in a bit of a hurry. Eating makes his mind foggy, so he tried to focus and get as much done as he can in the clear morning hours. Looking closely at it, Rain asked, is that where he is stuck? Want him to help? Father inquired, is he here to cheer him on? Rain said no, he wants to help solve the magic circle. Father stated help is welcome, but if he end up being late for breakfast, Mom will scold him, so go ahead, eat his breakfast. But Rain started to explain, magic is about expressing natural laws numerically, and then twisting them. The Go rune makes the equation more complex and clashes with the Cha rune, so it's best to replace it with the Gu rune. And then, using the imperial equation 41-2, he can derive the answer right away. In surprise, his father asked, is such a method possible? He thought this was a difficult problem that even the Empire's top scholars couldn't solve, and it actually was a high-level spell cast about 200 years ago. If this spell is re-established, it could protect countless people from natural disasters like floods or landslides. How did Rain, who has just mastered basic magic, do this? Judging by his proficiency in basic magic, Rain was quite ordinary. However, considering that he is of the Ludwig family's mage lineage, it meant that he did not inherit the magical talent. His thoughts were interrupted by Rain saying, now can he have breakfast with them? His father hugged him saying, yes, let's eat together. Rain's family was small. He had a mother, father, and a 6-year-old sister. The little girl, peeking through the door, was his sister Sari. With shimmering black hair like silk and red eyes, she was a cute girl who inherited the physical traits of the Ludwig family just like Rain. As he turned around and looked towards her, she became frightened and ran away. He thought it was understandable. In this memory, Rain was never kind to Sari. Rather than being cold, he was simply indifferent to everything. As he read books, he recalled what Esther had said to him, he should cherish them. How can he just run away? In this world, it seems like everyone is always busy, doesn't it? He is a kind-hearted kid, so he will do great. She believed in him. Recalling all that, he became frustrated and closed the book and said, come here. He will teach her magic. Or does she want to play together? She ran away again and he thought, kids are too difficult to deal with. His thoughts were interrupted as she came back with a book in hand. He looked at the book and said, basic formulas for 1-star magic. She is 6 and already reading such a book? As he looked at her smiling face, he recalled the memory when Esther said, do he know the meaning of this flower's name? Let her tell him the story of that cliff. Lynn always complained about being treated like a child by Esther, but in fact, he loved those moments more than anything. He asked which part doesn't she get? She marked the point that she didn't understand, and he stated, so she didn't understand it from the start. She replied, that's right. Rain said, okay, he will explain. Have she ever played house? She replied affirmatively. He explained, a thatched roof house, a brick house, Depending on what kind of house you build, the materials change, right? In magic, the magic square serves that role. The magic square's shape determines the magic's attribute. Drawing a triangle makes it fire attribute. Drawing a fan makes it wind attribute. So this magic square is for wind attribute magic. The next step is runes. Runes determine the effect of the magic. Runes are magical words. Yo means bind, while ho means scatter. For example, engraving the rune Yo on a triangular magic square makes it a fire attribute. Binding spell. The actual operation uses math formulas. She asked, "What is math?" He became nervous, thinking how he would explain that, but he continued with his explanation. For Yo, she needs a quadratic equation. But before that, let's start with addition and subtraction. Seeing that, two maids talked to each other. The one in the brown uniform said, "Master Rain has completely changed." The maid in the blue uniform remarked, "Before, even when Lady Sari cried, he wouldn't care. Since returning from the square in front of the Vatican, even his gaze has changed." A little while later, as their parents came to study room, his mother exclaimed, "She wants to capture this scene in a painting." Rain's father remarked, he agreed, but by the time the painter comes, the children might be awake. Besides, Sari is so shy that it might be too much. As he looked at the table, he saw magic circle formations drawn on the pages. He said he's teaching Sari magic. Since coming back from the square, Rain seems like a completely different person. She noted his tone has suddenly become more mature as well. Could it be he's been possessed by the abyss? He replied, "That's not it. Like father, like son." He had a similar experience. He was a student. He had the honor of meeting Lord Lynn. At the time, he was bragging about becoming a 3-star mage, but Lord Lynn rose to 5 stars during wartime. Living in the peaceful era the heroes created, he realized how complacent he was. Perhaps Rain had similar thoughts. She asked, "Was Lord Lynn really frozen in time?" He replied, "Indeed. He wielded ice magic so perfectly that he remained as he was at 18. She questioned, "Tell her more." He responded by saying, "Even if he wanted to, he can't because he don't know anything beyond that." By the way, there was Lady Esther's magic within the ice. Only Lord Lynn and Lady Esther could awaken it. He suspected it's a letter because she surely believed that he would return someday. He remarked, "By the way, he has something to tell her." Rain seems to be a genius. Moreover, one who might reach the level of a sage. He solved the magic square he has been struggling with for over a year, only by looking at it this morning. She exclaimed, "Goodness, so that's why he could come for breakfast today?" He replied, "Yes. Although it might be a bit early, it's time to teach him their family's magic. Rain might become a thieving mage who reads and steals all magic. It's only allowed to those of the Ludwig family, the bloodline limited magic. But he is not sure how much he can teach him." She asked, "Is it that difficult?" He replied, "Yes, it's no ordinary task." She asked, "So how will he do it?" He replied, "He has an idea." Next morning, Rain think under the blue sky, a dazzling tulip field stretches into the horizon. This is Sias Tulika. This beautiful region, famous for tulips, had 1/3 of its land owned by the Ludwig family. The weather sure is amazing. If you want to go far, he need mid to long-term goals. Especially if it's on the path to truth, there's a lot to do to become a 7-star mage. No matter how young he is, he can't waste time. Let's summon the guide first. As he tried to do that, his sister came and asked, "Brother, what is he doing?" He sighed and replied he was about to summon the magic guide. She asked, "Guide, what is it?" He then asked, should he make one for her too? She jumped with happiness and replied yes. Meanwhile, seeing her, Rain think looks like she likes it. But for a 6-year-old, her speech is a bit awkward. He wonder if something's wrong. He explained to her, the shape of the magic circle is a multi-square. The runes to inscribe are Ju, Yu, Du, and Je. This is high-level magic containing 4 different elements, so only a 4-star mage can handle it. Right now, only 10 mages in this country can use this. As the spell activate, blue light emerges, but blood coming out from Rain, noise, and eyes. He think is it still too much for 4-star magic? It's a good thing it was a guidance spell. If it had been combat magic, he would have died. This body is garbage. And stated, "Come here, Rudian." A butterfly-like thing appears and sit on Sari finger. Then a system window pop up showing information. It quantifies the user's abilities and detects potential magic power. And Rain explains this is Rudian's function. It tells her what to learn and train. The rune Ju in the guidance spell informs about basic magic power, and the rune Yu informs about magic utilization. In short, it's filled with the best runes for learning. It may seem simple, but it's 4-star magic. And he asked, "Does she like it?" She replied, "Yes, she likes it very much." He remarked, "Now, go study over there." As she leaves, realization hit him he need to recover his magic power first, before he calls the second Rudian later. As he recovers his magic power, he summons Rudian for himself. Rudian shows quantifying physical condition. Magic power 3024. Seeing system window, Rain thought it's below the level of a novice mage, and order Rudian to calculation magic and stamina next. Windows show, magic power is 77 and stamina is 64. See all this he think he have a long way to go. Then Rudian display another window showing information, detecting bloodline limited magic manual, judged as learnable. Belle Sidious and Belle Curious. See that his eyes become widened in surprise and he think bloodline limited magic. This body wasn't total garbage. When he was traveling with Esther, a young mage came to him. He wanted to prove himself as the best mage of the Empire and join the party instead of him. But his skills were nothing special. Yeah, his skills were nothing special. But his eyes gave him a hard time. With those eyes he saw through all the magic that I used, and only launched counterattacks. Now he understand, that was the power of the Ludwig family's bloodline limited magic Belle Sidious. By just watching the flow of magic, he could tell what magic the opponent was using. If their magic skill is equal, the one who counters better has the advantage. And Belle Curious, a legendary eye that only 3 people have ever opened in the Empire's magic history. If Belle Sidious is the power to discern the opponent's magic, Belle Curious is the power to steal it. The reason the Ludwig family is known as thieving mages is because of that eye. The childhood goal is now set. Without magic power and stamina, he can't become a grand mage. A little while later, as Rain was in the study room, his father asked is he interested in their family's bloodline limited magic? Rain thought, what's this? Was he watching? His father continued by saying, it's a bit early, but do he want to try learning it? Rain think it wouldn't hurt to learn the theory in advance, and he replied yes. His father remarked, then from today onwards, Ellen will be his tutor. Only while he is at the academy though. When he returned from the academy, he will personally teach him. He confusing asked Ellen? His father explained she's an excellent person who teaches students at Delayon, has great magical talent, and above all, is the Aunt Ellen who loves her nephew more than anyone else in this world. He met her when he was 6. Ellen dresses in black outfit enter the room and she closely looks at Rain, and she stated this is ridiculous. Does the genius Professor Ellen Ludwig have to come in person, just for the sake of teaching this uncute child? She grabbed his head and asked, well then, is he ready? She asked, do he know who she is? He replied, she is Aunt Ellen. She note from now on, address her as Professor Ellen Ludwig, the great genius. She can't stand slow learners who don't understand things the first time. Don't ever ask a question again after she has taught him once. Got it? That's how his bloodline limited magic training began. She explained bloodline limited magic isn't recorded to prevent theft by other wizards. Therefore, he must meet with a family wizard and directly receive the knowledge into his mind. Let her demonstrate, so pay attention. As she opened her eyes, a crimson red mana flow out from it. However, Rain, think this feeling. It's the same as those eyes from back then. She stated this is Belle Sidious. He said she is awesome auntie. She excited remarks, how is it? Cool, right? To use this, he need to compute 3 spells simultaneously. She said 3. Someone like him could only dream of this. He replied he can do it. She note he is so arrogant. Ellen, seemingly satisfied with his reaction, wrote down several formulas. It was an analysis of magic. He exclaimed it's more theoretical than he expected, and he think if the founder of the Ludwig family didn't place genetic restrictions, so Lynn could have used it too. His thoughts were interrupted by Ellen, saying it's too difficult to even attempt. He has no idea what it means, right? He replied no, he just need time to roughly organize it. She remarked how frustrating. Well, she has no choice, she will make a special exception. However, he stated thank you for guiding him, but he will handle it from here on. She asked, wait, what did he say? He doesn't need her guidance? You don't ignore her. But Rain continued to ignore her. She became frustrated and stated fine, do as he please. As if he did ever succeed, she would not teach him later even if he begged in tears. As he continued his studies and worked on various formation, she reviewed each one upon completion. After checking his work, she handed him a new problem, her face partially hidden behind a book. He think, what's this? Is this how modern magic education works? Or is she testing him? Meanwhile, his mother looks at both of them while hiding nearby. Then she note, let's take a break. As she leaves the room, his mother approaches him and asks, isn't Aunt Ellen a bit unusual? He replied yes, quite. She said his aunt isn't very honest. In truth, she's eager to teach him everything. So even if he already knows something, ask her a lot of questions. She was just like that when she used to follow his father and her around. She was so adorable. However, Rain think has the meaning of adorable changed in 300 years? After the break, as he continue his work, while she glances at Rain work. But as she noticed that Rain is looking at her, she immediately covers her face with the book. He thinks she is really annoying and more bothersome than 6-year-old Sari. Then he said, Aunt, he can't understand this part at all. Could he please explain it? She immediately turned around and shouted, he doesn't even know this. Their family is doomed. Bring it here. And ask what part didn't he get it exactly? He pointed it out where he has problem. She demonstrate how he can solve it, and remark, see it's solved right away. She continued to explain if he used this formula here, he can solve it much faster. He didn't even know that? In response he apologized to her. She stated he doesn't know anything. What have he been doing until the age of 9? He replied she is absolutely right. And asked then how should he solve this? She notes she guessed there's no choice. She will make an exception for him. And then he asked one question after another, and she answered him. Ellen's teaching was consistently like this. She required quite a bit of effort, but thanks to her, he significantly reduced the time needed to learn the theory and gained practical experience. On the 10th day of receiving Ellen's guidance, he felt a burning pain in his retina. With the sensation of all the blood in his body rushing to his head, the world slowly turned blood red. That's when it happened. The eyes that shone red were engraved with the mark of death. All information about everything in the universe is being directly transmitted to the brain in the form of formulas. Is this how it would feel to be the creator of the world? He then cast fireball spell while thinking, let's see how does magic look like. He understands back then, in the young wizard's eyes, all his magic must have appeared like numbers, and he stated it's truly amazing. Look at him. Her eyes became widened and shocked, and she remarked he achieved that in just 10 days. She think even after receiving special education, it took her 7 years to acquire Belle Sidious. They said it would take 70 years to master Belle Curious, and he achieved that in just 10 days. From a blank slate, not knowing anything, to performing multicasting with general magic. He might rival Lynn, who is called a prodigy of multicasting. A little while later, his father asked, so that's how it is to awaken Belle Sidious in just 10 days. She remarked, Appa, thanks to Rain, the Ludwig family might become the leading magical family. He's really amazing. As she leaves the room, he thinks as a father, he have nothing left to teach him. He called the butler named Yed. Butler Yed asked, yes, master, command him. Kavin orders send a message to father. Butler asked, he mean to the former head of the family? Kavin asked, is there a problem? Butler replied, no, that's not what he meant. Kavin continued by saying, write this to his father. Please guide your grandson who has innate talent. He respectfully requests this of him. Butler replied he really go through fire and water for his son. He will proceed as commanded, Your Excellency. Spring ended, and a brief summer arrived. This summer seems to last about a year. Dark clouds covered the continent, pouring rain day after day. It's summer. That summer, he was incredibly busy. During the day, he learned household magic from Ellen, and taught basic magic to Sari whenever he had the chance. And at night, he focused on physical and magical strength training. The development of modern magic he learned from Ellen and books was truly remarkable. For someone from 300 years ago like him, it was shocking. He think to simplify such complex formulas to this extent. The activation time has been reduced, and the power has increased significantly. The level of magic has greatly improved compared to 300 years ago. He might lose against a modern 4-star mage. Magic has grown over time. It's absolutely impossible to become a 7-star mage in this era with his current state. Much stronger power and knowledge is needed. A little later at the dining table, he said, Father, he has a request. Please send him to Mage City. It should take about 3 years. Sari asked, where is he going? He replied he is thinking of going to Golden Rose in Mage City. The best magic university, Layton, is there. And asked his father, will send him, right? Father stated, that's not possible. Think of his age. He is only 10 years old. It's too early for him to leave home. Children of magical families enroll in Delayon when they turn 16. It's not too late to go to Mage City then. And another thing. A very important appointment is already scheduled. This is a letter sent by his father, your grandfather. As Ellen heard that, she became surprised and started coughing up. She tried to speak. Her talk were interrupted by Kavin saying, wipe her mouth before she speak. Ain't think, grandfather, could it be but his thoughts were interrupted by his father saying, "There are only 3 in their Ludwig family, who are awakeners of Belle Curious." He think he was right, Belle Curious Awakener, Scalzi Ludwig. Kevin remarked grandfather will personally guide him in Belle Curious. He asked really? Kevin replied yes, so Rain you must first visit grandfather. A few days later, as he arrived at his grandfather mansion, his father leaves him behind, saying he will go ahead to greet him for a moment. A little later, as he entered his grandfather's room, his grandfather immediately noticed him, and enchanted a spell on his hand. Felling the present of the spell, Rain think what is he thinking? Regaining his composure, Rain think let's stop thinking and just do it. And Rain also ready his spell, so he can fend off any attack. Meanwhile, as his grandfather focused his eyes on his spell, the spell that Rain prepared disappeared immediately. He confusingly looks towards his hand. His grandfather remarked this is the Belle Curious. It can control visible magic at will. Rain exclaimed, "Wow, that's awesome." His grandfather laughed and asked, "Do you want to try it too?" He replied yes. His father breathed out sigh of relief. His grandfather continued with his explanation, "Mastering Belle Curious isn't the end. To use it properly, the caster must fully understand it." "What level is he at now?" Rain replied he can barely perform a high-speed calculation of a 3-star spell. Actually, he can handle up to 5-star. His grandfather asked a 3-star spell? Impressive. It's almost astonishing. Even so, Belle Curious requires tremendous magic power. He is still a long way off at his current state. Rain stated, but it's just a long way. It's not impossible, right? Grandpa, teach him the path to that level. Grandfather remarked his training will be quite tough. Rain replied that's how he learned properly. Grandfather note his initial greeting was too rough. He apologized and he sincerely welcomed them both. Kevin after, confirming Rain's aptitude, "Let's have a drink together." Kevin immediately turned around and replied yes father. A few days later, as his grandfather said he must be able to use Belle Curious freely. "Now, read the spell quickly, don't miss it." Rain replied yes. His grandfather note is he just going to stand there and watch the opponent's spell activate? Move quickly, and he think truly remarkable. Talent. If he teach one thing, he grasps 100, no 1,000. A genius who learns in a day what would take a month for others. Now, all that's left is to master the use of the eyes and grow his magic. Then he exclaimed in training, he must risk his life to grow significantly. Rain replied he understand, Grandpa. His grandfather remarked he will fire a fireball now. If he can't dodge he will die. And he launched the fireball spell at him. And Rain tried to use Belle Sidious. As he doesn't dodge, his grandfather said hurry out of the way. Meanwhile Rain think by interpreting the opponent's magic with Belle Sidious and manipulating it with Belle Curious. He think Belle Curious has been activated. The universe is converted into equations and delivered directly to brain. Now modify the formulas in front of him as he wish. The magic array consists of 2 triangles. The assigned rune symbol is the formulaic rotation. The size is 17 axles. The range is 23 kilometers. The solution to the equation is an imaginary root, and the fireball attack disappears completely. His grandfather became surprised. As he about to fall, his grandfather grabbed him. Rain asked Grandpa, "Is it done now?" Grandfather replied yes. "Well done. Now, he just need to enhance his magic power." He can hardly believe it. At 14, he has awakened Belle Curious. He barely reached that level at 39. This boy could rewrite the Empire's history. A little while later, Grandfather remarked he won't interfere with whatever life he choose. But when he turns 16, make sure to knock on the door of Delayon. However, Rain think the Magic University Delayon? Honestly, he is not interested. He continue with his explanation. If he graduate at the top of Delayon, he will have the chance to meet Archmage Lynn. Then Rain replied okay. And then Rain remarked, but he is not really curious. Grandfather replied he felt the same. But Hero Esther left a letter. Isn't he curious about its content? Rain think what? Esther left one for him. Grandfather continue, no one at his age has awakened Belle Curious before. With his abilities, he should be able to read the letter. At that time, he was stunned and could only listen blankly. In hindsight, that was the beginning. Yes. This is the story of a journey retracing the footsteps of former comrades. Following Esther's letter, Rain remarked there's about half a year left until the Delayon entrance exam. He will take this opportunity to learn about the world and visit various places as he heads south. His father replied yes. Do well and come back, Rain. Is he planning to stay in the Magic City even after the exams? Rain said yes. It's a place where all knowledge gathers. The notoriously difficult Delayon entrance exam is held at the end of the year, and those who pass start their first semester in March. His mother asks, is he sure about this? She is worried about him traveling alone without any guards. His father replied, Rain's skills are already exceptional, and there won't be any danger if he followed the national road. Rain thinks someday, when he look back, will they be able to call this conversation a memory? At the 15th day of the journey, the Holy Human Empire's southern Richland, Jerem region. In a small town, there were numerous inns and taverns, and curiously, all the people passing by were wearing bamboo hats. A little later, Rain asked, why are they wearing bamboo hats? The person replied, kid, don't he know the Lynn caravan? Rain asked, what do he mean by Lynn caravan? The person replied, he looks smart, but he don't know much. Long ago, their first leader received help from the Archmage Lynn, so they wear bamboo hats as a sign of gratitude. Impressive, right? It's a trading group with such a grand history. Rain think, but who is this first leader? If he hear the name, maybe he will remember. And he asks, but what are such esteemed merchants doing in a small town like this? The person replied, there's a problem with the road leading to the sunlit highway. Ferocious monsters have appeared on the path, and dozens of people have gone missing. They are waiting for the Lord's forces to come and eliminate them. He wonder what their trading partners will say. Rain think monsters, beings whose essential nature has been twisted by the abyss, are called monsters. They resemble animals but have much more grotesque appearances and ferocious magical powers, and no matter how many are eliminated, they never disappear. As long as it's not a top-level monster, he shouldn't be in danger, and he continue his journey. Late at night, as he moving through the bamboo forest, he sensed something watching him, but it isn't attacking. Perhaps it sensed the difference in magical power, like a beast's instinct. He could handle monsters of this level. It's not his concern. The extermination team will take care of it. Then he recalled the memory of past when Esther said, all right, let's proceed overland from here. Fried asked, what do you mean? Esther explained, let's follow the Belisa River and head to Turvanop. Fried said he agree. Esther continued, there's a truly amazing flower field along the river. Want to stop by on the way? Fried asked, a flower field? Where is it? Lynn became flustered at their conversation and asked, what are they doing right now? Two Esther parties that crossed over to the continent before them were annihilated fighting at the front. Because of them, the front line has stagnated, and they're barely holding on, waiting for another hero's help. Do they know what kind of situation this is? Fried said of course she do. The Red Dragon Legion and the Yellow Dragon Legion are heading to the battlefield, and all the strong mercenaries have crossed the sea for honor and glory. Lynn stated, so they need to hurry too. Esther stated, that's why she is saying this. With all the strong ones gone, monsters have started running wild across this continent as if they were waiting for this moment. Lynn remarked, at most they'd be danger level C, maybe B. They don't have time to deal with such things. Esther exclaimed, Lynn, in this world, there are many people who desperately need help, even for things that seem trivial. There's no weight in the need for help. She hoped he become an adult who helps such people. In present, Rain think even though he died 300 years ago, she is still nagging. He is just resting because he was a bit tired. Cast a spell and summon a creature, commanding it to locate the monster. Shortly thereafter, the creature captures the monster, and Rain orders it to bring the monster back. The creature obeys Rain's command. Seeing the monster, Rain think they call that a threat? He has dealt with countless creatures like this. He will release him if he promise not to harm people. Not that he would understand, and crush the monster in pieces. He didn't do it to help. It was just out of boredom. The border between the central and southern regions of the empire. If he remember correctly, this place was called the Badancho Mountain Range. The moment he stepped into it, the low-level beasts started to attack him. He became angry and think, how dare these lowly beasts look down on him. His thoughts were interrupted as the incoming monster are hit by arrows. That surprised him, and he quickly turned towards where the arrows come from while thinking of Kai's. But two persons are standing on the hill, with the bow. As the green-haired person jumped down towards him, Rain noticed the smell of alcohol coming from him. The green-haired person asked, is he okay? This is a place where monsters often appear. Didn't anyone tell him on his way here? The other person, with brown hair, asked, why would someone give such a warning? They, the descendants of the great palace, are guarding it. Meanwhile, Rain gained his composure and thought, it can't be Kai's. He stated, he is not sure which school they are from, but they helped him. Thank you for your help. Then he asked, by the way, this is the Badancho Mountain Range, right? Both looked towards each other and started laughing. Rain angrily asked, why are they laughing? The person with brown hair stated, how long has it been since it changed to Keeslington, and he still call it Badancho Mountain Range? Kieslinton. It means mountain range of Palace Kais. After defeating the Abyss, Kais seemed to have taken root here. They were the disciples of the archery school founded by Kais. Traditionally, skilled ones recognized by the headmaster guard this pass. Rain thought, is drunken archery the basic skill of this school? What exactly did they do to get assigned here? His thoughts were interrupted by the brown-haired person saying, he came at the right time, kid. There's a festival today. It's a day when anyone can drink free alcohol. He should know the taste of alcohol if he wants to become an adult. Alcohol he knows. It's said to be the path to the sun and moon. The green-haired person remarked, what a man of culture. Don't think he can skip his shift today by talking nonsense. Focus, they still have to guard this place. The other person asked, how can he let a kid like this go alone? That's unacceptable. He will just take him to the village entrance, and he will be back immediately. A little later the person stated, the path is a mess because of the fallen leaves, right? They do clear the leaves, but this year, so many leaves have fallen that it's endless even when they clear them. As he continued to explain, Rain checked the surroundings. The person remarked, if he go up those wooden stairs from here, he will find the training hall, and if he follow the path straight, he will reach the village. As Rain looked around, he saw a grave. As he looked closely, he realized it was Kai's grave. As his thoughts deepened, the person interrupted him, saying if he is on a journey, why doesn't he make a wish here too? Rain asked a wish? The person asked, hey, is he seriously asking because he don't know? Well, considering the time, he might not recognize it. Rain asked, recognize what? The person replied, this tomb. It's the tomb of Palace Kais. People usually make a wish here, saying please protect them this year too. Rain's expression became one of anger, and he said, don't joke around. The person asked, why would he joke around? Rain noted, it's strange. Who builds a tomb in the middle of a mountain? Kais, that person, the palace, is a hero, right? The person replied, he don't know the story behind this tomb, do he? Is he really from this country? Amongst Kai's companions was the archmage called Lynn. He knows. This is a well-known fact, so he think he might have heard of it before. But they say Lynn was very shy. Kai seemed to believe that Lynn would come back, even after he died. They said if the tomb was in the village, Lynn wouldn't be able to come because he was shy, so he asked for himself to be buried here. Rain recalled the memory of the past when he was Lynn. He said, Kais, he reek of alcohol and stop snoring, and don't touch his hair. In another memory, he guided Kais how to write a letter. He shouted again. He told him not to touch his hair. Rain thought, did he know that this was an eternal farewell, that they'd never meet again? Then his thoughts became negative, and he thought, no, that's not true. He promised to come back. He promised to come back to meet him. He promised. Thinking all this, he became frightened, and started to run away from the grave. Seeing that, the person asked, what happened? Then his foot struck a rock, causing him to crash to the ground. A little later, Rain sat at the edge of the cliff, contemplating his thoughts. Let's go back. Let's turn around and head to Kai's grave, and say my goodbyes there. Even if it's late, let's say he has come back, and apologize to him, and ask for forgiveness. As he lay down on the cliff, he recalled an old memory when he was Lynn. How did he manage to find it in such darkness? His eyesight is really good. How can he aim when he is drunk? Fried handed him a drink while saying, drink this. He can't aim when he is sober? Kais didn't have a tongue, so he couldn't talk. He was quiet during the day, but at night, it was really noisy. Recalling all these memories, Rain started laughing, followed by crying. A little later, he visited Kai's grave. He cast a fire spell on the dried leaves, burning them, and cleaning the area around the grave. He said his goodbyes. As he left, he apologized to Kais, saying it's not because he is shy, it's because he lacked the courage. The courage to face them all, the courage to meet and ask for forgiveness. He couldn't keep the promise he made with them all. As he approached his destination, he thought autumn in the south was sweltering. Under such a summer-like autumn sky, a brilliant city spread out before him. The magic city Golden Rose, and the magic university Delayon was built at the heart of Golden Rose. It was a city he had been curious about since his past life, but it didn't live up to his expectations. His thoughts were interrupted by a nearby shopkeeper saying, magic books for sale. They also have study guides written by expert magic tutors. Another shopkeeper remarked, this is a magic amplification tool, and this here is a rare item found by a silver-grade adventurer in a dungeon. He thought, all knowledge flows through the Golden Rose. It's a phrase befitting the stature of this place where everything gathers. Rain went to a shop and asked for the price of an item. The shopkeeper replied, just 10 copper coins. Rain was surprised and asked the price a second time. The shopkeeper confirmed, yes, it's only 10 copper coins. Rain thought he remembered paying at least 80 copper coins for it back then. But his thoughts were interrupted by the shopkeeper saying, "Excuse me, sir, the clock tower bell is ringing. The exam is about to start." Rain immediately gave him 10 coins thinking, he is here to take the Delayon exam. But his attention was grabbed by a running thief, and someone shouted, "Catch the thief, please." Rain thought, the security isn't great here. It's a big city, so the guards should handle it. More importantly is the exam hall. At that moment, a woman with silvery white hair bumped into Rain and fell to the ground. Rain promptly apologized to her and inquired about her well-being. He observed that she appeared to be unharmed. However, he mentioned that he was pressed for time and requested her understanding. But the woman stated, "Give it back. That's not for sale. It's a family heirloom. My grandson needs it for his entrance exam today. Please give it back." As she said all this, Rain thought, why should he help? He has an exam to take. Now's not the time. At that moment, he heard the voice of Esther saying, "Help her, Lynn." Then Rain moved towards her and asked, "Did that guy take it?" "Wait here for a moment. He will get it for her." Rain immediately chased after the thief, while jumping over the roof of nearby houses and prepared a spell to stop the thief. And Rain think he is so busy that he could die. This is so annoying. He is going to turn him into charcoal. At the moment, a voice interrupted him saying out of the way, and jumped over him. And she cast a spell in front of the thief, to block his escape. Thief remarked, "What's this? It seems like a sand wall?" In that instance, she stand in front of him, while saying, "Picking pockets at the Golden Rose, that's bold." She would give him that. But she think he picked the wrong day. Rain also knows her, but she continue he is done for now, because he got caught by none other than Christiton. Rain thinks Sand Soldier and that confident attitude. That's the Warden. And he explained Warden, a lord from the Eastern Empire. Just like the Ludwig family, it's one of the 5 major magic houses. Before he regained his past memories, they met a few times at the house meeting. Whenever they met, he always spoke bluntly, so he called her Goody Two-Shoes. But how is she already wearing a uniform? He should be the same age as him. At present, Thief launched a wind spell that destroyed her sand soldiers. And also a boy caught in his spell, which Rain saved with his earth bind spell. Rain thinks so that Thief was a mage too. He has pretty decent magic power. What's that equipment on his left hand? Meanwhile, Christiton started casting another spell while saying he is pretty good for a thief. Then try blocking this. Rain think it's 2-star magic, even done mentally. If the Ludwig family is known as the stealing mages, the Warden family is known as the commanding mages. The Warden family's bloodline limited magic is summoning magic of the earth attribute, and she summoned a sandstone golem, and she confidently remarked, "Try showing off again?" But the thief laughed and showed his artifact on his left arm, while saying with this he is invincible, and formed a black spear and launched at sandstone golem, and struck golem on the chest. But as the dust settles, the golem seems to have taken no damage. Seeing that Christiton note, did he think she did fall from such an attack? If he want to defeat her golem. But to her surprise, the golem tried to attack her, because golem was under the control of Thief now. But the golem attack was blocked by Rain, saying showing her trump card so soon is how she get counterattacked. Let him give her a tip. In magic, casting first doesn't mean she win. Order the golem to attack the Rain. As the golem attacks the Rain, but he think the magic circle's shape is circular, and the rune inscribed is flame. The Rain using a water spell to attack the golem, she asks, is he a water element mage? As the golem stands, its right arm lost, the thief declares water element may be the natural enemy of earth element, but his golem won't fall to a 1-star spell. He is boasting, but is that all he has got? He don't know his place, and yet he show off. As the thief commands the golem to eliminate both of them, the golem swiftly charges towards them to launch an attack. Once more, Rain attempts to thwart the golem's advance with the water spell. She shouts to Rain, "See, it doesn't work." Meanwhile, the thief remarks, "Stop wasting his time, and just die quietly." Unexpectedly, Rain surprises both of them as he pushes the golem backward and inflicts some damage. However, the golem quickly retaliates, prompting Rain to grab her and jump aside to evade the golem's attack. Rain considers, while stealing someone else's magic, it seems he can't use his own. If that's the case, then he tries to cast another spell. She exclaims, "What is he doing, just pulling like that?" However, as she sees Rain about to cast another spell, her eyes widen in shock, and she thinks the 1-star spell was cast just a few seconds ago. However, Rain analyzes the golem and thinks the magic circle's shape is a double square. The runes inscribed are Yul and Co. For earth element magic, he grant the properties of bind and reverse flow. The equation to solve is Previs. differentiation, he declares, solution-derived law alteration, and casts his spell. Plant shoots emerge from the ground, immediately restraining both the golem and the thief. Rain moves towards the thief, snatching the artifact from the thief's from his left arm while asking, "What is this? Is this an artifact?" It looks curious. The thief shouts, "Give it back. That's mine." Rain retorts, "You are ridiculous, you stole it." As Rain closely examines the artifact, he thinks, stealing control of the opponent's magic. It seems similar to Belle's Sidious. 2 magic circles are engraved on the gem, which means it can steal up to 2-star magic. Interesting. The thief asked, "Who are you? How did you cast magic so quickly?" Rain thinks, who is he? He wouldn't believe him even if he told him. Then, Rain hands the artifact to the silver-haired woman, saying, "Next time, keep it safe." As she receives the artifact back, she starts crying. The assembled crowd erupted with cheers of saying "Incredible kid" and "Fantastic job." Recalling the entrance exam, Rain hurriedly made his way to the exam location. Meanwhile, guards arrived at the scene and apprehended the thief. Approaching Krista, "Professor, Caroline remarked there was a mistake. She knows that, right? Being confident is great, but she shouldn't have used the golem hastily." Krista replied she knows, she will be careful next time. Professor Caroline noted Krista's quick self-reflection is a good quality. But their conversation was interrupted by Krista's question. "But did she see? That guy, he's amazing. His magic casting speed was almost as fast as the professor's." Professor Caroline laughed and acknowledged that she saw it. "He seemed even faster than her," Krista replied. "Come on, it's not that much. By the way, what happened? That guy didn't seem that strong during the selection meeting." Professor Caroline questioned. "Really? But if he came for the entrance exam, why was he here?" Krista asked. "What is she talking about?" Professor Caroline replied, "The exam started a while ago." She shouted, "What is she talking about?" Krista asked, "Can't she somehow pass him anyway?" Professor Caroline replied, "It's the rules." Krista stated if she was late because she was helping someone, couldn't she be a bit lenient? Professor Caroline inquired, "Since when have she thought so much about others?" Krista remarked she saw earlier, "Such a person needs to exist for things to get fired up. And it would be better for the school to have interesting characters, right?" Professor Caroline replied, "Well, that's true." A little later, at her office, Professor Caroline conducted a background check on Rain. She thought no history of placing in a magic competition. No significant achievements in other areas either. The genius prodigy said to be a calamity brought upon the Ludwig family by the heavens. Then document revealed that he had been Scalzi Ludwig's assistant for 3 years. She think under the former great mage and head of the Osirius school? Being family doesn't mean he's sheltered. He's the kind of person who would ruthlessly dismiss someone if they don't produce results. If being an assistant is true, why is he called a genius prodigy within the 8 great schools? Then she called out his assistant, saying, "Please schedule a meeting with the chancellor. She has something to discuss regarding individual admissions." The assistant responded, "Yes, as you wish, Professor Caroline." A while later, Delayon Chancellor Medelia Page remarked, "History seems to repeat itself, doesn't it?" She is not sure why, but it seems that talents always emerge in the same period. Hubert from the Rohunum school, Lillian from the Rivendell school, Aiden from the Harimund school, Nora from the Melif school, Logan from the Chihak school. 5 latecomers from the 8 major schools enrolling at once. The Warden family has also sent a talented child, but that child might struggle alone. Since the conflict between the magic families and the 8 schools is deep, it's not pleasant to get involved in students' disputes. It's undeniable that this is a special situation. Professor Caroline replied she should notify professors and instructors. Medelia Page remarked, "Observe the students closely and intervene if necessary. Just avoid intervening too frequently." Then she asked, "What's wrong?" Professor Caroline replied she think it might be a bit too soon. "Isn't it a bit premature to make such a decision? It seems there's a genius from the magic families in this batch that isn't just Krista." Medelia Page asked, "Are there any new students she is unaware of?" Professor Caroline replied, "No, there aren't." Medelia Page noted, "Could it be the child she want to pass in an additional test?" Professor Caroline stated she wouldn't believe her even if she told her. She would have seen him at the family meeting. Medelia Page remarked she still have a habit of beating around the bush. Cat. Professor Caroline exclaimed, "It's just her personal opinion. But maybe they could let Rain Ludwig enroll, and not interfere at all." Medelia Page noted she is curious how they would act in such a situation. "Well, they will know the outcome soon," Professor Caroline said, "right? After all, the strict Owen is their homeroom teacher. Madelia Page asked. By the way, did he really say he wouldn't accept any reward? Professor Caroline remarked. Yes, he absolutely hates it when it's revealed that he's the hero, makes things complicated. He'd rather just read his books in peace, Madelia Page stated. He's a weird one, Professor Caroline replied. Weird ones make good magicians, as his master always used to say. But she seemed gloomy today? Madelia Page noted. She is still as perceptive as ever. If Rain Ludwig caught that thief, it seems related to the Dark Church, Professor Caroline remarked. Surely not, there must be a mistake, Madelia Page exclaimed. Have she ever heard her talk nonsense? The Special Affairs Department contacted them first. They will be here soon. She has a bad feeling, so be prepared. Rain thought he was notified of his acceptance after missing the exam due to being late on the morning following the chaos. A professor named Caroline suggested that he could pretend to have taken an additional exam and be placed on the list of successful candidates. She was worried that additional exams were perceived as a disgrace for those who failed the regular admission, but that was no issue for him. Being anxious about retaking the exam, he immediately accepted the offer. Thus, he stood in front of the gates of Delayon, the greatest magic university where the pinnacle of intelligence in the Holy Human Empire gathers. He found himself standing in front of the gates of Delayon School. He has never had any connection with school. In his previous life, he learned magic from the head of the Osiris school, and in this life, from his family. Even now, he doesn't feel the need to learn from anyone, but in this life, he needs to find something that Esther left behind. She's waiting at the end of this path. Until then, he has to bring his magic skills up to at least the level of his previous life. His thoughts were interrupted by Krista calling his name and thanking him for helping her last time, and her mood swung and she instantly shouted no, wait. Even without his help, she could have handled it alone. Her speech was interrupted by the gathered students who exclaimed, "Hey, look at that! It's Krista Warden, the top student recommended from this batch." Rain remarked. She is more famous than he thought. She replied, of course. There's even a saying that anyone who doesn't know Krista Warden in their generation is a spy from the Republic. He is the rival, she acknowledged. Consider himself lucky. Rain thought. Rival? He can't stand annoying things. Come to think of it, there was someone similar in his past life. The little brat named Gisela, she met in the tower. She insisted on being treated as a senior since she entered the tower first. She was so boastful, he remembered it clearly. At present she asked, hey, why is he laughing? Is he mocking her? If he thinks what he saw then is all there is, he will regret it later, and cast her spell. Rain thought, no, seriously, why in a place like this? She remarked, do he now have an idea of her true abilities? How about it, do he feel like giving it his all? But Rain thought she doesn't seem to care about the surroundings. This person is Gisela. She must have been reincarnated. Should he show her a taste of some spiciness? But their fight was interrupted by a student named Hubert saying, what a dramatic performance. One's the top entrant, and the other's a genius prodigy who barely gotten through an additional exam. It's a comparison of extremes, isn't it? As the students saw Hubert, they started talking. One exclaimed, it's Hubert from Nolinum School, the runner-up graduate from Delayon Middle School. The second student remarked, he has heard he's been rivals with Krista for a long time. However, Hubert interrupted, saying, hey, keep going. This is great entertainment. Why is she stopping now? Krista replied, but the audience quality is too low. It's not fun, and it would be unfortunate if you got caught up in his magic and ended up somewhere, right? He should be thankful for his consideration. Hubert responded, he is so grateful that he is in tears. But isn't it a bit shameless to run her mouth when she can't even handle it? She should know her place. What if she end up regretting it later? She remarked. The runner-up shouldn't be saying that. Why don't he show her what he has got? Hubert replied, her proud personality hasn't changed. If she keeps living like that, she will end up bringing shame to her family name. He almost pitied her. He then turned to Rain and saying, he was so insignificant that he didn't even notice that he was here. The genius young master who got him through the additional test, what is he staring at? Do he has something on his face? Or is there something bothering him with his choice of words? Rain responded, it's not that it's bothering him. It's more like, who is this person acting so cocky? Can he even use magic? If he is trying to pick a fight with him, he should be decent at magic. That surprised all the students who heard him. In anger, Hubert said, you little brat, what did you just say? Meanwhile, Krista laughed and stated, getting knocked down while showing off to an absolute nobody. If it was her, she did be too embarrassed to even show her face. This is quite a spectacle. At that moment, a professor shouted, freshmen, what are they doing, not coming inside? Hurry up and come in. Cadet Krista, what is she doing here as the freshman representative? Hurry up and get inside for the oath preparations. She replied yes, she is coming now. As she was about to enter, she turned around and called Rain's name. She will let it go this time because there's no time, but don't even think about it next time. They are settling this properly. Rain thought. What nonsense is she talking about again? Just leave it alone, please, a brown-haired student remarked. Krista and the genius young master who passed the additional test? They can't even be compared, another student interrupted. Can't be compared? Krista will actually have a hard time, he should know, the brown-haired student asked. You're from Rivarden Middle School, right? What does he mean? The student with red hair responded. Did he know that young master was Principal Scalzi's assistant? If he see how strong he is, you won't say such nonsense. As all the new students settled in the hall, the announcer declared, now they will commence the 1388th Delayon University entrance ceremony, then continued his speech for a while. Bored by the speech, Rain thought, when will this end? Then the announcement was made for. The chancellors will welcome and address to the freshmen. One of the students noted, that's the Empire's best mage, her name is Medelia Page. As she glanced toward the students, they all became slightly nervous. Rain thought to himself, the most powerful mage of the Empire, the current head of the Mage Council. With that hair color, that purple hair is genetic, she addressed. Freshmen, welcome to Delayon. She is Medelia Page, Chancellor of Delayon University. First, congratulations to the 233 freshmen gathered here on their admission. However, half of them won't make it to the second year, either being held back or expelled. Among the 117 who survive, only about 60 will advance to the third year, and of those, only half will proceed to graduation. Therefore, each year, fewer than 30 graduates complete the program. This is the kind of place Delayon is. It's a place that polishes their talents. They will continuously subject them to trials under the guise of honing to judge whether they are rough stones that can become jewels. Delayton's policy is unlimited competition. Those who fall behind in competition won't even earn the right to receive a diploma. They will feel this keenly throughout their time here. So sharpen yourselves, and clash against each other and grow, in this place, Delayon, until the insignificant stones here at Delayon shine with their own brilliance. In 3 years, let's meet again here. Then, as fellow mages, she welcomed them, and she wished each and every one of them a good fortune. As she turned around to leave, all the students began applauding for her. Rain also joined in the applause, thinking, let's meet again, looking forward to it. Other professors were also watching, including Professor Caroline. The professor beside her remarked, it's chaotic, but Professor Caroline exclaimed, she likes the energy. But other professor remarked, the energy should be matched with ability, though. She laughed and said, that's true. Then she turned around and asked what did he think, Professor Owen? He replied he expected this batch to be high level, but he only see idiots with dung in their heads. She asked what does he mean? And he stated all of them are destined to fail. Rain entered the college department building known as the Hall of the Sleeping Dragon. He looked for his classroom and found it a little while later. He entered and took his seat in the empty room, enjoying the breeze coming in from the window. At that moment, some student said, it seems you are my partner. Please take good care of me in the future. He turned around, replying yes, likewise. Please take care, but stopped midway as he became flustered upon seeing Krista. Krista remarked, even the sky is indifferent. To think he has to compete with the top student, Krista Warden, right from the first lesson. The girl with pink eyes and hair, Gertrude Panton of the Panton Baronet family, noted. If she was to loosely translate Miss Krista's words, it would be something like, she is so happy to be sitting next to him. Krista replied, of course she is happy. She gets to bring down this guy's arrogant nose from day one. Her talk was interrupted by Hubert saying, how delightful this is. The daughter of the Panton family is joining in today too. It's enviable that mages from noble families controlling 2 or 3 vassal families are here. It's truly a shame that the lady is being rude by pointing fingers at others. Gertrude Panton stated, he doesn't understand. That's actually part of Miss Krista's charm. Even without that, she's still quite charming. At least more than someone who's only superficially impressive. They continued their argument for a while, and Rain thought, he feels like he is going to be seasick. He then recalled an old memory when Freed asked him, did he ever want to attend school? He replied no. She noted that's odd. He remarked he is already a 4-star elite mage. What more can school teach him? It's just a waste of time. She stated, you fool. School isn't just a place for academic learning. He asked, then what do they learn? She replied, people. He thought school is a place where they learn about humans like these. Then the homeroom teacher entered the room. Seeing him, Rain thought a gorilla? No, is this the class homeroom teacher? He noticed there's a strange tension in the air. Rain asked what's this guy deal? She replied he doesn't know Owen. He's a professor famous for being stingy with grades. Professor Owen glanced around at the students and remarked, to think he has to guide these pathetic monkeys for a year. He is not motivated. These monkeys only have poop for brains. Where are you looking while he is talking? He threw chalk at a student, hitting him in the face and causing him to cough up blood. All the students immediately became attentive and looked at the homeroom teacher. Professor Owen continued pathetic. Are they laughing now? You guys know nothing. You think you own the world now that you've entered Delayon. Dreaming of becoming a court mage for a great noble or living lavishly by setting up your own mage tower? Give such delusions to the dogs. If they ever become like that, then he may call them master. However, they are still monkeys who have hardly grown fur, and there's a mountain of things they must learn. He then asked, are there any from the 8 major schools here? Hubert and a girl with black hair raised their hands. Professor Owen stated the worst thing about this school is, these idiots from the 8 major schools. The strange, mathematical formulas they bring in the name of school tradition are astonishing. He doesn't even expect contributions, just don't get in the way. Then he asked any from mage noble families? Rain and Krista raised their hands. Professor Owen noted, these guys are truly disgusting, acting all-knowing and arrogant without having experienced hardship. Go home and learn how to change their clothes by themselves first, then come back. Rain thought a great monkey with unprecedented talent in rhetoric. He might be better suited as a cult leader than a mage. Professor Owen continued his job over this year is to make them into at least usable mages. Even better than monkeys, that is. There's no place for anyone here who's worse than a monkey. Anyone who can't keep up will be ruthlessly abandoned. At least try to evolve into a human. He then asked, why aren't they answering? Are they not paying attention? Should he teach them how to respond? Is that so? He turning to a nearby student and asked, is he scary? The student replied, no, he is not scary. Professor Owen remarked, so that means he is seen as easygoing? Then he announced they will have a test now. You and the person next to you will form teams of 2 for the test. The team that comes last will be expelled immediately. Keep that in mind. The green-haired student inquired, expulsion really? Is it that easy? The blue-haired student replied, he hasn't heard of such a thing. He's probably just saying that to scare them. However, Professor Owen continued writing the problem on the board. A little later, as he finished, he noted the time. Limit is 20 minutes. From now on, solve this problem on the paper on their desk and submit it. Those who can't solve it within the time and are the last ones to submit will be expelled as promised. He asked, what are they staring blankly for? And shouted, the exam has already started. Work in pairs of 2. Even monkeys could solve 2-star magic if they put their heads together, right? Rain looked towards Krista, while she explained, the magic circle is shaped like 2 layers of a fan. The runes to be inscribed are Ju and U. The formula to use is, and she said hurry and help. Build the basic formula with matrices and then find the answer using a cubic function. Rain inquired, matrices? Is she the type to suffer unnecessarily? She shouted, stop chatting and start writing. Then she remembered what the head of the Warden family said to her. The Warden family is finished now. Both the elder and younger daughters are like that. Krista, he is counting on her. She is the only one who can revive their family. Considering all this, she stated she has to become the top student. Meanwhile, Rain thought she has a heavy burden to bear. His thoughts were interrupted by her, asking, what is he looking at? Have he figured out the function's answer? He replied yes, and gave it to her. She remarked, good, now she just needs to solve it. At that moment, a strong wind blew from the window, disturbing both of them. She asked, why now, out of all times? Then the paper on which she solved the problem torn into pieces. She exclaimed in shock, no, it can't be happening. Hearing her shouting, Professor Owen remarked, she is noisy. Can't she do a calculation quietly? She replied, she is sorry, teacher, and noted to herself, it's ruined, she has to start all over. Then Rain activated Belle's Sidious and traced the traces of wind magic on the torn paper back to the culprit who used that spell. That was none other than Hubert. Rain thought the 8 major schools are just playing childish pranks. The Rohunam school is the school of wind. The secret art is silent and colorless. They activated it silently and without any color, so the magic used must have been wind manipulation. His thoughts were interrupted by Krista saying, "Give her his paper, hurry and rewrite it." What is he spacing out for? Rain thought. The time limit is down to 8 minutes now. He already has the solution process in his head. He can do it in 8 minutes. He snatched the paper from her, and she asked, "What is she doing?" Rain noted it's impossible. They can't finish in time with this method. She questioned, how can he know without trying? Rain sighed and stated, she needs to know when to give up. This made her angry at him. He continued, it can be done. It's just too much for her way. He immediately started writing with great speed, that surprising her. While advising her, he said, if she break down that easily, she can't be a mage. Remember this. A strong mage must remain calm at any moment. In the world they lived in, even 8 minutes was not a given. The price for just a few seconds delay was not just expulsion, but death. This time, we'll take the lead, so she just helps. Don't hold us back. A little while later, Hubert and the black-haired girl approached Professor Owen, with Hubert handing him a paper and saying, please grade this. Professor Owen examined the paper closely, then checked the activation of Magic Circle by pouring his magic onto it. Smoke erupted from the paper. Seeing this, Professor Owen remarked, the JE&G runes are working properly. Considering the short time, it's not bad. But don't get cocky. It's not that great. This kind of problem only needs 2 minutes. Therefore, the grade is AC. Hubert protested. He can't accept this. He solved it first in the class, and the math formula is perfect. So what is the reason? Professor Owen replied, stop messing around. Rohunam School of Wind. You know exactly why it's AC grade, monkey kid. The black-haired girl began to speak. What is he trying to say? She really. But her talk was interrupted by Rain, who said, can he please move aside now? Seeing them at the front, other students started discussing. One student noted, their answer sheets were all torn up earlier. A second student remarked, that's what he said. And they've already finished? Meanwhile, Rain said, please grade our answers too, Professor. Professor Owen closed the book with a smile and asked, did they really complete it? This is truly unpleasant. He was excited at the thought of expelling these rookie mages from the magic lineage. Rain replied, if he can't use magic just because the wind blows, he can't call himself a mage anywhere. Professor Owen remarked he likes his spirit, but it's not even as much as a booger. From his mother. As he looked closely at the paper, he noted the magic circle is different from what was proposed. Rain responded yes, one magic circle is fan-shaped, and the other is drawn as a circle. Professor Owen asked, why did he make a different one? Rain replied, the JE rune works well with water attribute magic. Using that, he simplified the mathematical formula to operate this rune. If he can solve the rune's requirements with a first-order equation, activation time speeds up. Professor Owen noted, this isn't something that even comes up in middle school lessons. He knows it well. Rain replied, that's what's strange about the middle school curriculum. Can't say he is properly using magic until he fully mastered the runes. Considering that, he changed the shape of magic circle. Professor Owen thought. Based on his understanding of runes, he aimed to reduce the activation time. Then stated it's a smart answer. Whether it will activate properly is another story. Rain responded right, but check it yourself. Professor Owen poured his magic into the circle, saying, can't wait to see that nose flatten. Does he know? He construct a dual tribute magic circle. Math to solve you becomes several times harder. Let's see if this is skill or just a stunt. And the spell activated. Bright golden light shone between the blue magic circles. Seeing this, Professor Owen and all the students widened their eyes in surprise. Professor Owen started clapping and remarked, he has been teaching for 13 years. He has seen many geniuses, but you guys are the first to submit such an answer. It really infuriates him, but this answer deserves an S grade, something he has never given in such a trivial quiz before. Rain replied, that's high praise. Krista jumped happily, exclaiming thank you, and celebrated for a moment. Professor Owen then stated, enough now. Go back to your seats. Unless they want their score reduced? She replied, sorry, teacher. Professor Owen then noted, the same goes for you too. The evaluation is over. Go back to their seats quietly. Hubert remained silent, while the black-haired girl replied, yes, teacher. Meanwhile, Krista, smiling, went back to her seat. Rain approached Hubert and stared at him angrily. In response, Hubert asked anything else to say? Seeing them, Professor Owen stated, don't make me repeat myself. If they don't want to be disciplined. Rain moved away, saying he won't overlook it next time. Somehow, the students endured their first lesson while enduring the harsh criticism from Professor Owen. During the note test, Rain mentioned this part is a bit difficult. Krista remained silent, prompting Rain to ask, "Hey, can't she hear him? Why is she like that?" Meanwhile, Professor Owen remarked, "That's all for today. What's with those faces? Is this too hard for them? Don't worry, next time he will present something even more challenging. Those who can't keep up will be left behind. Hammer today's lesson into their heads as if their lives depend on it. That's all." As Krista was about to leave, she called out Rain's name. Rain asked, "What is it?" She thanked him for what he did earlier. He replied, "Her voice is too soft, can't hear it." "Can she say it again, properly?" She retorted, "Don't mess around. She will definitely pay back this debt next time, so don't get cocky. You and I are rivals. They will only help each other this once. Got it?" Rain replied, "No way." As she continued to argue with Rain, rumors spread throughout the campus about Owen granting an S grade to Krista and the genius scholar. Many students were amazed that such high grades were bestowed by the gorilla. The next day, Rain stated, "Next time they meet, he will pay back the debt." Krista warden and asked, "Which floor is her dorm?" Krista noted, "He must be on the top floor among the freshmen. He is the top admit, after all, right?" And she told him not to show off. Rain replied, "Showing off or whatever, it was she who said it. Doesn't making promises she can't keep make her seem frivolous?" She became angry and said, "Look forward to it," as she left. Entering the building, one student exclaimed, "Look, there, it's the first floor. He's the eldest son of the Ludwig family." Another student replied, "Hey, don't talk nonsense. If he had come on time, he would have been assigned the room next to Krista." The first student noted, "He is joking." The second student stated, "With those skills, he would have passed the regular exam. Why take a supplementary one?" Meanwhile, Rain found his room, utilizing the artifact to unlock the door and gain entry. Reflecting on its interior, he noted it was a single room, evoking memories of his time at the Magic Tower. Even in his past life, he had been confined to a similar room, solely dedicated to the study of magic. As he lay down on his bed, thoughts raced through his mind. Apart from the first lesson, there seemed to be little else of note. Contemplating his options, he pondered the idea of infiltrating the Vatican to investigate his remains. However, he realized that infiltrating with his current identity and abilities would pose significant challenges. Attempting to arrange a four-circle magic formation, he experienced disappointment as it broke and disappeared. Reflecting on his capabilities, he concluded that four-star magic still eluded him. As an owl perched on his windowsill, something tied with a rope to owl leg caught his attention. Untying it from the owl's leg and removing the covering cloth, he discovered a wooden box. Upon closer inspection, he noticed there was no sender's name, prompting thoughts of whether his father had sent it. Opening the box revealed two books, one blue and the other brown, noticeably worn. Examining the brown book closely, he was taken aback as he realized it was the diary he entrusted to Esther. His eyes widened in surprise. In that moment, he pondered nervously about the sender's identity. Who could have sent him this? It had to be someone who knew him. On-campus magic training facility, Battle Dragon Field. A countdown announcement rings out, 30 seconds left to the target, then 25 seconds, and now 20 seconds remain. As Krista battles monsters with her sand soldier, Gertrude Panton asks, "Did something good happen today?" Krista inquires why Gertrude is asking. Announcement is made, 10 seconds remaining. Gertrude Panton notes, "It seems like she is more excited than usual. Is it because she met with Lord Rain? She is curious if something happened between you two." Krista immediately shouts, "Nothing happened. She is just annoyed by seeing that irritating face again today. She is relieving stress while practicing." Gertrude thinks she is not fooling anyone with that act. It seems the rumors about she getting help from Rain Ludwig during the exam are true. It's surprising though. The Rain Ludwig she met during childhood at the family gathering didn't seem like this. She then states, "It's over, Mississippi. Please put away the golem now." Meanwhile, Hubert is making his way through the central lounge of the student dormitory. A student remarks, "Welcome, C-grade loser." Hubert retorts, "Don't mess with him. Keep that up, and he might just die." Logan, a postgraduate of the Chihak school, exclaims, "Calm down, man. You're scared enough to pee your pants." He heard someone got a C grade today and nearly wet himself. Plus, Krista got an S grade even with sandbags on. Wasn't that genius boy in the same group? What's he like in person? Just a coward, as the rumors said? Still better than him, though. Hubert responds, "That's not something a muscle-brained fool would say." And question, is he challenging him? Logan replies if he wished that. As they are about to fight, a girl with red hair intervenes, saying, "Then stop it, won't you? It's not just them here." Logan sighs and says it was just a joke. The red-haired girl, Lillian, a postgraduate of the Rivendell School, replies, that's why his magical achievements are stagnant, always up to pointless antics. Even if it's Krista, what gain is there in bullying the weak? Hubert turns away, saying he will wreck them himself. Touch them carelessly, and he will be the first to go down. A little later, as he enters his room, he thinks, Logan, you idiot, and punches the wall in anger, gritting his teeth. He then thinks about Rain. What exactly did he do? He worked under Professor Scalzi as an assistant for 3 years, not chosen by blood ties but by skill? A guy who couldn't even earn a single rank. That shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Rain is sitting on his bed reading a blue book he received from an owl. He thinks Part 1 is about Lynn's life. Part 2 covers the magic and combat styles he has used. It's incomprehensible. Even if someone knows his identity, how did they know? And if they know, why haven't they made contact? As he sees the clock, he remarks it's already 2300 hours. Better turn off the lights before the housemaster comes. As he is about to turn off the light, his attention is grabbed by the book he left to Esther. He picks up the book and opens it. A large Rudian emerges from the book, surprising him, and he immediately releases the book and dashes backward. Seeing the Rudian, he notes, that's an ancient rune school 8 Rudian. The one he made in his previous life? No, it's twice as big and much darker than before. Even so, to have persisted for as long as 300 years? But on whose magical power? And for what purpose? His thoughts are interrupted as the Rudian sits on his finger. Then a system window pops up showing information. Progress in unique magic research can continue. Progress, 37%. Another window pops up showing different runes. Seeing them, he notes, this is something he researched in his past life to reach the sage level? These are the 12 original runes he tried in real battles 300 years ago. He thought all had failed, but the progress is at 37%? It shouldn't be possible for a 4-star magic like Rudian to check the progress of a 6-star magic. But if this is real, then he wasn't wrong in his path. If he continue this way, he can reach the truth. The sudden appearance of hope makes him instantly forget the sender of the book, erasing it from his mind in a flash. The following day, Rain put on his uniform, picked up his book, and noted then, shall he start with the research now? A little while later, as he arrived at campus, it began to rain. He thought unlike the north, where it gets chilly when it rains, the southern regions remain warm even during rain due to the influence of the Badancho mountain range. He started to walk in the rain, and shortly after, the instructor explained, this is a place where one can practice magic freely. For that purpose, a battlefield is perfectly suited. She will guide him. According to the dormitory supervisor, the battlefield is a place to train powerful magic with a broad range. Surrounded by high-level magic for damage prevention and restoration, he can recklessly cast spells without worrying about the surroundings. Just touch the entrance with his student ring to enter. Rain followed her instructions and touched the entrance with his ring. An announcement window popped up showing information. 1388th Rain Ludwig. Welcome to the battlefield. Currently, all 30 rooms are vacant. She remarked, please feel free to use them. Rain stated he would use room 15, the closest one. Then he teleported there and remarked, give him a target and make it a sturdy one. A magic circle appeared a little distance from him, and a golem emerged from it. Rain examined it and remarked, is it at the 2-star magic grade? That's not bad. Then he opened the book and read, the rune U imparts a wriggling trait to the molecules. If this rune is engraved on flame magic, the embers wriggle and burn persistently. Reading that, he closed the book and thought, let's start with this rune. He constructing a triangular magic circle and engraved the rune U. As he engraved the rune, the magic circle became unstable and disappeared. Then he thought, looks like 1-star magic doesn't work. In anger, he closed his fist and constructed 3 triangular magic circles simultaneously, engraving the rune U on all of them with great speed. This was followed by a small explosion, creating tiny red particles that Rain controlled and directed at the golem, covering it entirely. Seeing his magic from a distance, Hubert thought, what's this trash magic? It's 1-star magic, but he can't even use it properly? The characteristic of flame magic is to be noisy, but seeing how quiet it is, it looks like it's still at the basic stage. The rumor that he was an assistant under Scalzi seems to have been false. A little later, as Hubert left, the golem began to crack and fell to the floor. Rain sighed and thought he barely succeeded. The flame with the trait of U penetrates the target's body and melts it from within. That would be the intended effect. But it took 30 seconds to melt a 2-star sandstone golem. Does the rune need to be more refined? No, maybe it's a problem with the mathematical theory. Thinking that, a smile appeared on his face, and he thought, still, there's plenty of time to figure that out. No matter how much you mess up, you can solve it. He didn't realize magic research could be so thrilling. A little later, he sat down on the floor and looked at the system window. That provided information, re-established the mechanics theory and modified the rune U to U. Rain thought, Rudian not only detects magic in the vicinity but also summarizes and reports the research conducted that day. Truly a precious existence. Then he noticed that progress had increased and thought, but it's increased by 0.1%? Did the mathematical theory improve, or did the rune become more refined? Maybe there's meaning in training this way. Don't think too deeply, there's plenty of time. At that moment, a strong wind disturbed him, and he thought, what's this? Then he saw Hubert casting his spell, and he thought it's just a novice mage from the Rohunam school. Meanwhile, Hubert used his spell to defeat one flying monster after another, filling the area with monsters' corpses. Seeing that, Rain thought, he's not bad, at least worth talking about. A while later in class, Professor Owen explained that the procedure for casting magic is divided into 3 steps. First is setting up the magic circle. Second is engraving the runes. Third is performing the mathematical calculations. Many magicians struggle with the third step, mathematical calculations. If there is a calculation error at any stage, a catastrophe occurs. To prevent such disasters, Archmage Lynn developed a mathematical formula known as the Lynn discriminate. He will give them an example. Use the Lynn discriminate to solve it. It might be overwhelming for their tiny brain capacities, so he will be generous and give them 10 minutes. This formula is made to be easy, so there shouldn't be anyone who can't solve it. Let's start. As Rain looked at the paper, he thought, who passed on this formula? They didn't even know about his formula and could barely add or subtract. Wait a minute, there's one person who comes to mind. That annoying little kid who claimed to be his disciple and stubbornly followed him around. Did Tarina sell it off as something he came up with? That's impossible. That was over 300 years ago. Then who could it be? His thoughts were interrupted by Krista, who said, hey. Rain asked, did she fail to understand something? Let him see. She replied, what nonsense is he talking about? She is the great genius, Krista Warden. He and his kind are beneath her, not to mention she is even smarter. Hearing her shouting, Professor Owen glanced at her angrily. She apologized, noting she wouldn't speak out of turn again. Rain asked, if not, that, so what is it then? She became a little nervous and handed him a box. Rain inquired, what's this? She replied, there are cookies inside. She made these cookies because she had some time left from magic training. He said she owed him before, didn't he? This is to repay that debt. Satisfied now? He thanked her, noting she was more diligent than he thought. As he opened the box and saw the cookies, he was shocked and asked, these really are cookies, right? She replied, yes. He then asked, did she use mud instead of flour? She shouted, they're real cookies. Meanwhile, hearing his shouting, Professor Owen threw a piece of chalk at her, which she blocked with paper. Other students started discussing. One student stated, he can't believe finding this was so easy. Lynn really was a genius. Another remarked, if they are talking about contributions to the magic world, he's like a god. Maybe he was an angel sent by a god. A green-haired girl exclaimed, talk some sense. He might have been the reincarnation of a great sage, but not a god or an angel. The brown-haired boy sitting next to her noted, he is telling her, he is right. She asked, what makes us so different? He replied, it must be their brain structures. She noted, he could freely handle any magic. She is so jealous. Hearing all this, Rain became a little shy and thought, please stop. Krista wondered, why is his face turning red? Is he being this shy over a few cookies? At that moment, Professor Owen approached her and noted, for a monkey who doesn't even attend classes, she sure knows how to defend herself. Is she interested in attending a special class? She became nervous and said, no teacher, she is sorry. Professor Owen stated, now submit her answers. That concludes today's lesson. During the 4th period, they went to visit different clubs. She asked, which club is he going to join? She is definitely joining the Magic Volleyball Club. The descendants of the magic lineage are obligated to maintain dignity by playing magic volleyball. Rain asked, really? What does magic volleyball have to do with dignity anyway? She thought he didn't know that. Rain noted, he will take his time and look around. See her later. Rain thought, Delayon features various clubs designed for exchange and competition among students. These clubs are established for that purpose. The Combat Magic Club, the Fire Attribute Magic Club, the Festival Magic Club. Clubs are formed by students with common goals or motivations and receive activity funding upon approval from the advisory professor. It provides an environment for everyone to dedicate themselves to their research, separate from classes. There are many interesting places. He should take a good look around. But because of her, he is so distracted that he can't concentrate. She shouted, "Hey, come on! Listen to what she is saying! Didn't Lord Ludwig mention? The magic lineage must join the magic volleyball club." Rain replied he hasn't heard that. "And even if that's the case, it's no problem." She inquired, "Really?" He replied, "His father won't meddle no matter where he go." Gertrude Panton asked, "That can't be true. The Magic Volleyball Club is a royal club. He must join for the honor of the magic lineage." Rain inquired, "It's not mandatory, is it?" The Sculpture Magic Club seems more interesting to him, and this local development magic club as well. Rain thought of an old memory when Esther remarked, people were clinging to survival, but when the world became peaceful, everyone was gradually able to do what they liked. When Lynn grows up, the world will surely become prosperous. So she hoped Lynn can protect those lives. Gertrude Panton questioned, "Did he hear what she said? Where is he going?" Rain exclaimed, "He is going to check out the local development magic club." She thought, does he not know that magic volleyball is an essential part of the social gatherings of high-ranking magicians? The glory of the Ludwig family, which has competed with the Page family for over 100 years, might end with Lord Rain. But the eldest daughter of the Page family disappeared after a certain event. If the Ludwig family also falls from grace, is it time for the beginning of a new era led by Lady Krista? She excitedly turned around towards Krista, but she was nowhere to be seen. She thought, could she be following Lord Rain? Krista noted she was just curious about what the local development magic club is like. Rain replied he understands. She stated, and she definitely didn't follow him. Got it? Hey, is he listening? Rain replies with a simple okay. At the moment, they are arrived at local development magic club. And Rain think, is this the place? As they about to enter, they hear someone shouting how he is supposed to accept such ridiculous conditions. The person shouted at Logan, who replied, the strong take it all. Isn't that the rule of the Delayon Club? This room will be useful for them, so hand it over. Rain asked, who's that? She replied he really don't know. That's Logan, a junior member of the Chihak school. Rain then asked about the Chihak school. She note, what do he even know? It's a school that specializes in producing mages with a focus on martial arts. Rain replied he know that much too. However, Logan inquired, so he is saying that they should settle it with a duel, right? Do he even have the guts to duel against his senior? Local development? Why do he even need such a ridiculous club? Who would recognize it anyway? She exclaims this happens often. To run a club activity you need a room. But if you want to create a club when there are no spare rooms, you have to take over another club's room. Rain asked, with a magic duel? She replied, correct. It's a clear and convincing method. He turned around to leave while saying that's right. She asked, won't he join? Rain replied he hate annoying things. Meanwhile, student with glasses remark, you 8 great schools might not realize it, but studying mathematics or advancing academics isn't the only reason magic exists. Logan asked, then what else is there? He explained, it's true that academic feats have led to the advancement of magic, but agriculture and relief efforts are areas where magic hasn't been utilized. Logan note, is that so? The student with glasses continues by saying if they could find a way to use magic, they might easily solve problems like poverty. No, they definitely could solve them. This is a club that the seniors set up to make that happen. Even now, thinking about the people who are struggling, he absolutely can hand it over to him. Logan laughed and remarked, is he serious? If that were possible, the archmages and sages would have already done it. And Logan grabbed him and stated he can't even keep a club against a freshman. What's with all the talk? Have those seniors ever produced any results? Is there anything that has changed? Do he really believe that such pathetic research left by these useless people can change the world? He doesn't even dare to fight with magic. He must think it's trivial, right? It's so frustrating. So instead of someone he don't know, how about helping him, the person right in front of him? Come on, it's easier to give up. He replied he can't do that. Logan asked, it seems he can't open his eyes properly. Did he just wake up? Is he fully awake yet? Well, it can't be helped. He will help him open his eyes, as he about to throw him to the ground with great force. But he was interrupted by Rain's spell, causing him to lose the grip and drop the student to ground. And Rain asked, won't he have that magic duel with him? Logan asked, who is he? Rain replied he just joined as a new member. Then a system showed information the unique magic research progress and the surrounding environment can be continued, and an other showed progress rate 37.1% to 37.9%. Rain recalled the old memory of the past when he was Lynn. He think magic can do anything. It's not that everything is possible. There's more they can't do, but if they can create an oasis right in the middle of the desert, they can help travelers who are searching for water. Then Esther asked Lynn, can she ask him something? After this trip, can he create a few spells for her? Ones that everyone can learn and use easily. That can help people in trouble, and make people's lives a bit easier. Magic like that. Please create them with your hands. Logan note a new member, then he see Krista behind him, and he noticed his red eyes and black hair. He realized that he was Rain, and he remarked someone said a worn out. Oops, his mistake. He have a habit of speaking his thoughts out loud. As a disciple of one of the grade 8 schools, he was on his way to greet the noble Lord Rain when he ran into him here. But it seems he mentioned a magic duel just now. Or did he hear that wrong? Rain replied he heard it right. Since he seems so eager to compete, shall he give him a match? Logan stated so he think he can beat someone like him, and asked is that what he think? Rain asked is he scared? Should he give him a handicap? He won't use any combat magic. How about that? Is that still not enough? Then he will only use 3 spells developed by this club. In a surprise, Logan asked is he serious? Rain replied it doesn't seem like he is lose anyway. Logan stated this isn't just a failure, it's an utter oops, another mistake. But Lord Rain, do he know it takes 3 days to approve membership? So at this point, it's just a personal challenge. Rain exclaimed just gets to the point. Logan remarked if Lord Rain wins, he will give up on this club, and if any troublemakers show up, he will chase them away himself. But if he win, he will submit a withdrawal form to Delayon. The reason for withdrawal could be, after meeting Logan from the Chihak school, he felt an insurmountable barrier. Hearing that Krista entered the room while saying is he kidding? He is just giving up on a club. Logan replied outsiders should shut up. Rain added right, Krista stay out of this. Krista noted hey, snap out of it. Do he even know what's going on? Rain replied do he need to know? He is going to win anyway. He decide the time and date. He is ready whenever. Logan asked so he accept the conditions? He will arrange for a professor to referee. No need to delay. Let's do it tonight at 6, at the Dragon Blood Arena. Then see him there. Logan remarked he really caught a big one this time. The dean and the elders will be pleased. It's going to be a fantastic day. Meanwhile Krista asked Hayu to participate in a magic duel. Did he forget his position here? Rain replied first year at Delayon University. She demanded he stop joking around, but he remained unfazed as she glanced at him, turning away, while saying fine, do as he please. She is foolish to even concern herself with him. He asked why she's so angry. The senior student replied it's something logically incomprehensible, because he did it. Descendants of the magic lineage never engage in magic duels. At the moment, Rain notices a ring of dragon with its wings spread on the student finger. He thinks so he is a second-year student, and he asked why? The senior replied because there's too much to lose compared to what he gained. Honestly, he feel more puzzled than grateful. Why did he help? Rain stated it's not like he intended to help, but let's say it's for an assignment. The senior remarked anyway, he is grateful. But it seems like Lord Rain underestimates Logan too much. Rain asked really, is he that impressive? He replied Logan is a king-type magician, and particularly strong against general magicians who specialize in long-range magic. Plus, with his strong physical abilities and personality, he's fought in several magic duels before, and his victory rate is over 90%. He has embarked on a very reckless venture. It's all because he spoke carelessly. He might have exaggerated when he argued with Logan, but honestly it's not that grand of a club. He grew up in the countryside. The villagers pooled together their money to pay for his university tuition, so he thought to repay them in his own small way, to make the village a better place to live. That's why he joined this club and started researching magic. But things haven't gone as planned. The anxiety and restlessness only grew as time slipped by. He clung to it for personal reasons, but ultimately, he achieved nothing. It's pathetic, isn't it? It seems like it's God's will for him to quit. He is really sorry. He will be the one to participate in the magic duel. Rain asked what's so pathetic about it. He is the one who agreed to the magic duel. On that note, can he borrow a few books related to club magic? He need to get familiar with them for the duel. He will return them when it's over. He tried to stop Rain, but Rain stated do he know why Archmage Lynn started magic? That was to survive. Everyone starts out, for personal reasons. As he leaves the room, Rain thinks has the rumor already spread? This is turning out to be bigger than expected. At the moment, someone shouted his name from behind. He immediately turned around and saw the person was none other than his Aunt Ellen. She commented that she had finally located him and asked, "Have he been well?" He asked why is she here for, and asked has she been well. She replied well her foot. She has been sleep deprived recently, and thanks to him, she is wide awake now. She hears that he is participating in a magic duel against Logan from the 8 major schools, right? The whole school is in an uproar, isn't it? She must have heard wrong. It's true out that our cute little nephew sure stirred up quite a mess. Looks like she need to drink some liquor today. Rain noted his head's going to split. She walks away while saying if he get hit by Logan, it's going to hurt several times more than this. What is he exaggerating, you fool? Seeing her, Rain asked, is she worried? She immediately turned around saying worried? Do she look like a pathetic aunt who worries and asks around about a guy like him? Don't flatter himself. He will only come to his senses after getting a good beating from Logan. As she's about to leave, Rain apologizes to her, and he notes he didn't realize it was something he shouldn't have done, but he assures her it won't bring shame to their family. She replied despite his intentions, it has already become a matter tied to the family's honor. Because of his rash actions, in the worst case, it could end with expulsion. But it's fine. He was really annoyed by those who laughed at him as a worthless offshoot anyway. Since he has started it, trample them properly when he go. The name of the Ludwig family is on his shoulders. Make sure others can't even think of climbing up to his level. Show them a proper lesson. A while later, as both of them arrived at the arena, Rain thinks of course, Aunt Ellen, that was his intention from the beginning. At the campus, a student with brown hair asked, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? A student with green hair asked the running students. Hey, where are they going? One of them replied. The useless prince and the muscle-brained idiot are fighting. Meanwhile, many students and professors gathered to watch the fight. Professor Caroline inquired, which side is he here to support? Logan, his fellow student from the same school, or Rain, his student? Professor Owen replied, status, bloodline, and academic background don't matter. He will just cheer for whoever is overwhelmingly strong. The referee professor chuckled and remarked, you're naive, then announced, he is in charge of judging this magic duel. Since this magic duel is officially approved by the school will manage the winner's conditions to be fulfilled by the loser on a school level. Alright then, contestants from both sides, come forward. Logan removed his top and threw it away, with a devilish smile on his face. Seeing a magic engraved on his chest, a student remarked, wow, he came well prepared. Isn't that a bit much for the useless prince? From the crowd, Krista noted, that's right, there's no way he can beat that. She was surprised when Gertrude Panton said, see, she came after all, Mississippi. She replied, she didn't come because she was worried. She came to watch that bastard get knocked around. Gertrude Panton replied she understood. Professor Caroline thought, it takes a long time for apprentice mages to activate their magic. That's why king mages, who can engage in close combat immediately, are a threat. So, how does he plan to deal with him? Rain Ludwig. However, Rain swung a wooden stick, surprising the professor and everyone watching as the wooden stick was revealed to be a broom. Logan stated, he thought he was holding some kind of wooden stick. But it's a broom? Seeing that, the gathered students started laughing, saying, is he here to clean? The genius prince is fighting with a broom. Krista covered her face in embarrassment. The referee inquired about it. Rain replied he borrowed it from the library. It's a good thing the cleaning is over. The referee asked, is going to use that in the magic duel? Rain inquired, is that not allowed? The referee noted, no, that's not what he means. Logan asked, is he asking him to look? He was so arrogant back then, but he guess he is going to sweep it all away with a broom? Just end it like this, Prince Rain. Don't show himself in a shameful way and just give up. Rain replied, it's always been like this since he came to college. It's really heartbreaking from the perspective of a senior. Logan asked, what does he mean by senior? Rain stated, what's with these young people these days, always talking back? He is not some kind of witch who casts spells with her words. Since when did mages become a tribe that fights with words? This angered Logan, and he leaned towards Rain. The referee stated, they are too close, so back off, both of them. He will make a final confirmation before the duel. If Logan loses, he will act as a guard for the local development magic club until graduation, and Rain will drop out of Delayon if he loses. There can be no appeal against the judgment. Will they accept it? Both of them replied yes, they accept. The referee noted, good, then, step back. The duel will begin in 10 seconds. Then the clock started to ring. The students that are still on campus shouted while running toward the arena, it's time to start. So let's hurry up. Seeing them, Ellen's assistant inquired, "Is it okay for him not to go, Professor? She will handle the rest." She replied she is not going. The assistant remarked, "She is so calm. Her nephew is about to do something big." Ellen asked, "Is she saying she is not usually calm?" Flustered, the assistant replied, "No, she don't mean it like that." And Ellen thought, "Brother, maybe rain is the vessel of the wise. There's no need to watch. The outcome has already been decided." The referee announced, "Begin the duel." Logan laughed and declared, "Watch carefully, Prince. Once he drop out, he will never have another chance to see something like this." The Chai School's secret technique for physical enhancement. Gertrude Panton noted, "She guess he thinks he can end it in one blow." Hubert and a professor observed, "Look at the activation speed, it's not bad. This is a magic that can break bones or rupture internal organs if even a little bit of magic control goes wrong." As expected, he's one of the top students of the Chai School. Meanwhile, Rain stood still, doing nothing. Logan stated, "He will finish him off in 10 seconds. Hearing that, Rain sighed. Logan then rushed towards him with great speed, preparing to land a punch while thinking, the useless prince can't even move. Even if he did, the result would be the same. Physical enhancement is a magic that performs both offense and defense at the same time. It creates a wall of magic on the surface of the body for defense, and at the point of impact, it explodes to damage the opponent. There's no way to stop this. He will end it with one shot. He will crush that annoying face to pieces. Rain used the broom to deflect his punch, and struck him so hard that Logan flew backwards with force. Seeing this, the students and professors were shocked. Professor Owen thought, the sealing technique of the Osiris school. The sealing technique devised by Grand Mage Lynn, who 300 years ago raised the Osiris school. It's the fencing technique of Grand Mage Lynn. It's said that it was established with the help of hero Esther, who believed that even magicians needed strength for close combat or melee situations. How did the successor to the Ludwig family learn that? At that moment, Logan regained consciousness and quickly got back on his feet. Professor Caroline thought the broom handle didn't even break. It would be normal for a broom to shatter if it hit a body wrapped in physical enhancement. Did he increase the strength of the object with magic? That's some terrifying magic control. What is that, child? Meanwhile, Rain sighed, and the gathered crowd started cheering for Rain, discussing, did he just see that? Logan was bounced off. Logan thought, what was that? Physical enhancement was broken by a mere cleaning broom? And by the useless prince of all people? Rain stated, 10 seconds have passed, but it's not over yet. It's not fun to bully a promising junior. He will finish him off in 6 seconds. Come on, charge at him. Logan thought, he is struggling with the situation he has been caught up in. He gritted his teeth in anger and stomped on the ground with full magic power, causing the ground to break and disrupt Rain's footing. Then Logan kicked the broken ground rocks at Rain, who blocked them with his broom. Taking advantage of the situation, Logan disappeared from view. Rain looked around and cast a spell on the ground. At that moment, another rock was launched at him from behind, which he blocked again with the broom. As he did so, Logan sneaked up behind him and kicked him, causing an explosion on impact. As the dust settled, Logan was the only one standing at the explosion place, while his foot stuck in the ground. Rain stated, before he start digging, it's magic applied to the field. Is he curious about the name of the magic? Anyway, it's a 1-star spell, and this is a spell that creates a temporary water break when a flood occurs. It's a 2-star spell. How is it? Quite useful, right? The crowd was surprised by Rain's fighting style. Professor Owen thought, climbing onto the platform built with broken rock pieces to secure both visibility and distance. It's a strategy to overcome Logan's close combat techniques. It's impressive how he turned the ground into a mud pool, anticipating the attack and binding Logan's feet. Moreover, the 2 necessary magic spells are activated almost at the same time. Professor Caroline thought, who would think of that as mental arithmetic? She stated, it looks like it's almost over now. Professor Owen replied, that's right. Meanwhile, Rain threw the broom toward Logan. This surprised the professors and everyone watching. Krista shouted, what is he doing, you idiot? All he has to do is throw a long-distance spell and it will be over. Instantly, Logan rushed toward Rain, breaking the broom that was thrown at him, and was about to punch Rain with full force. To Logan's shock, he was suddenly covered in plant shoots that restrained him, surprising everyone watching. Rain stated, and this is a magic that breathes life into dead plants. Although the duration is only about 10 seconds, he can use it like this too, with a broomstick. Rain continued, he only used 3 spells as promised. Shall they end it now? Logan gritted his teeth in anger and cursed Rain. Logan thought, it can't end like this. He can't lose like this. but his thoughts were interrupted as the plant tightened its grip, causing him more pain. Rain noted, did he put in too much magic power? It's even worse because the vines are sticky. He needs to make improvements considering the nature of the plant and its ease of control. He then asked, do he feel pain? Don't worry, you'll be comfortable soon. Rain broke a branch from the plant and used it to scare Logan before moving away. Logan shouted, he said he did end it. Rain replied, what nonsense is he talking about? It's already over. Since he lost, keep his mouth shut. He knows it hurts when he is hit, right? From now on, stop doing bad things and live a better life. The plant lifted Logan into the air. Logan thought, this is the first time he feels such a thing. The world of magic is a place where only the fittest can survive. The branches then released Logan, and he began to fall. Rain stated, he's hung on for quite a while. It's a fairly practical magic. He thought magic duels only end when one side surrenders or is completely stretched out. He then hit the falling Logan in the face and remarked, since the match was decided earlier, let's not count this as an attack. Logan's supporters, both students and professors, were shocked by his defeat. Rain turned to the referee, who announced, the winner is Rain Ludwig. The crowd of students cheered for Rain. At that moment, a senior student approached Rain and thanked him, asking, how can he ever repay this kindness? Rain asked, what kindness? The 3 spells he wrote. No, the other spells too. The completion level is low, but he sensed it. He thinks his senior's efforts were not in vain. He is sorry. He was talking nonsense. But can he ask him one favor? Please make a lot of magic to develop their hometown in the future to the point where he doesn't have a chance to step in. He will do a good job, definitely. Rain bid the senior goodbye, who happily bowed before him. Rain thought, at this time, what would Esther say? No, let's not think about it. He is not Esther. Maybe he saved some face. Later that night, senior students discussed the event. One student noted, the useless archmage knocked Logan down. Another student asked, does that make sense? A third student added he saw it clearly with his own eyes. Just as the Rivardans said, his skills were no joke. In the end, he even preached to Logan and blew him away. The second student asked, was he not the useless prince but the temperamental prince? Meanwhile, Logan, hearing all this while lying on the bed, stood up, feeling pain in his head. At that moment, Professor Owen, standing near the window, asked, how does he feel about tarnishing his school's name? Logan immediately turned around, saying Grandmaster. Professor Owen stated, he told him to address him as Professor here. Did he forget already? Logan replied, he is sorry, sir. Owen sighed and suggested he take a break. Logan replied, he nearly beat him to death. Professor Owen remarked, stop pretending to be a genius. Does he think he can do anything just because he is famous? Logan replied, no, he doesn't think so. The professor asked, do he know about Scalzi Ludwig? It seems students from the Leverton school are talking about him. They say that the old man exploited Rain for 3 years as an assistant. The fact that Scalzi, who is cold and indifferent, kept Rain under his wing for 3 years means Rain's skills are real. This man will someday become a key figure representing the magical world. So, from now on, try to get to know him. Logan thought, he will not acknowledge Sega's eldest son, and he replied, he doesn't like that low-level scoundrel. Next time, he will make sure he knows his place for sure. The professor noted, looks like it's not just his brain that doesn't work, even his eyes can't see properly. Nothing will change just because he refused to admit defeat. Logan asked, what does he mean by that, Professor? Owen remarked, he means that right now, he is looking at someone who was injured in a solo fight, which is supposed to be his specialty. It seems like he can't realize that Rain was the one who spared him in the fight. He is the one who experienced Rain's strength up close. But if he can't come to a conclusion, then do as he wish. And since he lost the battle, make sure to keep his promises. That's all. Logan thought he admit he's strong, but he wasn't afraid of him. He was just concerned with saving face. That's it. 15 minutes ago, before the duel between Rain and Logan, at Delayon Central Library, Rain noted this library is the largest in the Empire, contains a diverse collection of historical books and personal records, in addition to a massive amount of other books. Regardless of how he think about it, it's strange that he inherited the story of the great man and his memoirs. Rain asked, where can he find these books? The librarian replied, if it's these books, here it is. The first book was Life and the Salvation of Kai's Castle. The second was Freed, the Priestess of the Fire Dragon. A smile appeared on Rain's face as he looked at the books. He recalled an old memory when Freed stated, let's make a bet. Which one of them will have a larger autobiography? Lynn replied. What's the point of self-driving cars? They are all after money, aren't they? Fried asked. Is he not confident in himself? Is he afraid because his opponent in the bet is the dragon priestess? Lynn replied. Okay, let's try it even if the outcome is clear. Fried remarked. If she provoke him like this, he has no choice but to respond. Lynn asked. What is he talking about? Who brought this up in the first place? Esther added. Then she will bet on Lynn. Fried asked. She always encourages this child? Lynn replied. It's okay, everyone has the right to choose. And asked. But why him? What's the reason? Esther replied. Just because of this and that. Lynn asked. What? Is she trying to back off now? What's this? Just say it, she replied. She suspects that she will not live long because of her traditional lifestyle, and Kai's is the oldest in their group, so it's likely that his life will be shorter than mine, and Fried won't be much different from them. But Lynn is young, perhaps he has the longest lifespan among them, isn't that right? So he's the most likely person to have the largest autobiography. But naturally, no one knows what the future holds. However, she hoped that she will be able to see Lynn's greatness for herself one day. At present, Rain thought, but he was the first one to die. Congratulations, Fried, she is the one who won. He sat down and compared the width of both books, thinking Kai's life story seems a bit larger. The life story and achievements of Kai's castle. He was praised as the saint of archers. He founded a school focused on drinking alcohol and archery and trained many students. He even married a noblewoman and left descendants. He is glad he had a happy life. Then he opened the other book, Fried, the priestess of the fire dragon. A little while later, as he read the book, he thought, there are no remaining records of her after 1168. It's certain that she led the Republic for a long time as a sorceress, but her whereabouts couldn't be found after that, and she didn't appear again until 1200. Therefore, the Association of Republic Sorceresses officially declared Fried's death. The girl who loved loud things died quietly alone. Well, that could happen, because people change. Recalling her, he thought, no, that makes no sense. He knows Fried better than anyone. It's completely impossible for this loud woman to die alone. What happened to her? Could it be that she disappeared, because of someone else's doing? The mage who saved the world, without anyone knowing she disappeared. He paused, realizing he was damaging the pages by gripping them too tightly. Gently, he released the pages and smoothed them out with his hand. He thought, this book won't be enough. Should he also search in the books about the Republic? Just then, junior librarian Karen approached him and said, if he is looking for Esther's history, please read this book. She personally recommended it. Rain considered, is this a book about Esther? Then there's no need for him to see it, he replied. Thank you for that. As he looked at the book's title, his eyes widened in surprise. Terena, the Virgin of Ash. As he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, she asked, sir, does he need anything else? He replied, oh no, nothing. Thank you for recommending the book. He started reading Terena, the Virgin of Ash. That bold girl became a priestess. The shaman who leads the spirits holds the highest rank among sorcerers. It's not a position just anyone can attain. Did she become a priestess as Fried's successor? Noticing her lifespan, he wondered, can people really live that long? Does this mean something? As for the information related to Fried, he doubted its credibility. He thought, he needs to find a book from the Republic. It's already time for the magic duel. Does he just need to silence that person? Actually, he doesn't care much about that. Since he said he did do it, he think he should go. He asked her, can she keep this book for a while? If anyone wants to borrow it, please don't give it to them. She replied, it's hard to keep it for a long time, but she will keep it for now. Don't worry, he stated. He will be back in 15 minutes. After finishing the magic duel with Logan, he ran back to the library. As he arrived, Karen seemed confused and was looking for something. She asked, sir, he didn't take the book when he left, did he? Rain replied he didn't and asked, why is she asking? Did the book disappear? She replied yes. By the time she finished her work and returned to her seat, the book was already gone. Rain asked, could someone else have taken it? She replied, that's impossible. If a book is taken without being checked out, the magical alarm goes off. Rain thought, exactly at this time. How could this have happened? He doesn't think she's lying. She exclaimed, she is really sorry. It's shameful that the book disappeared after she promised to keep it. Rain replied, contact him as soon as she find it, or she can just buy a new one. He will pay for it. Please assume that he lost it and place an order. If she gives her a receipt later, he will pay. She replied, no, there's no need to go that far. He noted, there's no need to refuse. How much is the book? Even if he does it on his own responsibility, that's okay, she remarked. Fine, she will deal with it, as he said. Rain replied, yes, please. He thought, it's not her job to be so stiff, but she's a sincere person. She stated she was surprised to find someone like him here. Really, thank you very much, Sir Rain. At night, as he lay on his bed, he thought, now that he think about it, it seems like he has heard a lot of people saying thank you to him, and because of that, he is just wasting his time. Yet he doesn't feel bad, which is surprising. Is it because his body has changed? Or is it because he has more time in his life? Anyway, about this incident, there are a lot of strange things. The book, he left it to Esther, but it came back to him. As soon as he tried to search for his friends of the past, Tarina's biography disappeared. Could Tarina have something to do with this? That's impossible. She's already dead. She died hundreds of years ago. Kai's, Esther, and Fried too. The people knew. When he was Lynn, they're all dead. Then who's doing this? My head hurts. Then he opened the brown book that someone sent him through an owl. Rudian appeared from it and showed the system window. Seeing his progress, his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, why did his progress increase? Did using magic against humans increase progress? So, if he had a choice of any opponent, then was using violence the right way to increase progress all this time? There was a need to forcefully open the door to truth. How could that be possible? Let's not get carried away and think about it carefully. Power rules the world. It's true that it's logical. But he didn't think it could be done just by using force. Otherwise, he wouldn't do anything else. What's certain is that when magic was used against non-living targets, there was an increase of 0.1%. It's true that after the human fight with Logan, it increased by 0.8%. At the moment, he has no other evidence. It might be worth trying. However, using magic against living creatures within the school would be a problem. In that case, why doesn't he try becoming an adventurer? Because he needs money to buy the book as well. That wouldn't be bad. Right. The next day in the classroom, the girls greeted him. Good morning, Lord Rain. One girl asked, do he remember her by any chance? They are in the same class. Another girl noted she lived right next to his dormitory. A third girl remarked she saw him in her dream yesterday. What she mean is, her words were interrupted by Rain, who said he is sorry, but he has no intention of remembering their names or becoming friends with them, so could they please move aside? The red-haired girl noted, Lord Rain, he is too much. The girl with green hair exclaimed, he really has a way with jokes. The girl with brown hair remarked, there's no need to be so shy. Hearing that, a boy with green hair noted, hey, look over there. Rain is deceiving those girls again. Look at him, flirting with them. First thing in the morning. Does he not have classes? Another student replied, truly, he's the top when it comes to charisma. Krista approached the girls and stated, hey there, can they please clear the way? The girls returned to their seats. Gertrude Panton approached Rain and whispered, Lord, wasn't his real nickname the Casanova? Then she moved away with a smile. Rain sighed and said hey to Krista, who remarked, could he please not talk to her? Rain became confused, asked why is she angry? She replied she told him not to talk to her. Didn't they discuss this before? She said she wouldn't care anymore. Rain thought, is she angry because of the magic duel? And stated, that's right. They are either friends nor anything else. She noted, she is not exactly angry. Honestly, it was quite satisfying. His act of pretending to be weak despite being strong was truly unsightly. A strong person should show their strength. So straighten up and walk with confidence. He defeated both her and Logan. Besides, thanks to that, now he can trample him without hearing any talk of bullying the weak, so she is thankful. Be prepared. Next time she won't just flatten him, she will grind him into powder. Meanwhile, one student exclaimed, hey, it looks like Rain, the Prince of Charisma, and the valedictorian are going to clash. What an incredible matchup. Rain asked, first period is with Professor Owen. Is she going to keep standing there? She will get points deducted if she does. She replied, right, that's true. That was a close call, and thank him. Gertrude Panton thought, their sweet lady, if she practiced her declaration of war speech all night, at least do it properly. At the weekend in the Central Library, Karen stated, there's been a problem. Rain asked, what's the matter? She replied, it seems all the books related to Tarina have sold out. She has inquired with all the publishers in the Empire, and they're all sold out. Rain asked about the reason? She remarked, she is not sure of the details, but the Golden Children of the Dragon Orthodox Church's Heresy Interrogation Agency have suddenly put all books related to Tarina on the censorship list this year. He asked, has Tarina been judged a heresy? She replied, it seems so. Rain thought, they made a posthumous heresy judgment. Why on earth is this happening? And he asked, has she read that book? She replied, of course. As a librarian of the Central Library, it's a must-read. Being a disciple of the great Mage Lynn and the priestess of the Fire Dragon, Freed, that person has left behind many great achievements, just like those two. He asked, was there anything strange in it? Like something about black magic? She replied, strange parts? Not by her standards. And since it's a biography, even if there were dangerous contents, they would have been filtered out by the censorship. Rain thought, the mystery only deepens, and stated he will have to go to the black market. She asked why go there? He replied, everything's available there. From books judged as heresy to artifacts eroded by the abyss, there's nothing that he can't find. He should be able to find books related to Tarina quite easily. She replied, that's right. If it's the black market, he might be able to find it, but she is worried about the price. The rarity of it being a censored item would have driven the price up significantly. He thought, money really is the issue. Since the book is under suspicion of heresy, it would be too risky to take out a loan from the family to purchase it. She noted, it'd be at least 3 gold coins. With her salary, it's just impossible. Rain thought, he need to find a way to get the money first. He thought that, at least in this life, he wouldn't have to worry about money. A way to make a quick fortune. Should he sell magic scrolls on the streets? Or become a magic instructor? In times like these, a high-risk, high-return strategy is the only way to go. Let's see, the biggest bet he can place is his own life. Earning money by risking his life? Remembering something, he turned around, saying she has been a great help. She asked then, where is he going? He replied, there's something he wants to try doing. She asked about it. He stated, he is thinking of becoming an adventurer and earning some money in the process. She shouted, an adventurer? For someone from a noble house to engage in such lowly work, that's unacceptable, my lord. She will resolve it on her end, so please just wait a little longer. He remarked, if all goes well, he can quickly earn the amount required. It's the fastest method he can think of right now. She noted she is ashamed. The next morning, an old person asked, what's this? Rain Ludwig checked out the biography of Tarina. First years aren't allowed to check out books during their first semester. Who approved this loan? She replied, it seems Karen did it, judging by the time. She's only been here for 4 months. He asked, where is she now? She replied, today is her day off. He asked, did she not receive the loan regulations? She noted, that's a possibility too, but Rain might have insisted on it. She's not the kind of child to make such a mistake. A boy with blue hair added, could it be a mistake in the name? He meant to write the name of Professor Owen, who comes often, but Karen's handwriting is so messy, it's hard to tell if it's Ellen or Rain. With everyone talking about Rain lately, she might have written it wrong in the confusion. Besides, lately, Karen has been enjoying secret meetings with Lord Rain. When you're in love, anyone could make such a mistake. The old person stated, really? If that's the case, then there's no problem. After the meeting, let's correct the borrower's name to Professor Ellen Ludwig.
In the past, the concept of an adventurer was often associated with a perilous lifestyle, where individuals would risk their lives for the sake of money. This image conjured up thoughts of rough and rugged individuals, often gathered in shady taverns, ready to take on dangerous quests. Adventurers were seen more as thrill-seekers or mercenaries willing to put their lives on the line for a reward. However, this perception has significantly shifted over time. In the present day, adventurers are no longer merely seen as reckless individuals or mercenaries. Instead, they are viewed as skilled combat experts who provide valuable assistance to society. Whether it's protecting people, battling dangerous beasts, or taking on challenging tasks, adventurers have earned a reputation for being reliable and heroic figures. The top-tier adventurers, in particular, are almost regarded as heroes, reflecting how much the world's view of adventurers has evolved. As Rain entered the Adventurers Guild, he noticed a bustling scene with many people engaged in discussions. Amidst the chatter, he overheard a conversation between 2 individuals. One person lamented about the current state of business, mentioning that it was poor due to the absence of labyrinths, which are usually a source of work and income for adventurers. The second person responded with frustration, explaining that ever since the Red Dragon Legion departed, the Red Mountains had been overrun with beasts. This situation had created a lucrative opportunity for others who were capitalizing on the beast infestation, while he was stuck in a less advantageous position at the guild. As Rain continued through the Adventurers Guild, he overheard another group of people talking. One person, wearing a pink scarf, mentioned that there was a lot of commotion lately about rat spiders. A second person with blue hair responded, noting that their numbers were indeed alarming and questioning if they were dangerous. A third person, wearing a brown scarf, acknowledged the danger but pointed out that the bounty for dealing with them was quite attractive. Rain then approached the front desk, where a girl greeted him and inquired how she could assist. She noted his uniform and identified him as a student from Delayon. Rain expressed his intention to register as an adventurer. The front desk girl asked if he had any identification, to which Rain provided his student ID card. He then inquired about the registration time. The girl informed him that, given his status as a Delayon student, his identity could be verified immediately, and the process would take no more than 10 minutes. As she examined his ID, she noticed his family name, Ludwig, and was taken aback, realizing he was from a prominent and influential noble family. She wondered why someone of his background would want to become an adventurer and gazed at him with curiosity. Rain interrupted the front desk girl's thoughts by asking if there was anything else he needed to do. She handed him a form and instructed him to fill out the required information, specifically noting the importance of the last section. Curious, Rain asked about this section. She explained that it was a special agreement for nobles, which included a clause stating that the guild would not be responsible for any personal issues arising from adventure activities. She mentioned that this agreement was established due to past instances where many people, about 100 years ago, had tried to hold the guild accountable for such issues. Rain responded with an understanding, acknowledging the reason behind the special agreement. The front desk girl then handed Rain his adventure badge and informed him that his registration was complete. His current rank was Iron. She explained the ranking system. Ranks progress from Iron to Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and finally Diamond. Rain inquired if everyone starts at Iron rank. She clarified that not necessarily. One's combat experience or skills prior to becoming an adventurer can influence the starting rank. For mages, the rank reflects their adventure grade based on their skills and ability to handle requests. Rain acknowledged this information. The girl added that, since he hadn't taken the ranking test, he was starting at Iron rank. Rain understood the explanation. The front desk girl mentioned there were additional details Rain might want to know, but he felt he had enough information and thanked her. She wished him well, advising that as his rank increased, he would have access to a wider range of tasks and encouraged him to do his best. Rain thought about his new status as an adventurer, realizing that with his badge, he could now enter dangerous areas and undertake bounties, like the one for eliminating beasts. Noting he had 4 silver coins, he decided to start by hunting the rat spiders that had been discussed. Later, as Rain reviewed the request for rat spiders on the guild's board, he noted that the bounty was 2 silver coins per spider. He reasoned that the low bounty indicated they were likely weak. Determined to catch as many as possible, he resolved to head out and start his quest. A while later, Rain arrived at the base of Dragon's Peak and observed the mountain, reflecting on how much it had changed. His thoughts were interrupted by a shopkeeper selling high-grade life potions for just 10 copper coins each, with each potion providing an extra life. Rain noted that since the dragons who once managed this area had left, it had been overrun by monsters. As people started purchasing the potions, with some buying 1 and others buying 4, the shopkeeper noticed Rain and called out to him. He warned Rain that the area beyond was infested with monsters and offered him a potion. Rain declined the offer. After walking for a while, Rain spotted the stone stairs leading to the shrine of the fire dragon. He noticed they were still well maintained and thought about climbing them in the past with his friends, recalling fond memories. He thought about Fried and felt relieved that her hometown was safe. Determined, Rain declared to himself that he would rid the land of all the pests. Just then, a person with green hair called out to him. The individual, named Renlam, addressed Rain, recognizing him as a mage and noting that there was no point in trying to hide it, as Renlam's keen observation skills made it impossible to fool her. Rain responded to Renlam, saying he wasn't trying to hide his mage status and that anyone could identify him by his uniform. He questioned Renlam's showy behavior. Renlam dismissed Rain's concerns and insisted that he join their party, as they were in need of a mage. Rain asked for more details about the party. Renlam introduced Bart, pointing to a large figure behind Rain. Rain was taken aback by Bart's enormous size and exclaimed in shock, questioning how someone so monstrous-looking could be human. Renlam responded to Rain's reaction by saying it was harsh to judge Bart based on his appearance, explaining that despite his looks, Bart was actually quite sensitive. Renlam then introduced another party member, Sammy, who was the cleric responsible for healing. Sammy greeted Rain warmly, saying he was pleased to meet him and was in charge of healing. Renlam introduced herself as a genius archer and encouraged everyone to do their best. Meanwhile, Rain questioned whether the group was a criminal gang, targeting rookie adventurers. Renlam asked why Rain would think they were a criminal gang. Rain expressed his suspicion, questioning if Renlam's group was involved in human trafficking, pretending to recruit party members only to kidnap them. This accusation visibly shocked Renlam. Meanwhile, Rain noticed Bart's intense gaze, which made him a bit uneasy. He challenged Bart, ready to fight, but was surprised when Bart's eyes welled up with tears and he began crying. Renlam quickly reassured Bart, telling him not to cry and explaining that such misunderstandings were not uncommon. Rain sighed and asked Renlam why they would want someone like him, an iron-rank adventurer, in their party. Renlam reassured Rain, saying that ranks didn't matter to them. She explained that she could judge people's strength by their scent and mentioned that Bart was concerned about Rain facing the monster-infested mountain path alone. Rain's thoughts then drifted to Esther. Sammy added that many young adventurers came to the area to earn money and often ended up in accidents, but they were not forcing Rain to join them. He was free to go alone if he preferred. Feeling a bit disappointed for having initially misjudged them, Rain thanked them for the advice and said he was more comfortable working alone as he moved away. Renlam acknowledged Rain's decision with understanding and reassured Bart not to worry too much. She then announced that they would hunt the rat spiders themselves, having already identified their habitat, and expressed determination to succeed this time. Rain, overhearing their conversation, turned on and grabbed Renlam's shoulder just as she was about to explain her plan. Rain introduced himself and offered his magical assistance if needed. With this, Rain decided to join the party. He set off with Renlam, Bart, and Sammy to hunt the rat spiders. After a while of searching for rat spiders, Rain commented that they had been walking for a long time without seeing any signs of the creatures and questioned if they were really present. Bart explained that rat spiders were very shy and typically avoided human sight, but their presence could be detected by marks where they had gnawed on trees. He reassured Rain that the creatures must be nearby. Bart then proposed that the profits from their hunt be divided into 4 parts, which Rain agreed to. While Renlam examined the tracks left by the rat spiders, Sammy asked Rain if it was his first time as an adventurer, and if he knew the habits of rat spiders. Rain admitted he did not and requested an explanation. Sammy explained that rat spiders are monsters with the head of a rat and the body of a spider. Their colony is structured with a queen, soldiers, and workers. The worker class are omnivorous pests that gnaw at trees, while the soldier class is aggressive towards humans. Rain inquired about the queen, noting that she wasn't mentioned in the request. Sammy clarified that the colony in question didn't have a queen. The strategy was to focus on killing the soldier class, as the queen rarely surfaced and was not a primary target. Rain questioned why they should leave the queen alone and not attempt to kill all the rat spiders. Bart explained that the queen was far more dangerous than the soldiers. Capturing the queen would require a large-scale operation and significant resources, so their focus was on eliminating the soldiers who posed a direct threat to daily life. Rain wondered if a monster of the queen's level would have a substantial bounty. Renlam, inspecting the long grass nearby, advised against pursuing the queen, stating that even experienced adventurers like herself and Bart would find facing her challenging. Renlam then discovered the rat spider's hunting ground and eagerly jumped in to start the hunt. She used his archery skills to take down the rat spiders, while Bart employed his axe skills for the same purpose. Meanwhile, Rain and Sammy stayed back, observing the battle without actively participating. Renlam and Bart coordinated their efforts to fight the rat spiders, watching out for each other during the battle. Suddenly, another adventurer shouted from behind, warning them that the rat spiders were swarming in their direction. Renlam realized that the rat spiders had picked up their trail and were following them. She instructed Bart to finish off the current swarm quickly to prevent the approaching adventurers from interfering. Bart complied and increased his pace. Meanwhile, Rain observed as Bart, Renlam, and the other adventurers' party continued to combat and eliminate the rat spider swarm. Rain questioned whether he really didn't need to fight, given that they had agreed to split the profits equally. Sammy responded that his role was to assist with lighting the campfire and preparing drinking water later on. Rain expressed confusion about why they had recruited him if he wasn't expected to join the battle. Sammy explained that Renlam and the others genuinely wanted to help him, just as they had helped Sammy when he needed money for a priesthood exam. Sammy shared that even though he had earned enough money, they continued to include him in their party, which made him feel valued and supported. Rain asked if this support was an example of unconditional love, suggesting it sounded like something that would please a deity. Sammy agreed, noting that while he wasn't sure why, he felt a profound sense of camaraderie with Renlam and Bart that went beyond religious or divine explanations. He described it as a genuine desire to be together, as fellow human beings, which made their time together enjoyable and overwhelming. Feeling slightly embarrassed for oversharing, Sammy apologized to Rain, saying he felt it was inappropriate for someone who serves a god to talk so much about personal feelings. Rain remarked on how pleasant it was to travel with others, recalling his own experiences traveling with friends and specifically thinking about Turina. He then asked Sammy if he knew anything about Turina. Sammy recognized the name Turina, referring to her as the Priestess of Ashes, and confirmed that he knew about her. When Rain asked if Turina had ever been labeled a heretic by the church, Sammy responded that he thought she might have been, but he wasn't entirely sure. Meanwhile, a blue-haired adventurer chased a fleeing rat spider and quickly caught up to it. Just as he was about to kill the rat spider, a massive rat spider appeared before him, startling him. His shocked reaction was followed by screams echoing through the forest. Hearing the commotion, everyone became alert and looked around, wondering what was happening and if something was approaching them. At that moment, the enormous rat spider emerged from the dense forest, carrying the corpse of the adventurer who had been screaming earlier. Bart and Renlam, witnessing the terrifying sight, were visibly nervous and questioned the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the other adventurers were horrified and began sweating profusely upon realizing that they were facing the Queen of the Rat Spiders. Seeing the Queen of the Rat Spiders, Rain turned to Sammy and asked what was happening, noting that they had been told the Queen never came above ground. Sammy, equally shocked, remarked that the Queen was unusually large, twice the size of a normal queen, and that there were no records of such a creature in any documents. Renlam explained that the Queen's appearance was a consequence of having left it alone for too long. The Rat Queen emitted a deafening scream that caused Rain's party to become dizzy and experience pain in their heads. Meanwhile, the other adventurers, overwhelmed with fear, began fleeing from the Queen. Bart, trying to maintain control of the situation, urged the adventurers not to turn their backs on the Queen and to confront it head-on. At the same time, Sammy observed a group of rat spiders nearby reacting to the Queen's scream. Sammy quickly warned Bart and Renlam that they needed to retreat. Rain questioned why they should retreat over just one large creature. Sammy explained that it wasn't just about the Queen. When she appeared, the other rat spiders would form a slaughtering horde. As the rat spiders began attacking the fleeing adventurers, Renlam started fighting them off, expressing frustration and criticizing the newbies for their lack of courage. Bart advised Renlam that simply dealing with the rat spiders would not be sufficient, and that they needed to target the queen directly. Renlam agreed and gave orders to Sammy to care for the injured newbies, while instructing Rain to protect Sammy. Renlam then focused on the queen, drawing her attention to Queen and launching 4 arrows simultaneously, all of which struck her. Observing Renlam's simultaneous arrow attack on the queen, Rain thought of the impressive impact shooting technique called Kai's. Meanwhile, a group of rat spiders charged at Renlam, but was swiftly defeated by Bart's axe attacks, which surprised Rain. Bart then charged towards the queen, who was injured from Renlam's arrows. He leaped into the air and delivered a powerful axe strike aimed at the queen's head. As Bart's axe attack landed on the queen, the fleeing adventurers believed it was a decisive blow, thinking they had successfully defeated the queen. Rain, however, noticed a black substance oozing from the queen's injury and shouted at Bart to move away, warning him that touching it could be deadly. Bart, hearing the warning, released his grip on his axe and quickly jumped back. Sammy then observed the substance and identified it as a black liquid, not blood. The group was astonished to see the queen still moving despite the severe injury. The queen used her hand to remove Bart's axe from her wounded head, revealing that the axe was melting due to the black liquid. In a startling display, the queen regenerated her injured eye and head, shocking everyone with the unexpected recovery. Suddenly, the queen lunged at Bart, biting his left arm. Bart experienced intense pain and struggled to free his arm from the queen's grasp. Meanwhile, Renlam shot an arrow at the queen while being attacked by 2 rat spiders. The arrow struck the queen in the face, but Renlam continued to fend off the surrounding rat spiders, shouting, "Get lost, you weaklings, get out of my way." Seeing the group struggling against the queen, Sammy turned to Rain and told him to join the fight and attack the queen, assuring Rain that he was fine. Rain did not immediately respond to Sammy because he was preoccupied with thoughts of the black liquid, which he recognized as dark poison associated with black magic that devours the soul. He realized that this was the same dark magic that had killed him in the past and began to sweat profusely. As he looked around, Rain concluded that a black magician must be nearby, having strengthened the queen. He suspected that these dark magicians were close by. Sammy, noticing Rain's distress, grabbed his shoulder and urged him to get a grip, explaining that he was the only one left who could use attack spells, as Sammy himself couldn't. Sammy expressed his concern about not wanting to lose their comrades. Rain then turned around and saw that Renlam was being pinned down by several rat spiders and Bart's left hand was still trapped in the queen's jaws. Rain asked urgently how much they would earn for taking down the queen, requesting the information quickly. Sammy informed Rain that taking down the queen would yield around 20 gold coins, which was equivalent to the bounty for 1,000 rat spiders. Rain considered this a worthwhile reward and decided to act. He cast a spell on the arrow Renlam had previously lodged in the queen, causing intense pain. The attack drew the queen's attention, prompting her to immediately begin healing herself. Rain followed up by casting a light spell that blinded the rat queen and her minions. Using the opportunity created by the blindness, he employed his plant magic to throw Bart and Renlam to a safer position. He instructed Sammy to attend to Bart and Renlam. Turning to the other adventurers, Rain urged them to ensure the healing priest was protected and to form defensive positions quickly if they wanted to escape alive. The group surrounded Sammy as instructed. Rain then launched another attack aimed at cutting one of the queen's legs, but she immediately healed it, prompting Rain to think that losing a leg didn't hinder her at all. Realizing that he needed to engage the queen at close range, Rain rushed towards her, fighting through her minions along the way. Meanwhile, Sammy, while healing Renlam, expressed concern for Rain's safety. Rain, approaching the queen, used a fireball spell to create a distraction while setting up a 3-star magic circle. However, he was surprised when the queen's speed disrupted the magic circle, leading him to doubt the effectiveness of the 3-star spell and the limits of his magic usage. Staying calm, Rain decided he needed to understand the enemy better. He activated Belle Sidious and was surprised to observe that a 3-star black magic spell was being used on the Rat Queen. Rain quickly cast a spell to jump away from the Queen, reflecting on the high concentration of dark poison and realizing that enduring it with his body was impossible. He considered using Belle Sidious to intercept the poison but worried that desperate measures like 4-star magic might be too risky. He recognized that a failure could be fatal and suspected that a black magician was nearby. Faced with this high risk, Rain was torn, feeling desperate and unsure of what action to take. As Rain struggled with his thoughts, Renlum, observing him, believed Rain must have a plan. Despite his injuries, Renlum got up and moved towards the Queen. Sammy, noticing Renlum's severe bleeding, urged him to lie down, but Renlum insisted she was fine. Sammy continued to argue that Renlum was not okay. In response, Renlum shouted Sammy's name and instructed him to take care of Bart. Renlum moved forward toward the Queen, fighting off rat spiders along the way. An adventurer, noticing Renlum's condition, asked if she was okay. Renlum told him to stop worrying about her and to focus on dealing with the smaller rat spiders. Meanwhile, Rain continued to ponder his strategies and concluded that their current approach wasn't effective. He decided that retreating for now was necessary. Rain's thoughts were interrupted when he heard something smashing into the trees. Turning around, he was shocked to see the Queen hurling her offspring at him. One of the thrown offspring hit the branch where Rain was sitting, causing it to break and making Rain fall to the ground. The Queen immediately rushed to attack him, but Rain managed to defend himself by casting an earth wall spell to block her attack. As Rain was concerned about how to handle the Queen, an arrow struck the Queen's eye, causing her significant pain. Rain was perplexed as the Queen removed the arrow, and her eye quickly regenerated. The arrow had been fired by Renlum, who then taunted the Queen, saying, "She told Queen not to ignore her, damn rat bastard." The Queen charged towards Renlum, who nervously smiled and dropped her bow, standing still. As the Queen prepared to attack him, Rain, frustrated, was about to cast a light spell. However, Renlum quickly drew a dagger and threw it at the Queen, hitting her in the air. The Queen fell to the ground from the impact, and Renlum managed to evade the Queen's attack. Renlum declared she would distract the Queen and urged Rain to take her down. Rain thought he could remain unseen by hiding behind a rock to prepare a spell. Meanwhile, Renlum, severely injured and mentally exhausted, continued dodging attacks despite his weakened state. He pleaded with his body to hold on just a little longer, but his strength gave out. The Queen then landed a direct hit on her, causing Renlum to crash to the ground. Sammy attempted to assist Renlum, but other adventurers stopped him, warning that it was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Rain continued preparing his spell to attack the Queen. As the Queen aimed to crush Renlum, Sammy rushed forward and intervened, saving Renlum from the attack. Renlum, surprised, asked Sammy what he was doing. Sammy told Renlum that everyone needed to survive and return safely so they could all smile together again. He urged Renlum to stop acting recklessly and began healing her. Renlum apologized and said she would write an apology letter when they returned. Sammy agreed and insisted Renlum prepare for it. Both then readied themselves to confront the advancing Rat Queen, who charged towards them to attack. Rain's spell activated, creating a massive tornado of fire around the Rat Queen and setting it ablaze. Observing the spell, the others noted that the magic circle was formed by 4 triangles with runes inscribed as angle, Yolgyun, and explosion, and that it involved complex equations including 14 polynomials and 7 rational expressions. The spell culminated in a powerful explosion that ultimately killed the Queen. The adventurers were astonished by powerful magic spell. Meanwhile, Rain, leaning against a rock, thought to himself how he used to perform such feats effortlessly in his previous life. With the Queen's death, the influence over the rat spiders dissipated, causing them to revert to normal and flee. The adventurers quickly urged each other to prevent any of the escaping rat spiders from getting away. Sammy rushed to check on Bart's condition while Renlam observed the burned remains of the Rat Queen, reflecting on how Rain had taken down such a formidable foe with a single spell. Sammy began healing Bart, who was injured but had a strong constitution. Renlam, feeling dizzy from exhaustion, asked about Bart's condition. Sammy reassured her that Bart would survive and recover without major issues. Renlam sighed in relief and expressed gratitude for the outcome. Bart, concerned, apologized and asked if Renlam was okay. Renlam reassured him, saying she had received first aid and was fine, attributing their difficulties to bad luck. She was astonished by the Queen's unexpected regenerative abilities, noting that there were no records of such traits in the Guild's database. She also commented on Rain's impressive ability to defeat the Queen in a single attack. Rain was unconscious from magical overload. Sammy checked on him and assured that he would recover with rest. Renlam realized that Rain must have cast the powerful fire spell, and Sammy agreed. Renlam questioned why Rain had hidden behind a rock despite the Queen being in sight, noting that revealing himself would have gained him recognition. Sammy wondered about Rain's decision to stay concealed. Renlam emphasized that healing Rain was the immediate priority and suggested discussing other matters later. Meanwhile, Rain experienced a dream from his past life where he insisted on not having his name included in records. Fried questioned his request, and an old man expressed confusion about Rain's wish to avoid being listed as a hero, noting that it was intended to honor his contributions to humanity. In the dream, Esther asked Lynn if she disliked them, to which Fried responded with annoyance, calling Lynn a troublemaker. Lynn clarified that she wasn't on the journey for a grand mission or destiny like Kai's, Fried, or Esther. Instead, his journey was driven by personal curiosity and coincidence. He felt he didn't deserve to have his name included in records, fearing it might tarnish their reputation. Kai's then patted Lynn's head. Fried commented on Lynn's growing cuteness, calling his a reckless kid. Esther, surprised, asked if Fried was genuinely worried about that. Lynn clarified that his concern wasn't about worry but rather a logical observation. Esther reassured Lynn that despite what he might think, he was an important member of their party and shouldn't focus on self-sacrifice. Fried told Lynn to continue being himself, as usual, while Esther affirmed that the world recognizes him as a great mage of the hero's party. Rain then woke up, finding himself being carried by Bart. He asked where he was, and Renlam informed him that they were on their way back to the academy. Rain thought about his return to the Golden Rose Academy, noting the exhaustion and relief that the Black Magician hadn't detected them. Bart then asked Rain if the fire spell was his doing, and Renlam confirmed his suspicion, insisting that Rain shouldn't lie about it. Rain acknowledged that he wasn't hiding his role in the spell, and Renlam revealed that she had reported the use of a merchant's scroll instead of Rain's spell to keep it a secret. Rain preferred to leave it as is. Renlam expressed his gratitude, noting that Rain's magic had been crucial in saving them and offering her thanks. Rain insisted that he hadn't done them a favor, while Sammy suggested giving all the reward money to Rain. Renlam agreed, but remarked that she had expected Rain to offer the money to everyone or suggest a fair distribution. Rain's reaction was one of surprise, noting that the reward was his rightful share. Renlam reflected that she might have expected too much from Rain. Rain, initially joking about keeping all the reward, later clarified that he only needed 5 gold coins and suggested the rest be split among the others. Bart insisted that Rain deserved the full reward, while Renlam emphasized that they owed Rain their lives and urged him to take the reward. Despite their insistence, Rain tried to downplay his contribution, telling them to take what they needed. Rain acknowledged Renlam's suggestion that they had all come together because of Renlam's efforts. Renlam proposed using their current situation to build connections, aiming to become the best adventurers, and Rain agreed that it was a good idea. Sammy then reminded Rain of his earlier question about Turina and shared that, based on some overheard information at the parish, Turina had reportedly engaged in black magic in his later years.
Then Rain and the adventure party sing their goodbyes and parting ways. As the party leaves, Rain's expression shifts to a more serious demeanor. He reflects on how Tarina Nim apparently became involved with black magic in her later years. Later, while in the laboratory, Rain is reading through a book, searching for any mention of Tarina's involvement with black magic, but finds nothing. Rain then recalls a memory from his past life, when he was traveling with the hero party as Lynn. In that memory, he comes across a village that has been consumed by the abyss. While exploring the ruined area, Lynn finds a young Tarina, just 7 years old, sitting alone in a half-submerged ruin in a swamp. Upon seeing her, Lynn lights a fire and approaches Tarina, who is visibly scared, trembling and closing her eyes. Lynn, in an attempt to comfort her, takes out a bread and offers it, reassuring her that it's not poisoned. However, Tarina doesn't take the bread. Lynn, seeing her reluctance, leaves the bread beside her and comments that there's nothing else to offer. After a brief silence, Tarina finally speaks, revealing that everyone she knew, her family, friends, and others, were all dead, implying a deep loss and trauma that has affected her. He questions her about the isolation of her village, asking if they had any contact with the outside world. Tarina, still traumatized, responds with uncertainty, saying she doesn't know. Lynn stands up, reflecting on the remoteness of the village, realizing that no one, including himself, even knew it existed. He then notes how Tarina might be the only person left who remembers the village and its people, expressing the deep loneliness that comes with being forgotten. He asks if she's okay with that, warning that if she dies, the memory of her village would vanish without a trace. Tarina, overcome with emotion, replies that she doesn't want that to happen. Lynn then offers her bread again, insisting that she has to survive, not just for herself, but to keep the memory of her village and its people alive. Tarina finally accepts the bread, eating while crying, marking a turning point in her resolve. After that day, Tarina begins to follow Lynn everywhere. She shows a natural talent for magic, and Lynn teaches her basic survival spells. One day, while drawing a magic circle on a scroll under Lynn's guidance, Tarina successfully activates the spell, surprising everyone in the hero party. Despite this, Lynn never intended for Tarina to become a great mage. Esther, a member of the hero party, suggests leaving Tarina at the next village church for her safety, and Freed agrees, pointing out that traveling with them is too dangerous for a child. Lynn, however, continues to teach Tarina magic, not to make her a powerful mage, but to give her the skills to survive on her own after they part ways. The next day, as they travel, Lynn tells her to take everything he teaches seriously, as if her life depends on it, and Tarina eagerly agrees, calling him master. Tarina learns diligently, without complaints, practicing practical magic meant to help others, such as putting out small fires with water magic and using earth magic to rescue people from falling. These spells were designed for survival and aiding others. Freed, one of Lynn's companions, teasingly asks if Lynn is attracted to Tarina, implying that he might be into younger girls. Esther joins in, asking if it's true. Lynn dismisses their comments, telling them to say something that makes sense. Internally, Lynn reflects on why he grew attached to Tarina. He wonders if it was out of sympathy or pity, or perhaps because he saw a kindred spirit in her, as her situation mirrored his own past struggles. However, Lynn knew that their time practicing magic together couldn't last forever. Eventually, the day arrived when the hero party had to leave Tarina at a village church. Though her expression was dark and filled with sadness, Tarina surprised everyone by quietly saying goodbye without causing any fuss. Esther, uncomfortable with the situation, suggests that they leave the village quickly to avoid making things worse emotionally. Lynn agrees, bidding Tarina farewell with a simple "take care, Tarina." The priest, welcoming her into the church, tries to comfort her by saying that this will be her new home and that the church members will be her new family. He assures her that, though it might feel unfamiliar at first, she will adjust in time. However, Tarina refuses to accept this, asserting that the church is not her home and that the priest and others are not her family. She begins preparing a spell, defiantly stating that her only family is her masters, the hero party, particularly Lynn, who taught her everything she knows. A short time after the hero party leaves Tarina at the church, another person enters and asks the priest if the admission process for the new girl is complete. To his shock, they find the priest bound by a spell. Panicked, the person suggests organizing a search party, suspecting that Tarina is responsible. However, the priest, surprisingly calm, tells him that there's no need for a search party and to simply let Tarina go. The priest then recalls the moment Tarina cast the spell to bind him. He had demanded an explanation, telling her to release him immediately. Tarina, apologizing, explained that she needed to be by her master's side. Reflecting on the incident, the priest muses that youthful determination is admirable. The other person, confused by the priest's calmness, comments on how composed he is despite the situation. Meanwhile, as the hero party distances themselves from the village, Lynn hears someone calling out to him. He turns and is surprised to see Tarina running after them, calling him master and asking to go with them. Stunned, Lynn questions how she managed to escape the church. Tarina explains that she used the magic Lynn had taught her to escape. Confused but realizing her resolve, Tarina bows deeply, pleading with Lynn to let her stay with the party. She promises she won't cause any trouble. Lynn looks to Esther, the leader of the party, for approval before agreeing, though he warns Tarina that they won't be able to stay together forever. Suddenly, Lynn becomes stern and asks if Tarina hurt anyone with the magic she used to escape. Tarina quickly reassures him that she didn't. Satisfied with her answer, Lynn firmly reminds Tarina that magic should never be used to harm others. Tarina happily agrees to join Lynn and the hero party. As they travel together, she begins to blossom in her magical talents. Although she is somewhat of a troublemaker, her innate abilities are undeniable. The members of the hero party, recognizing her potential, start guiding her in various magical fields. Tarina absorbs new spells and skills eagerly, much like a sponge soaking up water. Despite her tendency to get ahead of herself, her skills improve dramatically. Eventually, she reaches a level where she can take on powerful monsters, and the party officially welcomes her as a full member. As a gesture of support, Esther provides Tarina with new clothes, which she appreciates greatly. Lynn offers her his stray hat, which she had long admired, but playfully adds that she can only have it if she manages to snatch it from him. As their journey approaches its conclusion, Tarina surprises everyone by successfully snatching Lynn's hat, showcasing her abilities and how much she after traveling with hero part. During the climactic final battle against the Abyss, Tarina demonstrates how much she has grown, proving to be a valuable asset to the party. However, when the time comes for final battle, Lynn firmly tells her that she will be staying behind. Confused, Tarina asks why, insisting that she can fight and handle herself, highlighting her confidence in her abilities. Esther supports Lynn's decision, explaining that both she and Lynn agree it's best not to take Tarina with them. Frustrated, Tarina turns to her comrades, Freed and Kais, hoping they will speak up in her defense, but they remain silent. Feeling betrayed, she protests that it's unfair to leave her behind after they've been together for so long. Lynn explains that she is still a rookie and that the enemy they face is too dangerous. He reminds her that their journey began with just the four of them and that they need to finish it that way. He reassures her that they will return and promises to teach her more magic when they do. Holding back tears, Tarina declares that she will wait for their return. Thus, their adventures with Tarina come to an emotional end. In the present, Rain stands up from his seat, troubled by the thought of Tarina's past. He struggles to understand why she would get involved with black magic, especially given the suspicious censorship surrounding the books related to her. Suddenly, a system window appears, informing Rain that progress in unique magic research can continue in his current environment, with the progress indicator jumping from 37.9% to 39.9%. Rain smiles upon seeing the increase, reflecting that eliminating the monster rats likely only accounted for a 2% gain, realizing they still have a long way to go in his research. As he continues to peruse the book, Rain stumbles upon a line written by Tarina, our coolest master in the world. Reading this brings him joy, and he starts laughing, feeling a connection to her affection and admiration. Meanwhile, two figures in green cloaks arrive at the scene of the defeated Queen Rat Spider. One of them, visibly agitated, expresses frustration, noting that he had hoped the Queen would significantly reduce the number of adventurers in the area and draw out the so-called Golden Children. The second figure remains calm and analytical, pointing out that the residual heat from the fire indicates a powerful explosion, likely resulting from 4-star magic. He deduces that the adventurers Renlum and Bart are responsible for the destruction. The flustered cloaked figure vows to take revenge on them, declaring that he will skin them alive. However, the calm figure cautions against this, explaining that such an act would leave evidence of their presence in the South, potentially alerting the Golden Children to their plans. He emphasizes that they cannot jeopardize their grand scheme for the sake of revenge. In response, the flustered figure argues that they could simply carry out their revenge without getting caught. The calm figure then redirects the conversation, suggesting that there are more pressing matters at hand. When asked what could be more important than revenge, he responds that they should first report to Tarina. The next morning, Rain arrives at the local development magic club, where two students greet him at the gate. They express concern for his well-being, noting that he looks tired. Rain reassures them, saying he is fine and not to worry. As they enter the classroom, an announcement is made, urging attendees to take their seats as the number of members has increased significantly, and they might not have enough chairs. The club president, Jahello, introduces himself, expressing his surprise and happiness at the high turnout. He explains the club's purpose, to develop magic for local community development. Suddenly, a student walks into the room, catching Jahello and the other students off guard. It's Logan, the freshman whom Rain previously defended in one-on-one duel. Logan introduces himself, stating that he looks forward to working with everyone. Jahello welcomes him and instructs him to take a seat, as they are about to start. Rain notices that the only empty seat is next to him and shouts out to Logan, surprising him with the suggestion. Jahello, maintaining a positive tone, encourages everyone to begin with a fresh mindset. As Logan takes a seat beside Rain, Rain comments on Logan's adherence to promises, to which Logan responds that he is merely following the rules. The class then continues, with Jahello explaining various magic circles and their applications. Meanwhile, Rain becomes introspective, reflecting on the existence of dark mages in this era and contemplating whether he would be able to defeat them if they crossed paths again. To assess his current abilities, Rain summons Rudian, triggering a system window that displays his status: magic power, 12,564, and stamina, 311. Rain contemplates his status window, identifying stamina as his primary issue. He recognizes the need to quickly improve his physical condition, but understands that random exercises won't suffice. He wishes he had someone knowledgeable to guide him. His gaze shifts to Logan, who is sitting beside him, suggesting he might be the solution to his dilemma. Later, in the training ground, Logan takes on the role of instructor, energetically guiding Rain through his exercises. Logan instructs Rain to bend his arms so that his chest touches the ground, ensuring he maintains the correct posture. As Rain complies, Logan encourages him. He then challenges Rain to hold the position for 10 seconds, pushing him to focus and build his endurance. Rain, drenched in sweat, finds it increasingly difficult to maintain the strenuous position Logan has imposed on him. He pushed Rain to his physical limits. He insists that Rain hold the position, encouraging him to push through discomfort until he collapses. Logan's commanding voice echoes as he reprimands Rain for not adhering to his instructions, questioning his dedication and seriousness. Despite the grueling nature of the training and his frustration with Logan's harsh methods, Rain is resolute. While he feels a strong urge to retaliate against Logan's relentless commands, he recognizes that enduring this challenging training is essential for building his stamina. Earlier, during a class, Rain had approached Logan for help with physical training. Logan's initial reaction was one of skepticism, and he acknowledges his defeat at the hands of the Rain, questioning the value of learning from someone who has lost. However, Rain quickly dismissed the grudge, recognizing Logan's strength and reputation as a member of a muscle-building expert group. This acknowledgement, rather than boosting Logan's ego, momentarily angers him, as he feels belittled. Realizing the misunderstanding, Rain insists that he's not mocking Logan. He expresses genuine admiration for Logan's skills, noting his surprise at how advanced Logan is for his age. Although flattered, Logan is still reluctant to help due to his insecurities about their previous encounter. Rain stresses the importance of physical strength as a foundation for overall power and emphasizes his desire for proper training from an experienced individual. He makes it clear that he values Logan's expertise. However, despite Rain's earnest appeal, Logan sighs in response. That's true. There's probably no one more qualified in this field than him. But he can't teach him. Please find someone else. Rain begins by expressing his willingness to compensate Logan for assistance, but is quickly interrupted by Logan, who points out the inherent conflict between them. As members of opposing factions, Rain from the magic aristocracy and Logan from one of the 8 schools, they are traditionally viewed as enemies, leading Logan to question the possibility of mutual support. Rain, undeterred, attempts to make a point. He prepares a magic spell, but quickly retracts it, teasingly exclaiming bang to confuse Logan. He then explains that had he truly wanted to kill Logan, he would have done so, asserting that they aren't enemies but fellow students engaged in the same pursuit of knowledge and magic. This argument surprises Logan, who reflects on Rain's unexpected perspective, recognizing it as a compelling and bewildering stance for someone from the opposing side. Returning to the present at the training ground, Rain, exhausted from their training session, asks Logan if it's finally over. Logan, noticing Rain's fatigue, expresses his surprise that Rain hasn't given up yet. Rain lies on the ground, making it clear he is serious about his exercise. Logan insists they move on to the next exercise, urging Rain to get up. However, Rain protests, claiming his body isn't responding due to exhaustion. Logan dismisses his complaint, highlighting his inexperience and expressing skepticism about Rain's condition. He adds a layer of concern, suggesting that if they were seen working together, it could provoke backlash from their respective factions, the magic aristocracy and the 8 schools. Rain, frustrated by Logan's insistence on their conflicting loyalties, retorts that they should disregard the opinions of others and suggests that Logan should be more assertive when faced with complaints. This remark brings a smile to Logan's face, leading him to reach down and grab Rain's hand, pulling him up with a newfound camaraderie. Logan acknowledges Rain's point, a shift in their dynamic from adversaries to allies, united by their shared goal of learning magic despite their backgrounds. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Owen, the homeroom professor, stands and smiles as he overhears the conversation between Rain and Logan. His amusement is interrupted when Krista, a fellow student, notices them and shouts, demanding to know what they are doing. She accuses them of fighting, drawing attention to their sweaty appearances. Rain quickly defends himself, stating they are not fighting, and Krista questions what they are doing that would leave them drenched in sweat. Rain replies that they were working out, confirming his earlier statement. Logan gave Rain a bottle and asked him to take it. When Rain questioned what was inside, Logan explained it was purified magic water and magic protein. Krista then expressed her disbelief, questioning Rain's judgment and suggesting he had been influenced by Logan. This accusation flusters Logan, who retorts angrily at Krista for her comments and insists they are having a meaningful time together, defending his friendship with Rain. Krista, feeling frustrated, points out the oddity of Logan's sudden friendliness towards Rain. Just then, Professor Owen approaches, placing a hand on Krista's shoulder to calm her, reminding her to lower her voice. Krista nervously acknowledges the professor, while Logan asks what brings Owen to their training area. Professor Owen responds that he was passing by and saw a bunch of monkeys gathered, implying that the students' antics are somewhat foolish, and mentions he has an announcement to make. Rain asks Professor Owen if he mentioned midterms, and Owen confirms that they will begin in 3 weeks. Rain initially perceives this as good news, believing that midterms are an opportunity to measure his progress. Krista stated that this is Delayon University, and it's not just a regular exam. Professor Owen elaborated that it's essentially a rite of passage, distinguishing those who will succeed from those who will fail. Delayton's educational philosophy is one of infinite competition, meaning that those who do not keep up with their exams will be left behind. This ominous warning emphasizes the high stakes of the upcoming tests and encourages the students to prepare diligently. Later, Rain returns to his room and lies on his bed, contemplating his upcoming responsibilities. He decides to open a book and summon Rudian, possibly seeking guidance or clarity on what he needs to focus on before the exams. However, Rudian begins to behave oddly, prompting Rain to question what is happening. In the next moment, Rain finds himself in a vast, empty space, which surprises him. Confused, he surveys his surroundings and wonders about the situation. Rudian then displays a window that reveals crucial information. Rain has made progress in researching unique magic, showing an increase from 39.9% to 40.0% proficiency. This unexpected advancement shocks Rain, and he questions why this progress is occurring now. A subsequent system window appears, indicating that a new mana circuit has opened. The analysis reveals that a mental barrier, Flowing World Lord, can be deployed within a 20-meter radius of the circuit opener. This barrier significantly enhances the success rate of magic combinations using unique runes and unique mathematical formulas by 33% and amplifies their power by 66%. However, it also indicates that casting this barrier requires 20,000 mana, while Rain currently possesses only 12,564 mana. The window warns that an activation seal is designated for using the mental barrier, Flowing World Lord. In the next moment, the vast space Rain found himself in disappears, and he returns to his room. He nervously looks at Rudian, reflecting on the significance of the mental barrier technique he learned, realizing that his proficiency in unique magic has reached 40%. He recalls that only 2 sages in history were able to use such a secret technique, which fills him with amazement. The following morning, Rain conceals a symbol that appeared on his hand the previous night by wrapping it in cloth. He steps out of his room and makes his way through a crowded street, thinking about his destination, the black market. He notices the pleasant weather and reflects on how hectic the past few days have been, finally feeling he can enjoy a moment of peace. As he continues his thoughts, Rain accidentally bumps into someone and quickly apologizes without checking who it was. The person responds, "It's okay. Between them, it's nothing." Rain discovers it's Bart, along with his adventure party members Sammy and Renlum. Rain greets them, saying, "Hello, it's been a while," to which Renlum humorously points out that they saw each other just a few days ago, noting that it isn't really a long time. Bart playfully grabs Rain and throws him over his shoulder, beginning to carry him away. Rain protests, demanding to be put down, but Renlum chimes in, explaining that university students are always busy, and this is their only way to hang out together. Rain jokes about it being kidnapping, while Sammy mentions that the Adventurer Guild will be awarding commendations for their recent successful rat spider subjugation, emphasizing that the main hero, Rain, cannot be left out of the ceremony. Rain questions whether he really has to receive the commendation, and Sammy insists he shouldn't be so stubborn. He reassures Rain that the ceremony will be brief and that it's beneficial to attend, especially since the commendation is being awarded by the Adventurer Guild's headquarters. At the Adventurer Guild branch, a crowd gathers, recognizing Bart from Black Iron and Renlum from Drunken Archer, alongside Rain, who they note as the eldest son of the Ludwig family. Rain dismisses the attention, asking if it's really something worth fussing over. Renlum explains that Bart is from the prestigious One Saint Seven Sword School, and Renlum himself is from the Drunken Archer School. He praises Rain for defeating a monster that even challenged their skills, calling it an incredible feat. Rain, in his typical manner, downplays their abilities, questioning whether their teachers were simply not that skilled. Renlum reacts angrily, but Bart steps in, explaining that while it might seem that way to Rain, both he and Renlum have fought many battles to earn their silver rank. However, they were humbled by their encounter with the Monster Queen, realizing their limitations. Their conversation is interrupted when a prominent figure arrives, drawing everyone's attention. Bao Saint Raurin, one of the Emperor's 4 martial stars. The crowd whispers excitedly, recognizing him as a powerful figure dispatched by the headquarters. Sammy explains that the Empire selects the best warriors and bestows upon them the prestigious title of the Emperor's 4 martial stars, granting them immense power and honor while they support the Emperor. Raurin's overwhelming presence lives up to his reputation. Renlum becomes visibly nervous, trying to hide his identity. When Sammy asks what's wrong, Raurin recognizes Renlum and teasingly asks what the cutie is doing there, revealing that Renlum left the dojo and dyed his hair. Raurin jokingly suggests that Renlum might be following him and asks whether he got permission from his brother. Embarrassed, Renlum shouts at Raurin to leave. Raurin then turns his attention to Bart, recognizing him as the leader of the party. He praises Bart for being strong enough to defeat the mutant, remarking that Bart must have had a hard time managing Renlum. Bart corrects him, saying that no one takes care of anyone in their party. They compensate for each other's weaknesses. Raurin is impressed by Bart's words, predicting that Bart will reach platinum rank soon. Meanwhile, Rain observes Raurin and notes that he looks oddly similar to Kai's. Raurin then turns to Rain, studying him closely, and remarks that he recognizes his face from somewhere. Saint Raurin receiving a list of party members to be rewarded. As he reviews the names, he notices Rain Ludwig and immediately makes a connection to Rain's lineage, recognizing him as the grandson of the mage saint, Skalji. Raurin fondly recalls the older man's influence, mentioning that Skalji had helped him in the past. Despite the initial physical dissimilarity, Raurin points out that Rain's eyes remind him of his grandfather. He mused that if Kai's could speak, he might have a voice and manner similar to Raurin's. His attention is drawn to Raurin's weapon, the white arrow bow, a bow that once belonged to Kai's. This connection stirs an emotional response in Rain, prompting him to mentally address the bow, wondering how it has fared. Unexpectedly, the bow reacts to his unspoken thoughts, trembling slightly. Raurin notices this unusual reaction and, confused by the bow's behavior, grabs it in an attempt to understand what is happening. At that moment, a soldier approached Raurin, reminding him that it was time to begin. Raurin, slightly flustered, launched into a half-hearted speech about the adventurer's bravery during the recent crisis. He cut it short, moving on to the commendation, announcing they did well. In recognition of their adventurous spirit, he is awarding this commendation. The reward is 2 gold coins and 500 contribution points for each party member from the Adventurers Guild. The crowd erupted in cheers as Bart and Renlum became the center of attention. Other adventurer parties surrounded them, offering enticing deals, asking them to join their guilds with promises of ridiculously good offers. Renlum, clearly enjoying the attention, laughed and asked, "What should I do?" Sammy and Rain were taken aback by Renlam's sudden behavior. Sammy noted Renlam's popularity, and Rain, observing Renlam, replied simply, "Yeah." Sammy questioned Rain about whether he was fine with leaving things after defeating Queen with a scroll. Rain reassured him that it was for the best before leaving. Sammy congratulates Rain on achieving the brass rank, which suggests that Rain is now recognized in a higher status within their world, possibly giving him more notoriety when walking around. Rain, however, hopes to avoid any annoying encounters due to his newfound recognition. As Rain walks away, someone in the crowd takes notice of him and begins to follow. Rain summons Rudian. Then a notification pops up, showing that he needs 20,000 mana to cast a mental barrier, but he only has 12,564 mana available. Rain reflects on his long journey ahead regarding his mana training and how he's close to achieving mastery over the mental barrier, a technique he failed to attain in his past life. Suddenly, the follower shouts out Rain's full name, warning him that he won't reach the black market that way. Surprised, Rain turns to face the person, who introduces himself as a member of the Magic Alliance. The follower explains that the black market is temporarily shut down because its merchants have fled, and he asks for a moment of Rain's time. Later, they sit at a nearby restaurant. The Magic Alliance member orders a chicken skewer set and milk coffee, then turns to Rain, expecting him to share his order. However, Rain, feeling pressed for time, cuts straight to the chase and tells the member he is busy and wants to get to the point of their discussion. A representative from the Magic Alliance casually confirmed the order with the waiter, the person addressing Rain, assuring him that there's no need for caution and that he is not there to question his reasons for heading to the black market. Rain became suspicious, questioning how he knew about his intention to go to the black market. More importantly, Rain senses the person's strong mana, making him wary of the individual's abilities. Interrupting Rain's thoughts, the man introduces himself as Doran Slade, an agent working in the Special Affairs Department of the Magic Alliance. To verify his identity, Doran shows Rain a pocket watch that bears the Magic Alliance's insignia, which Rain interprets as a form of identification. Doran tries to establish a connection by reminiscing about his time as the secretary for the student council when Rain's father was president, recalling how enjoyable those times were. Rain, unaffected, asks directly what that had to do with him. Doran explains that he's not trying to be suspicious and emphasizes that he's on Rain's side, calling him Your Honor out of respect. Doran then reveals the real reason for his approach, to confirm a few things. Specifically, he wants to know if it was truly Rain who cast the magic that defeated the Mutant Queen. Doran raises several points. There's no record of Bart's party purchasing magic from any shop recently. No one has sold such powerful fire magic scrolls, and there hasn't been a 4-star mage capable of producing such scrolls in the past decade. He even checked with Lord Skalji Ludwig to see if he had made anything for Rain's self-defense, but that was not the case. With all these factors in mind, Doran concludes there's only one possible explanation, that Rain was the one who cast the spell himself. Rain admitted he wasn't trying to hide it, but expressed that he had some concerns. Doran Slade inquired whether he was referring to the Black Magician, prompting Rain to wonder whether Slade is genuinely seeking information or has ulterior motives. His thought is abruptly interrupted when a waiter arrives with chicken skewers, prompting Doran to express his approval and inquire whether the dish was meant for 1 or 2 people. The waiter mistakenly assumed that the order was for both patrons and offers to take 1 skewer back, but Doran insists that he can handle the entire portion himself. As Rain prepares to leave the conversation, Doran shifts the focus back to business. He proposes a collaboration with the Special Affairs Department of the Magic Alliance, directly addressing Rain by name and title. Rain, still in university, hesitates, prompting Doran to clarify that he is not being asked to join immediately, but rather after his graduation. Doran Slade expressed interest in having the Rain join their team after graduation. He noted that the Rain's senior, Kevin, is still healthy, indicating that the inheritance of the family estate is not a pressing concern. Slade suggested that the listener could contribute to fighting magical crimes and emphasized that this role would grant them the authority to independently investigate cases of black magic. He highlighted that the Special Affairs Department is an excellent opportunity for career advancement, making it a desirable path for the Rain. Doran cleverly reminds Rain that his senior, Kevin, is in good health, suggesting that the inheritance of the family estate is still a distant concern. Doran entices Rain with the offer of combating magical crimes and gaining the authority to investigate black magic cases independently. He promotes the Special Affairs Department as a prime opportunity for building a successful career. However, Rain's response is dismissive. He asserts that he is not interested and intends to leave. Doran presses on, warning that the Black Church is becoming increasingly active and that the higher-ups in the Magic Alliance remain complacent, blissfully unaware of the looming threat. He expresses a desire to prepare for an inevitable crisis, underscoring the urgency of the situation. Rain, while expressing a vague willingness to consider Doran's proposal, remains skeptical and internally grapples with the implication of having to fight against dark forces once again in this life. As Rain departs, Doran offers practical advice about sourcing items from the black market, suggesting that Rain check out the VIP escort missions at the Adventurers Guild after midterms during the holiday break. As Rain turns away without a word, he exits the scene, leaving behind a lingering tension. Almost immediately, Tyrented from Special Affairs approaches Doran Slade, inquiring if he was just rejected by Rain. She expresses disbelief at Doran's choice to pursue Rain, who has earned a reputation as a disaster prodigy, and questions the logic behind targeting someone from the so-called golden generation of first-year students at Delayon. Doran Slade acknowledges that Rain doesn't quite seem to fit the mold of the golden generation. Tyrented presses for more details, asking why Doran believes this. Doran speculates that Rain has not had any interactions with Tarina. He suggests that they should broaden their search for other candidates who might fit their criteria. Tyrented challenges Doran's theory, questioning whether any of the new Delayon students would have had contact with Tarina at all. Doran counters that, based on his intuition, he suspects that there might indeed be someone with a past connection to Tarina, possibly even before they enter the school. This leads him to consider investigating their backgrounds. As their conversation unfolds, Doran reflects internally on the audacity of anyone claiming to belong to the Golden Generation, particularly in light of Rain's immense potential. He acknowledges the influence of his senior, Kevin, who has mentored Rain, and recognizes the formidable challenge posed by Rain's capabilities. He has never felt so intimidated by someone's potential before. Rain expresses disappointment, stating he couldn't get the book he was after. Junior librarian Karen reassures him, admitting it was a mistake on her part and expressing relief that he is safe. Rain laughs, lightening the mood, and inquires whether a peculiar man, one who wears a hat and has a constant grin, has visited the library. Karen responds that she hasn't seen anyone like that. However, she recalls that someone from the Special Operations Division of the Magic Alliance did stop by to reminisce with the first-class librarians he knew, although she didn't see him and can't describe his appearance. With this new piece of information, Rain acknowledges it and decides it's time to return to his dormitory, thanking Karen again for her help. Karen downplays her contribution, insisting it wasn't worthy of being called information. Later, upon arriving at his dormitory, Rain reflects on the man's visit, considering the implications of his not having met Karen face-to-face. He wonders who the man could have spoken to about the black market, further deepening the mystery surrounding this individual. As he approaches his door, Rain notices 2 wooden boxes lying outside and remarks that they have arrived just in time. He brings the boxes inside, excitedly unpacking them to reveal 2 enormous white pearls. He marvels at their size and feels satisfied with his purchase, noting that he bought the most expensive and best quality pearls. Rain realizes that with these spirit pearls, he can infuse sufficient magic power to create a mental barrier. Placing one hand on each pearl, he assesses his current magic power, calculating it to be around 12,000. He knows that to cast a mental barrier effectively, he requires approximately 20,000 magic power. Thus, he plans to store 8,000 magic power within the pearls for use during the casting. Rain begins the process of infusing mana into the pearls, focusing intently as he channels his magic power into them. After some time, he withdraws his hands, noting the pearls glowing with a blue hue. He thinks to himself that the infusion of magic power is complete and that all he needs to do now is wait for the mana to stabilize. As he waits, the pearls gradually stabilize, allowing him to proceed with the next step of his process, using the mental construct known as Flowing World Lord. As he activates this construct, a rapid flow of mana occurs, causing the pearls to creak under the pressure. The symbol of the mental barrier begins to glow, imprinted on his hand. However, Rain is soon overwhelmed, coughing up blood, and collapses to the ground, leading him to suspect that he has failed in his attempt. Despite the initial setback, the symbol continues to shine, and 4 distinct magic circles manifest on the ground around him. Each circle represents a different aspect of his magic. The first, U, signifies the quality of flow. The second, Rio, pertains to the quality of measuring. The third, John, relates to the quality of enhancing. And the fourth, Se, symbolizes the quality of the world. As Rain observes the magic circles, he experiences a profound sensation. He realizes that the mismatched parts of his magic are aligning perfectly one by one. In that moment, he recognizes that the magic circle forming in his hand is exactly what he had envisioned. He thinks, this magic circle is perfect. The mental barrier is like a mirror reflecting the caster's mind. However, the effort proves to be too much, and he collapses to the ground. While lying there, Rain recalls the words of the second sage, Krista Warden, who spoke about the connection between the thirst for truth and the mental image. He now understands that the Construct You, Flowing World Lord, doesn't impart new knowledge but rather compensates for his existing inadequacies in technique and understanding. This revelation aligns perfectly with his learning methods and empowers him to master magic through self-study, eliminating the need for formal instruction. Rain realizes he has taken another significant step toward achieving the status of a 7-star sage. In the Delayon conference room, a gathering of university professors convenes to discuss the academic schedule. Chancellor Medelia Page initiates the meeting by inquiring whether the graduation academic schedule has been finalized. Professor Kyle confirms that with the field training now dispatched, the focus for the upcoming week can shift to the first-year students as per usual. Medelia acknowledges that this year's first-year class appears to be particularly talented, stirring curiosity among the faculty about how their performance will unfold. Professor Owen expresses his anticipation, while Professor Thean shares his eagerness to see the outcomes of the students' efforts. Professor Ivan adds to the discussion by remarking on the excitement surrounding a certain genius student rumored to have hidden his talent. His comment, however, provokes a visible reaction from Professor Ellen, who seems upset by the implication and quickly mutters that one never knows what could happen. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, Professor Caroline urges Ellen to remain calm, suggesting that Ivan's comment was not meant maliciously. Yet, Ellen directs her frustration toward Medelia, noting her relaxed demeanor and suggesting that the next student to face scrutiny might be the genius girl under Medelia's mentorship, implying that she could face a challenging situation similar to Logan. A lighthearted comment from another professor about looking forward to the unfolding events adds to the banter in the room. Medelia reflects on her student Kanisa, considering how things might have turned out differently had the original plan been followed. She reminisces that Kanisa, as the heir of the Page family, would have been the student representative of Delayon, forming the core of the Golden Generation. Her thoughts are interrupted by a senior professor, who prompts her to act swiftly and ensure that the students are informed about the upcoming exams. Medelia acknowledges this urgency and announces that the midterm exams will commence today, signaling a significant turning point in the academic year for the students at Delayon. The next day at the academy, Rain sat lost in thought, reflecting on his intensified workouts with Logan. While acknowledging his improved stamina, he still felt the strain. Nearby, a group of students discussed heading to the auditorium, prompting Rain to question Krista, who was hurriedly packing her books. Krista explained that the rush was due to a briefing for the midterms, which confused Rain since he thought they were scheduled for the following week. Krista clarified that at Delayon Academy, schedules often changed unpredictably, a tactic used by the dean and professors to prevent students from cramming. Gertrude Panton joined the conversation, pointing out that last year the midterms began the day after the schedule was announced. Rain, amused by the unpredictable nature of the professors, joked about their prankster tendencies, but Gertrude countered, describing it as a power trip. Rain brushed off Gertrude's critical comment, stating confidently, if she can perform well under any circumstances, that's true skill. These professors know what they're doing. His assured response irked Gertrude, who managed a weak smile but was secretly fuming. Think so annoying. It's even worse when they're right. Rich kids are always unbearable, except Lady Krista. Breaking the rising tension, Krista stood and asserted, that's why they give it their all, with no regrets. Let's go. At the main building auditorium, the trio, Krista, Gertrude, and Rain, arrived at the first-floor auditorium, where a heavy tension filled the air. Nervous students were sweating visibly, their collective anxiety spreading throughout the room. Even Gertrude, normally composed, began to feel uneasy. Rain, however, remained calm and unaffected. He quickly spotted Logan in the crowd and called out to him. Logan, surprised by how quickly Rain had arrived. Rain smirked confidently. This much is nothing. He has been mixing up his workouts like he suggested. Logan, intrigued, probed further. And how's that working out for him? Rain sighed in mock exhaustion, stated it feels like he is going to die. As the tension lingered, Gertrude leaned toward Rain and whispered, he shouldn't get all friendly with him. Doesn't he know Logan is one of his biggest rivals in this exam? Rain, unfazed, replied to Gertrude. He's his trainer. He even gives him magic protein every day. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Magic protein? Just because he feeds him, he think he's nice? What is he? Some pigeon at a fountain. Overhearing their exchange, Logan smirked and quipped, "Look who it is, Krista's lackey. Want some magic protein too?" Flustered, Gertrude shot back. She is not in the mood to play games. If he is looking for a fight, she will kick his ass. Logan grinned mischievously. He is so terrified. He was just about to hand her some magic protein. Before the argument could escalate, Krista's sharp voice cut through the noise. "They're way too loud. If they're going to chat, take it somewhere else." Rain swallowed nervously, while Gertrude stammered to apologize. Logan shrugged, unfazed. Isn't she being a bit too sensitive? With her skills, she will pass easily, so why stress over it? Krista's tone turned serious as she warned, "Don't be so relaxed. They call it midterms, but it's really a way to weed out the untalented. Every semester, at least 20 students are expelled, sometimes as many as 50 or 60. She walked off, adding, "If they want to stay, fight like their life depends on it." Inside the auditorium, Professor Caroline's commanding voice silenced the room. She welcomed all of them. She stated, loving the tense atmosphere. Keep that mindset throughout the exams. Now, let her explain the midterm details. The exams start today and will continue all week, ending Friday. Students exchanged uneasy glances as she continued. Their professors will grade their performance. If a professor decides to expel them, they'll have to pack their things and leave the dorm the same day. Now, let her introduce the professors who will be grading them. All eyes turned to the stage as the professors entered. Some students looked hopeful, while others grew visibly anxious. Gertrude, sweating nervously, suddenly tapped Rain's shoulder in excitement. Rain asked what's wrong. Gertrude whispered in awe, "That's a celebrity." Rain blinked, confused, asked about it. Gertrude stared at Rain in disbelief. "He doesn't know Professor Marina?" Rain said nothing, prompting Gertrude to elaborate. She was the head of the Magic Alliance. Now, she's the head professor here. That position is the highest honor in the magic world, reserved for the most respected magician of the era. And guess what? She succeeded his grandfather, Scarlett Ludwig, in that role. Rain's eyes widened in shock. Gertrude smirked, and she stated, "Now, he understands?" Rain, suddenly nervous, thought to himself, she's on the same level as his grandpa. Meanwhile, another student gestured toward the professor standing behind Marina and whispered excitedly, "Look, that's Kyle, the top graduate of the class of 1378. And Professor Geron. He built his own magic tower at 20. Then there's Professor Ellen, who writes weekly columns for Magic Hearing Daily. This lineup is unbelievable." Marina began chanting, conjuring a glowing magic circle around her mouth. When she shouted, "Shut up," the circle amplified her voice into an ear-splitting roar that immediately silenced the auditorium. Her sharp gaze swept over the students as she snapped, "Do they think this is some kind of picnic? This midterm is designed to weed out the useless among them. The professors evaluating them now aren't the same ones who coddled them before." Rain, Logan, and Krista exchanged confused looks, each thinking coddled? Who's she talking about while thinking about Teacher Owen? Marina pressed on, "These professors will cut them off the moment they fail. He is looking forward to seeing how many of them survive. Finally, they look ready for a real challenge. Not bad." Her cold smile deepened as she announced, "Their exam sites will be assigned based on their individual traits. Check their locations and follow their professor. And remember this, at Delayon, the strong rise and the weak are discarded." And then she dismissed them. At the G exam site, near Zhuling Peak, Professor Kyle addressed the students, informing them that they would be tackling a labyrinth as part of the exam. He urged them to use all the magical knowledge and skills they had gained. The students were visibly nervous, with some questioning whether they would even make it out alive. Rain, muttering to himself, remarked that he didn't remember any caves in the area. Kyle overheard and asked about it. Rain explained that, since the Red Ridge Mountains were considered sacred grounds of the Red Dragon Legion, it was surprising to find a labyrinth there. Kyle, impressed that Rain knew this, confirmed that the labyrinth was created specifically for the exam. He assured the students that while they might get injured, their lives would not be at risk, likely. The more pressing concern, according to Kyle, was whether they would pass or fail. Kyle then explained the evaluation process. Students would be graded relatively rather than absolutely. The first-place finishers would receive an S rank, second and third place would earn a ranks, and so on. Those ranked 39th and below would be given an F rank, required to retake the exam, and some might even be expelled. The main criterion for evaluation was the time it took to clear the labyrinth, which meant eliminating all the targets inside. If a team failed to finish in under 40 minutes, they would be expelled immediately. The challenge would be completed in pairs. Kyle's assistant, Gimar, was busy preparing while Kyle explained that the teams were assigned based on the students' average entrance scores. He instructed everyone to team up with their assigned partner once the results were displayed. As the students awaited their team assignments, Rain wondered who his teammate would be. Suddenly, a clay doll appeared beside him and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Krista crushed it and taunted, claiming that the heavens were cruel for making them compete against each other. She warned Rain that she would crush his pride just like the doll. Krista's taunt was interrupted by Logan, who joined the group and revealed that he and Rain were on the same team. Both Rain and Krista were shocked, with Rain excitedly shaking Logan's hand, expressing his pleasure at the lucky pairing. Krista, still confused, questioned the fairness of the team assignments, saying it was odd for top students to be on the same team. Logan shrugged it off, while Rain, smirking, responded to Krista's comment by suggesting that she was finally acknowledging his abilities. Krista, after briefly sizing up Rain, remarked that while he wasn't as good as her, he was still decent, but then recalled that Rain had entered through a supplementary exam, which seemed to bother her. Nearby, students whispered about Rain and Logan being on the same team, recalling their past conflicts. Krista, dismissing the gossip, declared she was still going to take first place. Rain, unfazed, questioned why rankings mattered so much, asking if graduating at the top was really that important. Logan interjected, explaining that while graduating at the top just happened for him, it was still crucial, as there were only 4 official exams each year. Rain responded with a grin, saying he couldn't go easy on Krista this time. Krista, now nervous, smiled back, excited by the challenge. Kyle then announced that the students had 10 minutes to strategize before beginning the exam, which led to complaints from the students about the short time limit. Kyle explained to the students that the timer would start automatically in 10 minutes, and that there were 20 different routes in the labyrinth, each with an equal number of targets. Only one team would be allowed on each route, so the students should focus on their own strategy. As the students began discussing their plans, Kyle's assistant, Gimar, asked him why he insisted on holding this exam during the first-year midterms every year. Kyle explained that the true talent of a mage is revealed when they're placed in unfamiliar, challenging situations. In these moments, their minds can go blank, their judgment is clouded, and they hesitate, but some mages still shine despite the adversity. This exam, he said, was designed to identify that potential and encourage them to think outside the box. That, he concluded, was his role as a professor. Meanwhile, during Rain and Logan's strategy discussion, Logan proposed a straightforward approach. How about we just go in and smash everything we see? I hate anything complicated. Rain smiled and commented that Logan's strategy was simple but not bad, though he emphasized the importance of having a solid plan. He noted that balancing lighting, attack, and defense was crucial, and warned that failing to delegate tasks properly or recognizing limitations could lead to trouble. Krista interrupted, criticizing the idea of maintaining light magic while attacking and defending, suggesting that such a basic strategy wouldn't earn them the top spot. Rain retorted, telling Krista to focus on her own strategy instead of criticizing others. Krista smugly responded that her team had already finished planning. Logan, commenting on the limited magic available in the labyrinth, expressed his confidence in their strategy, but Krista replied that she would easily take first place, as she had never lost before. She walked off with her teammate, Rumlow, leaving Rain with a confident grin. Meanwhile, Team 2, consisting of Krista and Rumlow, entered their assigned route in the labyrinth. Kyle observed their progress on a floating screen. As they moved forward, Krista ordered the use of light magic. Rumlow cast both light and detection spells, soon reporting the detection of 2 enemies 20 meters ahead, one on the wall and another behind a northwest pillar. Krista demonstrated exceptional speed as she summoned over 10 sand soldiers at once, leaving everyone around her stunned by the rapid casting. Observers were amazed, counting the summons in disbelief, wondering how she could conjure so many so quickly. Kyle, watching from a distance, explained that this was the bloodline magic of the Warden family, a powerful technique created by the second sage, Riot Warden. He highlighted that even for a 2-star spell, her casting speed was extraordinary, and controlling 12 summons so flawlessly at her age was an impressive feat. After swiftly defeating the 2 monsters in her path, Krista stood confidently, eagerly awaiting more challengers. Rumlow used detection magic to identify 3 more monsters within range and pointed towards a left hole to inform Krista. Krista responded quickly, stating, "Good, she's going in." Turning to Rumlow to confirm the locations, Krista asked where over there was. Rumlow checked his spell and clarified, It's in the crevice at 3 o'clock, the second one is at 8 o'clock, and the third one is on the ceiling ahead. Krista then ordered her 3 sand soldiers to attack, and they quickly eliminated all 3 monsters with powerful strikes. Rumlow was impressed by how Krista managed to control all 3 sand soldiers at once. Krista interrupted his thoughts, asking why he wasn't checking for more enemies on their side. Rumlow confirmed there was nothing there after checking his detection magic. Krista then suggested they move on and find more monsters, and the two of them proceeded forward. As the students watched Krista's sand soldiers in action through the floating screen outside the labyrinth, they were astonished by the soldiers' fluid and lifelike movements. One student remarked, "They're completely autonomous. Don't they look like living beings?" Rain commented, "To cast a 2-star spell with that kind of precision, really impressive." Logan, however, wasn't surprised. "Well, that's expected. Krista is the most promising genius of our generation." Rain, still curious, asked, "Is she really that amazing?" Logan responded, "Everyone knows that. Even the elders at our school have warned us to be cautious around her." Inside the labyrinth, Krista's sand soldiers were efficiently defeating monsters, with one carrying Rumlow. However, despite their success, Krista was dissatisfied with her current strength, thinking, "Not yet. This level is still far from enough." Her thoughts shifted to a childhood conversation she had with 2 figures, one in red and the other in dark blue. She had asked, "Isn't the Warden family's ancestor a sage? They're the only family besides the Page family?" The person in red replied, "The Page family is in a different league. The current head is the Chancellor of Delayon. But what about your father, the head of the Warden family? He only just became a 2-star mage. How can 2 families, both with sages, be so different?" The person in dark blue interrupted, saying that's enough. The person in the red outfit advised Krista to face the truth, saying it was for her own good. He tapped her shoulder and added, "Tell her father that the Warden family isn't fit to be a noble magical household. The weight of the title is too much for them right now. Everyone says so. Her mother and both her sisters can't even use magic properly. It's time to let go. If she keeps holding on, she'll only bring more shame. It's better for everyone if she quietly leave the magical world." In the present, Krista continued to eliminate monsters, thinking to herself, "There's nothing to think about. It's simply a lack of talent." She turned to Rumlow and asked, "Where is the next one?" Rumlow, drenched in sweat, hesitated and suggested, "Let's take a break." Krista quickly dismissed the idea, inquiring who was time for a break. She ordered her sand soldiers to carry Rumlow and asked him to use his detection magic to find their next targets. Rumlow, still exhausted, agreed. As the sand soldiers carried them, they moved forward. The students watching were stunned by Krista's skill with magic. Kyle, the professor overseeing the exam, thought to himself, "Incredible. It's chilling." As she moved forward, Krista recalled a childhood memory where her father had seen her magic and remarked, "Incredible, Krista. To think you can already control magic at this level." Krista told her father that she would become the greatest mage, so no one would look down on her family. In the present, as she continued eliminating monsters in the labyrinth, she thought to herself that she will reclaim everything, honor and hypocrisy alike, aiming to do it all by her own strength. After defeating 31 monsters, a giant red monster suddenly appeared, destroying all of Krista's sand soldiers. Only one soldier remained, but it was soon obliterated by the monster's next attack, throwing Krista and her teammate, Rumlow, into the air. The students watching nervously outside the labyrinth observed the battle. Krista quickly cast another spell, summoning a massive sand soldier to battle the red monster. With a powerful attack, the giant sand soldier defeated the monster. As the battle continued, Krista remembered her father's words. He was counting on him. Revive the Warden family and make them proud. Meanwhile, Gimar informed Kyle that all magical responses in the route had vanished. Kyle then announced, Team 2's test is complete with a total clear time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds. And thinks finishing in under 5 minutes, just as expected from the descendants of a magical household. Krista Warden, a perfect S rank. As Krista and Rumlow emerged from the labyrinth, the other students were still deep in discussions, shocked that their team had already completed the test. Logan, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself, I knew Krista was talented, but this level of skill is beyond what I expected. Now I understand why the elders were so cautious around her. It's no surprise that she's being considered as a candidate for the leadership of the Magic City. Krista approached Professor Kyle to inquire about their ranking. Kyle replied, Since I started teaching, your team is only the second to finish the test in under 5 minutes. Krista smiled proudly, saying, with overwhelming power. That's the way our family works. It's only natural. Kyle, reflecting on the Warden family's power, fueled by their immense stamina and magical strength, acknowledged that although he had planned a strategy around that, Krista's execution surpassed mere raw power. He realized her movements were a product of not only natural talent, but also immense dedication. Krista's greatest strength was her combination of genius and relentless effort. Kyle then addressed Krista and Rumlow, telling them, "There's no need to discuss whether you've passed. Though other students are still testing, your performance warrants an S grade." Krista, after receiving praise from Kyle, bowed respectfully and smiled, thanking him. Kyle congratulated her, and Krista confidently walked past Rain's team, silently assuring herself that she would be the top graduate. Rain, smiling, turned to Logan and remarked that the exams might actually be more fun than expected. Logan agreed, reflecting on the situation. Rain's thoughts drifted to a memory from his past life, where he had been standing with Esther, looking at a fog-covered fortress from a cliff. As Lynn, he had asked if that was truly the Southern Star, and Esther had explained that it was once a beautiful city, but now felt dangerous to approach. Freed, sitting behind them, questioned their plan, suggesting that entering the fog would be a suicide mission. Lynn had simply agreed, and when Freed complained about being hungry, Lynn responded indifferently. After a brief moment of thought, Esther told Lynn, "Just blow the whole thing up." Lynn, surprised, asked, "Isn't that city a cultural heritage site?" Esther confirmed. Lynn pointed out, "She needs to preserve its original state if she wants to restore it." Esther agreed, but Freed and Kai started laughing. Lynn, confused, asked Esther, "Is she joking?" Esther responded casually, "Sometimes he just charge ahead and deal with the consequences later." Lynn, still not understanding, asked, "What does he mean?" Freed, backing Esther up, said that's true. Lynn snapped at Freed, shouting, "Shut up." After Esther declared that she would take the blame for blowing up a cultural heritage site, Lynn questioned her decision, asking if it was really that simple. Esther, confidently asserting her stance, explained that she didn't like complicated problems and that as a leader, she would handle the consequences, even using her fists if necessary. Lynn, now resigned, accepted her decision, stating he didn't care about the future criticism. Esther, with a grin, reassured him that sometimes reckless actions could lead to world-changing outcomes. In the present, Rain turned to Logan with a determined expression, saying he had come up with a plan and whispered his idea to him. After hearing it, Logan was taken aback, responding, "He is joking? That could get them disqualified." Rain reassured Logan with a smile, saying he'd take full responsibility if anything went wrong. Logan, scratching his head, remarked that they could probably pass if they followed the usual method, but it wouldn't be as fun. Rain agreed, stating, "Exactly." Krista then approached and asked, "Being disqualified? What exactly are you planning?" Rain responded casually, "Are you worried? Just wait and see." Krista snapped back, questioning what he meant by wait and see, and reminded him that this was an exam, not a time for fun. Rain, unfazed, replied with a smile, "Magic is supposed to be fun. Don't you think?" Krista, taken aback, felt a cold sweat on her cheek. At that moment, Kyle announced, "Preparation time, 10 minutes left. All teams, please prepare to enter." As the other student teams quickly entered the labyrinth, they muttered, "Guess they have no choice but to go in," urging their teammates to hurry up. Once the last of the teams had entered, Rain turned to Professor Kyle and asked, "Professor, the safety of the students entering the labyrinth is guaranteed?" Kyle assured, "Since they are controlling everything with magic, there's no way anyone's life would be in danger." Rain smiled and turned to Logan, asking, "Did he hear that? Let's proceed with the plan." Gimar announced, 9 minutes have passed. 1 minute remaining. Rain asked, "Is he ready?" Logan responded, "He will be done in 7 seconds on HS end." Rain nodded, "All right, he is counting on him." Kyle, watching them, was left confused, wondering what they were doing. Rain then said, "Let's go," as he started casting his spell, adding, "With one blow, let's blow it all away." As Kyle announced the start of the exam, Krista and Rumlow noticed Rain's team had yet to enter the labyrinth and were puzzled, thinking, "Why aren't they entering?" Kyle observed Rain's red eyes and thought to himself that it was the Ludwig family's signature magic, Belle Sidious, which allowed the user to see through all magic. At just 16, Rain was already surpassing even the family's greatest geniuses. Kyle wondered what Rain was up to, just standing there. As Rain's analysis completed, cross marks appeared on the monsters within the labyrinth, and Rain connected a magic circle to them. At the same time, Logan gathered all his strength into a single fist and unleashed a powerful punch at the connected magic circle, releasing his energy. Meanwhile, Krista and the others watched in confusion as Logan unleashed his powerful attack on the connected magic circle. Krista shouted, "Both of them are idiots. What were he thinking, blocking the entrance like that?" But before she could say more, she fell silent as the dust settled. To her surprise, the explosion seemed too small compared to the power of Logan's attack. Kyle, watching curiously, saw Rain use his spell to direct Logan's attack power toward the labyrinth's monsters. Magic circles formed around the monsters Rain had marked earlier, and a large circle appeared around the red monster boss. Logan's attack then surged through the magic circles, striking the monsters simultaneously. This triggered multiple mana explosions throughout the labyrinth. The intensity of the magic explosions caused shockwaves that distracted both those inside and outside the labyrinth, with students and professors being thrown into the air. Despite the chaos, both Rain and Logan smiled at each other, pleased that their combined attack had worked. Krista, knocked to the ground by the shockwaves, wondered what was happening. Gimar, also thrown into the air, exclaimed in surprise, thinking it might have been an earthquake, and noted that the screens had turned off. Kyle, staying focused, asked about the magic reactions inside the labyrinth. Gimar was confused but quickly checked the screen, reporting that the magic reactions were at 0. Kyle, using his abilities to scan the labyrinth, asked Gimar for the time. Gimar confirmed it was 59 seconds. Kyle, processing the situation, murmured to himself about the brief time frame, but before he could finish his thoughts, Gimar interrupted, saying, "Professor, this can't be right." Kyle questioned Gimar about his concerns, and Gimar expressed his disbelief, stating that the exam's purpose was to assess the students' abilities inside the labyrinth. He argued that destroying the labyrinth and relying on luck to eliminate targets went against the exam's purpose and shouldn't be rewarded with an S rank. Kyle calmly explained that geniuses often defy conventional standards of perfection. Instead of adhering to established ideals, geniuses create a new form of perfection, which is what Rain and his team had done. Gimar, still unsure, asked about this new kind of perfection. Kyle acknowledged that from a traditional evaluation standpoint, Rain and Logan's team might appear far from perfect. He then asked Gimar if he had ever thought about destroying the labyrinth. Gimar admitted he hadn't thought about it, but suggested that if he wanted to, he could. Kyle affirmed this and explained that the key was not in the destruction itself, but in Rain and Logan creating an entirely new path. They were the first to think of such a solution and succeeded where others hadn't, which was the most important part. As Kyle reflected on their innovative success, he considered the deep magical knowledge and understanding it would have taken to transform such a reckless idea into reality. He wondered if this could mark a turning point for them. Kyle then told Gimar to watch closely, as one day these students might grow to be central figures in the world of magic, potentially changing its very horizons. 40 minutes later, Kyle announced the conclusion of the exam and informed everyone that the results had been posted for them to check. This year's exam, more challenging than usual, saw most passing students finish within 30 minutes. Many ran out of mana or struggled to control their magic, leading to numerous injuries, while others had to retake the exam after being hit by the target's attacks more than 3 times. Given these circumstances, Krista and Rumlow's team completing the course in just 4 minutes and 13 seconds was an impressive achievement. Kyle's decision to temporarily award them an S rank was completely justified. However, when Logan and Rain's team finished the course in under a minute, Krista's score was adjusted to an A rank, which left her shocked. The scene shifted to Krista's childhood, where she stood at a prestigious mage family gathering, eagerly demonstrating her magic abilities. A spell illuminated the air, earning her murmurs of approval from the crowd. "Did you hear?" one onlooker whispered. "The third daughter of the Warden family can already use 2-star magic. At just 6 years old? That's incredible." Another replied, their tone tinged with awe. Amid the praises, another voice muttered, "It's a relief. The Warden family was on the verge of ruin. This might help them regain their footing." But the conversation soon turned to another topic. "By the way, how's the Ludwig family faring?" one attendee asked, lowering their voice. "Not well," came the solemn reply. "No one expects any improvement. They call their heir the Disaster Prince. It's tragic, but honestly it's a blessing he's not in our family." Krista overheard their hushed exchange, pride swelling in her chest from the compliments she'd receive, but mixed with a lingering unease from the cruel remarks about the Ludwig family. Determined to confront the issue, she sought out Rain, the boy at the center of the gossip. Finding him alone, She approached with frustration evident in her voice. Why do you live so cluelessly? Don't you care about what people say? Aren't you angry? Try harder. Prove to those fools that they're wrong. Rain, however, remained silent. Without a word, he turned and walked away, leaving Krista stunned and unsure how to process his reaction. She had expected anger, defiance, anything but this quiet retreat. Years later, the two crossed paths again at the academy. While walking along a bustling street, a thief targeted Krista, but before she could react, Rain stepped in. With precise and lightning-fast spellcasting, he disarmed the thief effortlessly, leaving onlookers in awe. "Did you see that?" one bystander whispered. "His casting speed. It's almost as fast as the professor's." Krista stood frozen, her heart pounding as she watched Rain, now a shadow of the silent boy she remembered. What happened? She wondered. He wasn't this strong back then. At the entrance exam, Rain arrived late, causing a stir among the professors. Professor Caroline turned to Krista with a puzzled expression. If he's here for the exams, why is he still lingering around? The test started long ago. Krista immediately defended him. Can't you just let him pass? Caroline frowned. Rules are rules. Being late disqualifies him. Undeterred, Krista pressed on. But he was late because he was helping someone. Doesn't that count for something? Can't you make an exception? Caroline raised an eyebrow, amused. Since when do you care so much about others? Krista crossed her arms, her tone determined. You saw what he's capable of earlier, right? Someone like him can stir things up here. It's good for the school to have someone interesting. Inwardly, she thought with satisfaction. Finally, you've decided to give it your all. Her persistence paid off, and Rain was allowed to continue. On the first day of school, Krista approached him confidently. You've been recognized by me as my rival, she declared with a smirk. In the present, Krista stood frozen before the results screen, her expression one of disbelief. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the rankings. Her teammate, Rumlow, approached her, his tone upbeat. Lady, thanks to you, I got a good score. Even though my rank dropped to A, I'm satisfied. Krista barely registered his words, her mind consumed by the results. I lost again? She thought, frustration bubbling inside her. To someone who casually talks about enjoying magic? To someone like him? Why didn't I think of destroying the labyrinth? Even if I had, I couldn't have pulled it off. Her competitive spirit burned as she stared at Rain's name above hers on the leaderboard. Nearby, Professor Kyle observed her reaction with a knowing look. He noted her intense focus and muttered to himself, still burning with competitiveness? That's good, but following in Rain's footsteps won't be easy. He sighed and stepped forward to make an announcement. Originally, we were going to award an S rank to only one team. However, given the unique circumstances of this exam, we've decided to award the S rank to two teams, Rain and Logan's team, as well as Krista and Rumlow's team. After the results were announced, students whispered in agreement, praising Krista and her team's performance, acknowledging the challenges they had overcome. The professor's right. They really did well, considering the disadvantage. As expected of the top students, they murmured. Krista clenched her teeth in frustration and anger. As she processed the tie, Rain approached her with a smile. So, the exam ended in a tie. You're pretty impressive. I'm seeing you in a new light. He extended his hand toward her. However, Krista, anger and resentment bubbling to the surface, shoved his hand away. Don't come any closer, she snapped, shocking Rain, Logan, and the others nearby. She laughed nervously, trying to mask her pain. Do you think I'm going to accept this kind of result? She demanded. Rain, unbothered, replied calmly. Why not? You also got an S rank. Krista's frustration boiled over. Don't mock me, she shouted, her voice tinged with embarrassment as her peers and professors stared. Unable to bear the weight of their gaze, she ran off before she could finish her sentence. Rain, surprised by her outburst, moved to follow her, but stopped as he turned to Logan. What's wrong with her? Did I say something offensive? Logan sighed, his tone resigned. I don't know. I'm from the 8 schools. I don't really get the Mage family students. Rain wasn't buying it. Don't lie, he replied with a knowing look. It's written all over your face. Logan hesitated before explaining. The Warden family is done for. People call them a disgrace to the Mage families. Until Krista was born, they didn't have the skills to maintain their noble status. She's the one who brought them back to recognition, carrying the entire family on her shoulders. Even now, she's their last hope. That's a heavy burden for anyone. Later, Krista, now alone, stopped to catch her breath, her mind racing. Rain approached her quietly from behind. She straightened at the sound of his footsteps and turned to face him. A noble of a mage family is supposed to be respected, revered, she said, her voice tight with emotion. We should be admired, not pitted. I've sacrificed everything to reach this point. From the age of 6, I've trained to become the genius they call me. And yet you, she gestured toward him, her frustration palpable. You, with no regard for honor or tradition, just enjoying magic. Outranking me? It's infuriating. In a fit of anger, she cast a sand golem spell and sent it to attack him. Rain, calm and composed, easily destroyed the golem with a single move. I love magic, he said, his voice steady. When it works the way I imagine, it makes all the pain and hardship worth it. It's a feeling only those who've worked hard can understand. But I wasn't always like this. I went through my share of pain and frustration too. Krista stood rigid, her eyes blazing with anger. But Rain continued, undeterred. You've carried your family's legacy alone, trained tirelessly, and achieved so much. But tell me, wasn't there a moment, that first time you succeeded in casting a spell, when you felt joy? That sense of accomplishment? That's what magic is about. Shut up, Krista shouted, casting an even larger, more powerful golem at him in retaliation. Rain, unshaken, continuous, the disgrace and responsibility you carry aren't yours alone. You could have walked away at any time, but you didn't. Why? Wasn't it because you couldn't forget that joy from back then? Krista, though seething, remembered the first time she successfully cast a spell, the elation she had felt at that moment. Her mind flashed back to that memory as she launched her golem at Rain. In the present, after defeating her golem, Rain stood tall, his tone calm yet firm. You're strong, Krista. Whatever choice you make, no one will dare question you. But try to find joy in magic again. Krista collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face as the weight of his words hit her. The burden of her family's expectations and the years of sacrifice had finally taken their toll, but Rain's words ignited something deep within her, a longing for the joy she had once felt. After a brief moment of emotional turmoil, Krista regained her composure. Wiping away her tears, she stood up, her expression fierce. Stop acting so cocky. It's seriously annoying, she told Rain. Rain, smirking, responded with a confident air. I've earned the right to be cocky. I won this time, didn't I? He extended his hand toward her, adding, but it's been a while since I felt this fired up. You really are a worthy rival. Thanks, I had fun. Let's do this again for the next exam. Krista, however, was having none of it. Without warning, she slapped him across the face. I told you to stop being so smug, she snapped. Turning on her heels, she rushed off, throwing over her shoulder. Don't get too full of yourself just because you won once. Next time, I'll knock you down a peg. Rain, now lying on the ground from the impact of the slap, muttered under his breath, that girl, she really packs a punch. Despite the sting of the slap, a hint of amusement lingered in his voice. As Krista ran back to the academy, she felt a small smile tug at her lips, silently apologizing to her father for her earlier frustrations. Meanwhile, Professor Kyle and his assistant Gimar were watching from a nearby bush. Kyle observed the scene thoughtfully, commenting, talent truly shows itself in many forms. Gimar, confused, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Kyle explained, speaking more to himself than to Gimar. Sometimes talent acts as a source of motivation for peers. Sometimes it becomes an insurmountable wall to overcome, and sometimes it's a reliable friend. Turning to Gimar, he said aloud, looks like things are about to get busy. Gimar sighed, somewhat overwhelmed. Can it really get any busier than it already is? Kyle smiled slightly. Is that so? I still believe making you a professor at Delayon was one of my best decisions. I truly mean it. Now let's start wrapping things up. Call the students in for the retake. Yes, sir, Gimar replied, nodding. As the students returned to the academy after the exam, an announcement echoed through the halls. There are extra exams coming up, so there will be no afternoon classes during the exam period. Got it? Logan, noticing Rain's swollen cheek, turned to him with a grin. By the way, your cheek looks a little swollen, doesn't it? He teased. Rain brushed off Logan's comment about his swollen cheek with a quick, it's just your imagination. Logan raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. I see, just my imagination then. Rain swiftly changed the subject, eager to move on. So, does that mean we have free time this afternoon? Let's hit the gym. Logan, slightly exasperated, replied, we just finished the exam. Aren't you tired? Rain, still energetic, countered, that's exactly why we should do more. Logan chuckled in response. Well, sure, if you say so. As they entered the classroom, their homeroom teacher, Owen, greeted them with a mischievous chuckle. Sounds like you've still got plenty of energy left. That's good to hear. As luck would have it, I prepared 150 questions each for both the math and magic exams. Oh, and there's a written exam too. None of you are leaving for the dorms until it's all done. Rain and Logan's expressions darkened in disbelief. Logan hesitated, asking, "Do I really have to?" Owen grinned widely. "If you don't want to, feel free to head home. All the way back home." Logan quickly changed his tune. "On second thought, I'd love to." Owen turned his attention to the other students lingering near the back of the room. "Everyone standing back there, you're taking the exam too." The students groaned in unison. "What? No way. We're completely exhausted." Owen's face hardened. "I told you not to make me repeat myself." The students straightened up and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." Rain noticed Krista already seated at a desk, exam sheets in front of her. He thought to himself, "I could have sworn Krista left earlier, but she came back so fast." Just then, Owen turned to Rain and remarked, "I figured she had plenty of energy left, so I added a few extra questions for you guys compared to the original plan." Krista overheard and shouted, "Hey, are you laughing right now?" Rain quickly denied it. "I'm not laughing." Owen intervened, sternly warning, "Don't even think about slacking off on your answers. These written exam scores will directly impact your evaluation." One student slumped over, muttering, "My brain isn't working." Another groaned, "I have to solve all of this?" Owen snapped sharply, "Shut up, you monkeys. One more word, and you're getting expelled on the spot." Rain sighed internally. Is he testing how well we can solve problems while exhausted? No matter how you look at it, this is way too much. Such a hassle. These are problems we've done 1,000 times before. This is just mindless labor. Maybe I'll take a shortcut. Thinking this, Rain used his Belle Sidious ability to speed through the problems with precision. 10 minutes later, he stood up and declared, "Professor, I've finished everything." Owen raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "With those monkey-brained answers, you sure wrapped it up quickly. If you're confident, go ahead and submit your paper. Then you can head back to the dorm." Krista, sitting nearby, smirked at Rain. "Are you really sure about that? Rushing through the exam like that? Do you honestly think you'll have a higher accuracy rate than me, Krista Warden?" Before Rain could respond, Owen barked sharply, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not even know how to stay quiet during an exam?" Krista winced and quickly apologized. As Rain stood up to hand in his paper, he glanced at Krista's work and thought, "You're really something else." He then looked at Logan's paper and added that Logan has still got a long way to go. After submitting his exam, Rain left the room, his thoughts drifting to a much-needed shower. As he walked down the hallway, he heard the creak of a door opening. Turning around, he saw a girl stepping out. She had also finished the exam. Rain's gaze lingered as he took in her fiery red hair and eyes that pierced the air with intensity. There was a darkness dwelling deep within them. He recognized her as Lillian Carine, the most highly rated among the students of the 8 schools. It was Rain's first encounter with Lillian. A little while later, as Rain and Logan were exercising in the gym, Rain turned to Logan and asked, "You know that red-haired girl? Her name is Lillian, right? Do you know her?" Logan nodded. "Of course I do. But why are you asking?" "No particular reason," Rain replied. "I ran into her in the hallway yesterday after I finished the written exam. The atmosphere between us, I don't know how to explain it, but something felt off." "What kind of person is she?" Logan's expression grew thoughtful. "Lillian Carine, the secret weapon of the Rivendell School. I heard she could use 2-star fire magic when she was just 5, and by 7, she had already formed a contract with one of the 4. From the moment she joined the school, rumors started spreading about her." Rain thought for a moment. "Rivendell, the school that specializes in fire magic." Logan continued, "As you probably know, red hair is a sign of receiving the blessing of the flame. It means their affinity for fire magic is far greater than that of ordinary people. Among the 8 schools, she's considered a monster, on par with the genius Krista Warden. Even the elders say she has the potential to become a great mage." Rain smiled faintly. "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Logan shook his head. "It's no exaggeration. Lillian, she's strong." Rain's expression grew serious. "That's really helpful. Thanks. Glad I could help," Logan said. Rain chuckled. "But wow, you seem to know a lot. Do you have a thing for Lillian or something? You two would make a good match." "I'll cheer you on, Logan." Logan nervously asked, "Do we really look that good together?" "Totally," Rain said, narrowing his eyes. "Rivendell's secret weapon, huh?" Delayon never fails to be interesting. On day 4 of midterms, the students stood at the foothills of the Red Ridge Mountains, gazing at a shimmering magic barrier. The sight prompted one student to remark, 4 layers of magic circles? Doesn't that mean this barrier is a 4-star spell? Professor Gimar stepped forward and began explaining the day's exam. This test will take place in a fantasy world. You will be divided into 3 teams, A, B, and C, with 60 students per team. Rain, observing the barrier, thought a fantasy world, so it's inside that barrier. Gimar continued, today's exam is a battle royale. Treasures are hidden throughout the region. Each one you collect will earn you 1 point. Additionally, illusionary monsters are roaming the area. Defeating them will also earn you points, with points varying depending on the difficulty of the monster. You'll need to decide whether to fight or flee based on your abilities. Krista raised her hand and asked, so the goal is to collect the most treasure or defeat the most monsters, right? This doesn't sound like a battle royale to me. Before Gimar could elaborate, Professor Marina interrupted. There's one more rule to this exam. You can attack other participants and steal their points. You can take treasures they've collected, interfere with their monster hunts, or retaliate against them. All of that is allowed. If you want, you can even eliminate your opponent. The students were stunned, and chatter erupted among them. Marina silenced the room with a sharp strike of her wand on the ground. This fantasy world is entirely created by magic, she explained. Anything that happens inside the barrier is just an illusion. No one will actually get hurt. However, the pain? You'll feel that vividly. Whether your body is torn apart or you're defeated, everything will return to normal once the barrier is lifted. Basically, you can go all out without holding back. The evaluation is simple. The 2 participants with the highest scores will receive an S rank. There are no other criteria. The students exchanged uneasy glances and one murmured, so, we just have to take everyone down? Easy. I like it. Professor Marina continued her announcement, stating, the founder of magic, Emetsa Page, once said, even in a world like this, the duty of a mage is to ensure people can still dream. The key to fulfilling that duty is skill. The world of magic values skill above all else. She then moved on to announce the team assignments. Team A, Hubert, Logan, and Krista Warden. Krista smirked at Rain. Looks like we finally have a task worth getting serious about. Rain raised an eyebrow. Weren't you serious in the last exam too? You were crying about losing and all. Krista spun around defensively. What? Who said I cried? Why would I cry? What kind of ridiculous lie is that? She spotted Gertrude laughing and shouted, hey, what's so funny? After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Krista turned back to Rain. Anyway, Rain, get your act together and make sure you bring back that S rank. I, Krista Warden, am the only one allowed to take it away from you. Don't you dare lose to anyone else. Rain and Gertrude exchanged amused smiles, which made Krista shout, stop provoking me. Team A, your exam begins now, Professor Marina declared. As Team A started their trial, Marina moved on to Team B. Next up is Team B, Gertrude Pennon, Lillian Carine, and Rain Ludwig. She continued listing the names. Rain approached Gertrude from behind and asked, are you nervous? Gertrude, startled, turned to face him. Nervous? Gertrude, who serves Lady Krista? Nervous? You must be joking. Aren't you the one who should be nervous, Lord Rain? Rain tilted his head. Me? Why would I be nervous? Gertrude, sweating slightly, replied, because you're on the same team as Gertrude. If you run into me early on, you might not survive. Rain grinned. That won't happen. Flustered, Gertrude clicked her tongue. TCH. Just then Lillian approached Rain from behind. He turned quickly and asked, what brings you here? Lillian said, I've got something to discuss. You got a moment, right? Rain shrugged. All right. If it's interesting, I'll listen. Inside the fantasy world, Krista's sandstone golem was battling monsters as she accumulated 280 points. Despite the score, Krista wasn't satisfied. She wondered how much Rain thought he could score. While deep in thought, 2 fellow students attempted to attack her from behind. Krista quickly sensed their approach and ordered her sand golem to pin them to the ground. Turning to face them, she demanded, did you think you could take me down if you teamed up? The students, clearly intimidated, stammered, no, of course not. Please stop, we were wrong. Krista commanded the golem to release them and remarked, killing you 2 won't give me enough points, and it's just unpleasant. Next time, fight fair and square. The students quickly apologized and ran off. Meanwhile, students observing the exam from outside the barrier commented on Krista's abilities. One remarked on how impressive it was that someone her age could freely control 2-star summoning magic, while another praised Hubert for his strategic use of wind magic to gather treasures and defeat monsters, earning 253 points. Logan, too, was noted for his rough but powerful approach, accumulating 249 points by defeating both monsters and students. Professor Kyle observed, as expected, these three are dominating. His assistant, Gimar, agreed, commenting on the impressive skills of the trio. Professor Marina, however, dismissed their efforts, saying, "But those guys are just small fries." Meanwhile, Professor Ellen silently observed the ongoing test. The scene shifted to Lillian, who confidently declared, "I've never lost. Not even once." Rain, puzzled, glanced at her, and Lillian continued, "Not even once have I been defeated. If I lost, I'd be beaten to death. Why have you been hiding your talents all this time?" Rain replied, "I wasn't exactly hiding them. It's just that there wasn't a reason to show them off." "I see," Lillian said. "Just like a young master from a powerful family." Gertrude, overhearing, chimed in, "Aren't you also from a prestigious family? Why are you teasing Rain by calling him young master?" Lillian smirked at Gertrude's remark about prestigious families, responded, "I don't deserve that title. If anything, you should call me a tool." Rain was confused, prompting Lillian to explain her past. She wasn't born out of love, but rather created for a singular purpose. Her father, Dayton Karain, the dean of Rivendell School, subjected her to harsh and cruel treatment. Locked in a room from childhood, she was forced to learn magic under extreme duress. If she failed a test, she was beaten unconscious. Her father would even torture her mother in front of her, using fire magic to burn her as a punishment for failure. Lillian's father, a master of fire magic, knew how to cause immense pain without leaving permanent damage. Rain, shocked by her story, compared it to his experience at Osiria's school and asked, "So if you don't graduate as the top student, will that happen again?" Lillian coldly responded, "Not anymore. If he tries, I'll kill him first." Gertrude, overhearing, thought about Dayton Karain's 4-star mage status, wondering if Lillian could truly defeat someone of his caliber. Lillian continued, revealing her goal: to graduate from Delayon with exceptional grades, earn the school's recognition, and use that power to expel her father. She warned, "Don't get in my way." Gertrude dismissed her dream, boasting about Krista's genius. Lillian retorted, calling Krista a greenhouse flower, implying she was sheltered and weak. This insult angered Gertrude, but before the situation escalated, Rain intervened. He acknowledged Lillian's desperation but firmly stated, "I can't give up on being the top student. I have a friend waiting for me." Lillian, glaring at him, gave a final warning. "I've explained my reasons and given you a warning. If you still insist on getting in my way, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you." Later, the results for Group A's exam were announced. Krista and Hubert had dominated, earning 361 and 338 points, respectively, securing S-rank evaluations. Exhausted, the students exited the fantasy world, and Gertrude approached Krista with a towel, praising her efforts. Krista, though tired from the exam, casually brushed off the praise, saying, "Thanks, but it was like a walk in the park." Meanwhile, the barrier mages informed the professors that Team A had completed their exam and exited the barrier. Professor Kyle then addressed Team B, asking them to choose their starting points for the exam. The available zones range from A to H, each with different strategic advantages and disadvantages. Rain pondered his options, considering the various factors. Zone A and Zone F, large and filled with treasures and monsters, were popular but risky. Zones B and C, with peaks for good visibility, could lead to being surrounded. Zones D and E, located in the forest, offered good hiding spots but limited visibility, making scoring difficult. After weighing his choices, Rain settled on the best place for his current needs. Professor Kyle instructed the students to visualize their chosen starting point in their minds before entering the fantasy world. Krista turned to Gertrude and encouraged her to do her best, to which Gertrude smiled and replied, "Of course," before disappearing into the exam world. Once Team B had entered, Professor Kyle announced, "Dimensional transfer complete. The test begins now." Professor Caroline leaned toward Professor Ellen, remarking, "It's Rain's turn." Professor Ellen, anticipating Rain's performance, thought to herself, "Marina's criteria are clear: mobility, information gathering ability, and combat ability. This exam tests the core talents of a mage. Rain, I'm already looking forward to seeing you leave that old hag speechless."
The battlefield unfolded across a massive screen, revealing the chaotic action of the ongoing exam to the professors observing from the monitoring room. Assistant Professor Gimar leaned forward and commented, "Just like Krista, Lillian also chose Section F from the very beginning. It's clearly a display of confidence. That area is the most dangerous, but it also offers the highest potential for earning points. Starting there gives participants more flexibility to move across zones efficiently. He glanced at another part of the screen and added, in contrast, Rain's initial choice of area seems modest. It's probably a calculated move. He's likely aiming to gather points gradually while avoiding direct combat. It's unexpected, sure, but not necessarily a bad strategy. Professor Caroline scoffed. What a bore. Things would have been much more exciting if he had clashed with Lillian in Section F. Professor Ellen raised an eyebrow and asked, then why are you watching? Doesn't seeing him act like this just annoy you? Caroline sighed, folding her arms. Of course it does. The boy has the talent to defeat post-index mages from all 8 schools, yet here he is, playing it safe. Just then, Rain appeared on screen, approaching a red-haired girl. The girl visibly tensed as he drew near. Outside, watching through the observation glass, some students perked up. He ran into her right after we said it was getting dull, one of them said excitedly. That's Hannah, from the 16th class of the magic schools. She's no slouch, she's actually pretty strong. As the 2 students dropped into combat stances, Caroline narrowed her eyes. Now then, what will Hannah show us this time? She murmured. Let's see the skills that earned her an S rank from Senior Kyle. But before Hannah could cast a single spell, Rain abruptly turned and fled. The students watching outside gasped in confusion, and Hannah herself stood frozen, clearly baffled by his sudden retreat. Inside the monitoring room, both Ellen and Caroline were stunned. Caroline's eyes widened. What the? Is this for real? Professor Ellen, Rain's aunt, couldn't contain her fury. She stormed toward the exam site, only to be restrained by Professor Duran. How can he just run away like that? She shouted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Rain's classmates Krista and Logan exchanged concerned glances. Is he seriously aiming for the S-rank evaluation acting like that? Logan asked, puzzled. Krista looked just as uncertain. I honestly can't tell. However, not everyone was displeased. Senior Professor Marina chuckled and said, as expected of Scalzi Ludwig's grandson. Quite the eccentric. Gimar turned to her, frowning. Is this really the time to laugh? Marina smirked. What's the problem, you fool? Things just got far more interesting. He's conserving energy. That kid must be planning something big. Let's see if he can make up for all the points he missed. 40 minutes into the exam, Gimar reviewed the scores. Compared to Team A, the current top score is a bit lower, but still quite impressive overall. Professor Kyle leaned in. So, who's in the lead now? The view shifted to Zona, mid-mountain terrain, where a student grinned, having just discovered a hidden treasure. But her moment of triumph was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the treasure was snatched away by none other than Gertrude Panton. She smiled at the surprised student just as a monster lunged at her from behind. Calmly, she turned and dispatched it with a clean, lethal kick. Watching the display, Caroline thought to herself, I assumed Gertrude was just hiding in Krista's shadow, but clearly, she's a top-tier magician in her own right. Gimar confirmed. Currently, the top spot belongs to Gertrude Panton, of a baronet family. Kyle raised a brow. What about Lillian from Rivendell School? Gimar scanned the rankings. Surprisingly, she's not even in the top 20. Actually, she's dead last, with 0 points. The scene shifted again, to a mountaintop, where Lillian sat motionless, her eyes closed, as if meditating. Gimar observed. She's been in that position since the exam began. What kind of strategy is this? Just then, a student, trailing a monster, entered the area. As the beast charged toward Lillian, it was suddenly engulfed in flames, reduced to ash before it could get close. The observing student recoiled, quickly hiding behind a nearby rock. Maybe she doesn't care about her score at all? Gimar mused. Meanwhile, Rain continued collecting treasures across the map. He had only engaged in combat once, during a direct encounter with monsters, and yet, he had managed to climb to 13th place with 198 points. A quiet, methodical rise. Watching his progress, Caroline commented. He's in Section C now, a mountainous area. Seems like he's quite used to climbing. Still annoyed by Rain's earlier antics, Ellen muttered. Maybe he was a monkey in his past life. Caroline shrugged. At this pace, though, it'll be tough for him to catch up with the top contenders. Ellen narrowed her eyes. What on earth is Rain planning? Suddenly, the weather shifted. Rain began to fall across the entire exam zone, both inside and out. Everyone turned their eyes skyward. It's raining! Someone muttered. Rain looked up, then smiled. Perfect weather. Monsters with sensitive hearing will be easier to hunt. And I'll be hunting them. Back on the mountain, Lillian, still seated, suddenly became surrounded by floating fireballs. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Found them. All 10 of them at the top. Shall we begin? With that, she stood and began descending the mountain. Then, without warning, the volcano beneath her erupted. A loud announcement echoed from the speakers. All examinees, please evacuate from the affected area immediately. Gimar's voice followed. This isn't a test you can pass by hiding. With the volcanic activity, safe zones will continue to shrink. Eventually, every student will be forced to fight. Meanwhile, one of the cloak staff overseeing the exam site reported to Kyle. I've put up a barrier to shield the area from the rain. As expected, the top contenders are starting to push harder. Logan commented from the viewing room. If they hadn't lost their rhythm earlier, the outcome could have been different. Krista responded. That's not the issue. It's a lack of finesse. Suddenly, the cloaked observer stared out the window. Wait. Someone's advancing at incredible speed. It's Rain Ludwig. His score is rising at an unbelievable rate. Put the camera on him, now. Barina ordered. The feed shifted. Rain was surrounded by a horde of monsters, casting powerful spells as he moved fluidly through them, cutting down enemy after enemy. Watching the sudden turn, Ellen couldn't help but smile. There he is. He's finally making his move. As Rain continued his relentless assault against the monsters, the earth trembled beneath his feet with each blast of his spells. With calculated precision, he manipulated the terrain, channeling vibrations through the ground, magic designed to attract monsters. The air crackled with energy as more and more beasts were drawn to him, lured by the pulse of his vibration-type magic. In the viewing chamber, Rain's fellow students watched with growing amazement. One of them shouted, Rain Ludwig's score is skyrocketing. He just overtook 12th place. Now he's in 11th. Wait, 9th? No way, he's already in 8th. Their voices rose in disbelief as the numbers climbed. Watching him on the screen, Professor Marina smirked. Look at that cocky little rascal. What's going on? Logan asked, trying to make sense of the strategy unfolding before him. Standing beside him, Krista responded. He's been setting up vibration-type spells. They lure monsters straight to him. Logan looked startled. Wait, he's pulling monsters toward himself, on purpose? Krista nodded, recalling Rain's previous movements. He must have been preparing for this the whole time while wandering around Zone C. On screen, the scene was chaos. Rain stood at the epicenter of a writhing horde of monsters, dodging their attacks with remarkable agility. As the numbers reached a critical mass, he narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself, now's the time. He pressed his hand to the ground, releasing a spell he had been preparing. From the earth, enormous spikes erupted, massive roots of hardened magic, impaling the clustered monsters in a wide radius. The monsters shrieked before collapsing one after another. Krista and Logan stared at the screen, speechless. They watched the jagged roots sprouting from the soil and skewering the beasts. Is that? Krista trailed off, confused. But there aren't any trees in that area. Professor Kyle, the architect of the exam, furrowed his brow. That's right, there's no flora there to work with. Could it be? Was this his plan from the beginning? Just then, the cloaked observer reported. Subjugation points have been tallied. 164 additional points awarded to Rain Ludwig. Caroline raised an eyebrow. Casting a 3-star spell with that precision and sustaining it while surrounded by enemies. Ellen smirked. For him, that's nothing. She glanced at the updated score. 362 points total. That puts him in first place, across both teams. On the battlefield, Rain glanced at his score and gave a small nod. This should be enough. With quiet confidence, he began to move away from the area, thinking, time to slip out before things get messy. But Kyle wasn't so sure. He studied the field and muttered. The terrain is shrinking fast. The lava has spread across most of the map. There are hardly any monsters or treasures left. Gertrude won't be able to catch up at this rate. Suddenly, Gimar spoke up. Senior Kyle! What is it? Kyle asked without taking his eyes off the screen. There's something strange, Gimar said, his tone uneasy. Bruno and N, they were ranked 3rd and 4th, but now they're missing from the leaderboard. Is that a display error? Kyle glanced at the rankings. Losing your vision already? I'm serious, Gimar insisted, pointing. Look for yourself. Kyle leaned in. His expression hardened. You're right. They're completely gone. I told you, Gimar muttered. Kyle's eyes narrowed. There was a major points gap between them and those below. Even if they dropped a few spots, they shouldn't have vanished entirely. Not top 10, not even top 20? That doesn't make sense. He turned to the cloaked observer. Pull up the footage from 3 minutes ago. Show the last known zone they were in. Yes, sir, the cloaked figure replied, fingers already flying across the console. Moments later, the footage lit up the screen. Gasps filled the room. Bruno was shown engulfed in a violent column of flame. His screams echoed before he crumpled to the ground, eliminated from the exam. The caster of the spell stepped into view, Lillian. With a cold expression, she turned her attention to Anne, who trembled as she began to prepare a lightning spell. But before she could complete it, Lillian struck again, launching another blazing incantation. The fire engulfed, and in a blinding inferno. Her screams tore through the field before she too collapsed, scorched and out of the competition. Lillian walked past the charred remains with a steely gaze, her expression unreadable. Watching from the viewing room, a few students whispered, stunned. They're monitoring her, right? Just a few more targets left. Lillian muttered under her breath. Taking down either first or second place should be enough. Professor Marina watched closely. She's incredibly powerful, and her personality, it's just like her father's. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the field, Gertrude Panton gasped as she scanned the rankings. Wait, when did he pass me? And Lillian, she's closing in fast. But where did second and third go? They were right behind me just a moment ago. She sighed. I have no idea what's going on. Suddenly, a fiery shape streaked toward her, a flaming bird, headed straight for her position. Sensing danger, Gertrude leapt down from the burning tree branch she had been standing on. As she hit the ground, she looked up to see a bird-shaped flame soaring overhead. She clenched her teeth in alarm. Lillian! Another flaming bird exploded on impact just behind her, sending up a wave of fire and smoke. Watching from the observation deck, Krista shouted, Gertrude! The fire began to dissipate. Lillian, still calm, observed the scene carefully. Out of the lingering smoke, Gertrude burst forward. She moved behind Lillian in an instant, aiming a powerful kick. Lillian ducked just in time and began chanting another fire spell. Gertrude countered with her own, summoning a water barrier as she vaulted into the air, evading the blast and shielding herself from the flames. Back in the viewing room, Krista and Logan exhaled in relief. They're evenly matched, Logan said, eyes wide. They're both going all out, Krista added. Lillian pulled a talisman from her sleeve and tossed it into the air. It ignited instantly, transforming into yet another flaming bird. This one, Lillian muttered, might require a different approach than the others. The firebird launched toward Gertrude. With no time to spare, Gertrude raised her hand and cast a defensive water spell, erecting a shield just in time to block the searing blast. Gertrude laughed confidently as she stood her ground. You can try as many times as you want, but the outcome won't change. Just give up already. Lillian, however, remained silent. Without saying a word, she calmly pulled out a string of prayer beads from within her robes. The sight of them made Gertrude hesitate, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Then, as if guided by unseen threads, the beads began to float around Lillian in a slow, controlled orbit. Her movements precise, Lillian reached into her sleeve and retrieved another talisman. Watching from the viewing platform, Caroline narrowed her eyes. Those talismans. That's Rivendell's method. Their mages specialize in the Remedier class, adepts at combat support and enhancement magic. They use talismans to construct magic circles, accelerate rune inscription, and rapidly execute complex formulas in the middle of battle. The talisman Lillian held suddenly ignited, and from its burning parchment emerged a swarm of magical flame insects, glowing, ember-like creatures that buzzed and shimmered with heat. Fiery insect line, Lillian commanded. With a slight motion of her hand, the fiery insects zipped through the air, encircling Gertrude from multiple angles with high-speed trajectories. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Gertrude scrambled to cast a defensive spell. But before she could stabilize her footing, the insects struck her position, followed by a deafening explosion that sent fire and smoke erupting into the air. Lillian observed the blast without emotion, her face as still as stone. But as the smoke began to clear, Gertrude emerged from the flames, completely unharmed. With flawless timing, she charged forward and delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at Lillian's head. Lillian ducked instinctively, the strike grazing just above her. She immediately reached for another talisman, muttering coldly, "You're finished." Before she could activate it, Gertrude twisted midair and launched another kick, this one connecting cleanly with Lillian's jaw. In that split second, Lillian realized Gertrude had used the recoil from a nearby tree to boost her momentum. The brutal force of the kick sent Lillian flying, her body slamming into a tree with a loud crack. Dust burst into the air as she hit the ground hard. From the observation deck, Krista and Logan erupted in cheers. "Yes! Let's go, Gertrude!" Krista shouted, fists clenched. Without pausing, Gertrude pressed her advantage. She sprinted toward Lillian's prone form, preparing to end the duel. Lillian, seeing her opponent approach, summoned a fireball and hurled it at Gertrude. But Gertrude flipped midair, narrowly avoiding the blazing projectile. Landing gracefully, she pivoted and unleashed a high vertical kick, aimed once again at Lillian. Lillian narrowly avoided the strike by stepping back, the force of the kick instead cracking the ground where she had just stood. Professor Ellen, watching with narrowed eyes, commented under her breath, "She's cornered. If she doesn't turn this around now, she'll be hit." As Ellen spoke, Lillian raised another talisman. But at that exact moment, the ground beneath Gertrude's foot lit up with a soft blue glow. A magic circle activated, and from the circle, a torrent of water surged upward, flooding the area. Professor Kyle leaned forward, impressed. "An underground water vein? Even the point she stomped on was premeditated. She's more skilled than I thought." As the water receded, the audience gasped at the scene that followed. Gertrude had pinned Lillian to the ground, holding her down with a powerful joint lock and gripping one of her arms tightly. Kyle nodded with approval. "Just as expected from the young lady of the Panton family. Their bloodline specializes in the fusion of water element magic and close combat martial arts. She's capitalizing on every advantage. Lillian picked the wrong opponent." Gertrude let out a small laugh. "Before you go around challenging people without knowing your place, let me be the one to crush that overinflated ego of yours." Excited, Kristen nudged Logan on the shoulder. "She's doing it!" Gertrude tightened her grip, glancing at Lillian's soaked robes. "Your clothes are drenched. That means your talismans are useless now, right? This is your last chance. If you don't want a broken arm, surrender." But instead of panicking, Lillian gave a calm, chilling smile. "How naive! If it were me, I'd have killed you already." Gertrude's expression darkened. "So that's how it is? Then I guess you do want to see what rough really looks like." She began to twist Lillian's arm, the tension causing it to creak ominously. Wincing in pain, Lillian turned her head and looked straight into Gertrude's eyes. "The reason I use talismans isn't because I'm bad at calculations." She opened her mouth, and to Gertrude's shock, a glowing magic circle was engraved on her tongue. Lillian's voice was steady. "It's because I can't control my strength." The magic circle activated with a brilliant flare. Gertrude immediately let go and leapt backward, creating distance between them as the ground beneath Lillian shimmered with heat. As Lillian slowly stood up, the prayer beads floating around her began to glow and circle her rapidly. With a surge of mana, they ignited into flame and formed a burning ring around her. Gertrude narrowed her eyes. "Those are the remaining beads." Lillian's eyes burned with intensity. "Come forth, flaming serpent." The ignited beads spun faster and faster until, with a blinding flash, they burst outward in a massive eruption of fire. Gertrude shielded her eyes from the brilliance, and when the light faded and she looked again, her jaw tightened. Before her stood a colossal flaming serpent, its body coiled with radiant heat and glowing scales of molten fire, fully summoned and under Lillian's control. Lillian raised one arm and pointed directly at her opponent. "Devour her!" With a guttural hiss, the flaming serpent surged forward toward Gertrude. As the colossal flaming serpent slithered through the air with a roar of fire and fury, Gertrude's eyes widened in disbelief. She took a step back, heat washing over her face. "No way," she murmured. "To think it would be this powerful." High above in the observation gallery, Marina's voice rang with solemnity as she explained to the other instructors. "The flaming serpent. It's the mightiest of the fire element divine beasts Rivendell School has to offer. Among the 4 legendary summons, the serpent, the fire fox, the crimson hawk, and the scorched toad, the flaming serpent stands at the apex. It was the signature summon of Rivendell's founder, the Grand Mage Orbos Karine." She paused, watching the incomplete beast with a critical gaze. It's notoriously difficult to tame. Only a rare few have ever been acknowledged by it. Judging by its form, it's still not fully materialized. I'd estimate that's only about 30% of its full potential. Even so, Professor Ellen furrowed her brows, unable to hide her surprise. For a 16-year-old fledgling, to summon that? Meanwhile, Krista gripped the railing tightly, her voice trembling. Is there even a way to beat something like that? Back on the battlefield, Gertrude stood frozen, sweat glistening on her brow despite the infernal heat. Her eyes followed the great serpent as it reared its head, embers falling from its maw like sparks from a forge. This is a real problem, she muttered nervously, her gaze locked on the beast's burning eyes. The serpent lunged. With an ear-shattering hiss, it surged forward, mouth wide open as it aimed to engulf her whole. Gertrude leapt out of the way just in time, landing in a roll, but not without consequence. Her cloak caught flame. Gasping, she dropped to one knee, frantically patting it out with her hands. Damn, it didn't even touch me directly, she muttered. She turned her head toward where the serpent had struck moments ago. The boulder that once stood there had not merely melted, it had disintegrated into fine ash. Her breath caught in her throat. That was the power of the flaming serpent. As the blazing creature slithered off in the distance, cutting through the battlefield like a firestorm, Gertrude watched in horror as it incinerated stray monsters and other students caught in its path. It circled slowly, deliberately, its glowing eyes never leaving her. A cloaked assistant near the edge of the arena relayed the situation to Professor Kyle. Sir! The flaming serpent is encircling Gertrude. It's clearly marked her as its target. It seems Lillian intends to see this through, to the bitter end. Gimar, another staff member, looked visibly disturbed. Senior Kyle, this has gone too far. Even if she doesn't die, the pain from being hit by that thing's flames, it'll leave more than scars. If she gets burned, she may never recover mentally or physically. Shouldn't we end the test now? Kyle turned to Marina, seeking her judgment. What's your call? Marina nodded solemnly. I suppose it's time to intervene. But before they could act, a presence entered the battlefield, Rain. Appearing atop a tree branch with his usual quiet intensity, Rain stared down at the chaos, his expression unreadable. His mind flashed back to his training days, and the words of his grandfather, Scalzi Ludwig, echoed in his memory. With your current mana pool, there's a strict limit to what you can interrupt. The higher the rank of the magic, the faster you'll reach that threshold. Once you hit your mana cap, don't force it. You'll collapse. The key is choosing the right moment. Staring at the flaming serpent, Rain weighed his options. I've already secured enough points, he thought. I should just find a safe place and defend until the test ends. After that group hunt, I'm almost completely drained. No point in taking unnecessary risks. But then, he thought of her. Esther. Rain clenched his fist. But if it were you, you'd have left your friend behind. He jumped. Descending from the trees, Rain activated his spell, Belle Queries, his eyes scanning the arcane matrices within the flaming serpent. Magic formula, 5 interlocking triangles. Inscribed runes verified. Ratio configuration and summoning structure calculated. Total length and replication range mapped. Analysis complete. Calibration commencing. Blood trickled from his eyes as the sheer strain of analyzing high-rank magic tore at his body. After fighting Logan, and that damned rat spider queen. I know it now. His breath came short, but his mind was steady. Every time I break through, my mastery evolves. The stronger the enemy, the faster I reach 6-star magic. This isn't about saving Gertrude. His gaze hardened. This is about me. Don't get it twisted. The serpent lunged again, its flaming maw moments from consuming Gertrude. Boom! In a flash of intricate runes and spiraling sigils, Rain invoked his trump card, Belle Sidious. A powerful wave of counteractive mana swept the arena. The flaming serpent screeched, its body beginning to disintegrate, unraveling into ribbons of fire and flickering motes of magical residue. In mere seconds, it vanished, completely dispelled before it could touch Gertrude. The entire field fell into stunned silence. Students gasped. Professors leapt to their feet. Even Marina's eyes widened, unable to hide her astonishment. On the battlefield, Lillian's expression twisted in disbelief as she stared at the empty space where her grand summon had just been. My flaming serpent disappeared? She whispered. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Though the examination didn't award points for aiding others, it had another purpose, one less obvious but equally important. Under the pressure of limited time, scarce resources, and the chaotic nature of a battle royale, this test also measured something intangible, the ability to make choices that went beyond pure self-interest. Professor Ellen narrowed her eyes. So this test, it's testing character as much as power. Marina, watching Rain step into the fray, smirked. Scarl, this has your fingerprints all over it, doesn't it? Her gaze followed Rain's battered form. Still, this one's going to end up as one of the highest scorers, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Rain doubled over, coughing violently as fresh blood spilled from his lips and eyes. His vision blurred, but his thoughts remained sharp. Forcefully canceling a 5-star spell takes more out of me than I'd calculated. I still lack the capacity, I'm not a complete vessel yet. Through the smoke and fading embers, Gertrude spotted him, wide-eyed with confusion. Prince Rain? Rain snapped his head toward her, his voice strained but commanding. What are you doing? Move, get out of here, now! Snapping to her senses, Gertrude staggered up and retreated, leaving Rain to face Lillian alone. The girl stood motionless, her breath shallow, blood staining the corner of her lips. As the wind swept past her, so did a series of cruel memories, voices of doubt and judgment. The Pension family's magic, it's fundamentally incompatible with yours. She bit her lip. I don't even have the mana left to summon the flaming serpent again. Then her eyes locked on Rain. It was him. He's the reason the summon failed. That boy interfered, again. But whether or not he stopped it. She began walking toward him, her glare sharpening with each step. I will find out. Meanwhile, Rain's body screamed at him to retreat. I've got nothing left. No mana, no defense. I need to get out of here. But before he could take a single step, a shadow appeared before him. It was Lillian. Her expression was cold, calculating. If I eliminate you now, I'll take the top score. And without hesitation, she summoned the flaming serpent again. From the professor's gallery, the cloaked assistant's voice trembled. She summoned it again, but this one's smaller. Still, its heat signature is intense. That thing's still dangerous. As the serpent lunged, Rain leapt aside, barely avoiding the blazing fangs. But another flame shot toward him, Lillian's follow-up spell. Rain, get out of there! Ellen's voice rang from above. He tried, but his legs were sluggish, his body numb. Too slow. But then, boom! A thunderous sound echoed across the field as Gertrude dropped behind him, her boots slamming against the earth. Lillian turned toward the noise, her expression twisting in alarm. But it was too late. With a roar, Gertrude charged, her fist pulled back and glowing faintly from the strain. She struck Lillian square in the gut with brutal precision. The force sent Lillian flying, her body crashing into the weakened flaming serpent, shattering it in an explosion of burning fragments. Rain blinked, stunned. Gertrude? What the hell are you doing here? She dusted off her knuckles, breathing hard. Lillian's my opponent. Besides, if young Master Rain got expelled, Lady Krista might throw herself off the tower from heartbreak. A stunned silence swept over the spectators. Heads turned toward Krista. Her face turned beet red. What? No! It's not like that, she stammered. Rain's he's a rival. I mean, an enemy? Or something like that. Whatever. Just shut up. Logan gave her a thumbs up with a grin. Kinda suits you, you know. Do you want to die? Krista growled, then slapped him so hard he dropped like a sack of bricks. She clenched her fists in frustration, muttering under her breath. Gertrude, you're dead after this exam. Her gaze flicked to Rain. Still, it must have been him who cancelled that flaming serpent. The Ludwig bloodline magic, rumor says that, if mastered, it grants absolute control over spells. But in 1,000 years, only 3 mages ever did it. And even they were ancient by the time they pulled it off. Back on the battlefield, Gertrude turned to Rain. Young master, leave the rest to me. He noticed the burns on her left side. You're injured. Badly. Gertrude didn't flinch. I said I'm fine. I haven't given that brat a proper beating yet. Honestly? You're in the way. She glanced over her shoulder and muttered. That girl, better not die. Rain gave a dry smile. I won't. As he moved back, Lillian staggered forward, blood dripping from her mouth. Her expression was pained but defiant. Move! She hissed. Gertrude crossed her arms. You started this, and now you're telling me to move? You're finishing it with me. Lillian grinned, eyes wild. All obstacles must be removed. The two lunged forward simultaneously, their fists and spells clashing in a violent collision. Sparks flew. Neither gave ground. As Rain moved away from the escalating clash between Lillian and Gertrude, another danger appeared. A bolt of magic shot past him, so close it singed his cheek. The professors leaned forward. Where did that come from? A moment later, several low-ranking students emerged from the trees, surrounding Rain like a pack of wolves. They're ganging up on him? One professor muttered. Rain knelt, picking up a broken wooden staff from the ground. My body's at its limit. No mana left. I can barely stand. This is bad. He tightened his grip on the stick, steadying himself despite the pain. But I'm not done yet. Rain stared down the group of low-ranking students encircling him, his breathing shallow, wooden staff gripped tightly in his worn hands. So, you lower-ranked guys, he said with a smirk. Do you really think teaming up will let you beat someone even Logan couldn't take down? If you back off now, I'll let it slide. Their red-haired leader stepped forward, eyeing Rain warily. You're right, we know you're stronger than us, young master. But something feels off. If you're really that powerful, why are you trying to negotiate? Before Rain could respond, a student leapt from above, sword crackling with lightning. Rain's instincts kicked in. He raised his staff and blocked the strike in a sharp, practiced motion. The attacker sneered. You think we're idiots? You probably don't even have the strength to move. Just give up. Hand over your points quietly and we might let you live. Watching from the sidelines, Professor Ellen sighed and rubbed her temples. Unbelievable. There are always guys like this, no matter where you go. Caroline, arms crossed, gave a shrug. Don't look down on them. This is a strategy, after all. Back on the battlefield, the skirmish intensified. Rain clashed with the surrounding students, parrying and dodging with tight, efficient movements. His expression was focused, but his mind was racing. I can't afford to underestimate them. They're not half bad. One student shoved Rain back with a burst of strength, and another immediately lunged, lightning sword aimed at his chest. At the last second, Rain kicked up a cloud of dust into the attacker's eyes. The student flinched, momentarily blinded. That moment was all Rain needed. He stepped forward and drove his staff into the student's side. The blows sent him collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Some of the others hesitated, unnerved by the speed and precision of Rain's counter. In the professor's viewing platform, Caroline leaned forward. You know, I've been wondering. How does Rain know Asura's staff techniques? Ellen nodded. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. The cloaked observer chimed in. He can't sustain much longer. He's been quickly compiling 3-star spells and mimicking Asura-style staff arts. His form is flawless, but his mana management is still immature. In that respect, Krista has the edge. Down below, the remaining students huddled nervously. Did you see that? One whispered. He didn't use magic. I think he's out of mana. Another replied. If we rush him now, we might actually stand a chance. From above, Professor Ellen narrowed her eyes. It must have been Belle queries that he used to cancel the flaming serpent. No wonder he's drained. The low-rankers charged, yelling as they went. You botched the first attack. Stay back. Fine. You're up next. Yeah, let's stick to the order. Marina, watching Rain's ragged state, narrowed her eyes. Helping others is noble. But if you don't have the strength to follow through, it's meaningless. Just a futile gesture. So what now, Scarl's grandson? As two students reached striking range, Rain acted. Lightning crackled across the field. Electricity surged from the rain-soaked ground as soon as the attacker's feet touched it. Both students collapsed mid-charge, stunned by the sudden electric shock. The professors collectively gasped. Gimar furrowed his brow. When did he set that up? Wait, how does he still have mana? Kyle responded, impressed. He doesn't. That was his own lightning attribute sword, stored in a plasma state. He timed its release to coincide with contact on the wet ground. Just knowing how to do that is one thing, pulling it off. That takes real experience. Only 2 opponents remained, the red-haired leader and a green-haired mage. The green-haired student began chanting. No wonder he's one of the top contenders. But it looks like he's finally out of cards. If we hit him now. He didn't finish the sentence. The red-haired leader punched him without warning, sending him flying and crashing to the ground unconscious. Exactly. He muttered. Even alone, I can win this. He began drawing earth magic toward him, rocks swirling and forming armor around his limbs. Logan, watching, raised an eyebrow. Great. What now? Krista answered coolly. Looks like some kind of earth-based enhancement magic. But against staff techniques that rely on brute force, it's a poor match. The leader stared Rain down. You can transfer your points, you know. It'll hurt if I hit you. So why not just hand them over quietly? Rain's reply was flat. No thanks. The red-haired student leapt forward, his landing cracking the earth beneath his feet. Then I'll crush you. Rain dashed in at the same time, no words, no hesitation. He thrust the wooden staff forward with all his weight behind it. Crack! The strike hit the center of the rocky armor. The leader flew back, crashing into the ground, coughing violently. Fractures spiderwebbed across the stone covering his chest. Rain exhaled sharply. The Osuro-style staff techniques? I helped create them. Don't underestimate me. The leader lay trembling, barely conscious. He clenched his teeth. He still has enough strength to move? Damn it! That last hit shook my guts. Did I misread him? No. He's definitely at his limit. Rain stood over him, staff in hand. This test assigns an F rank to those who fail, right? Ever wonder why the faculty's been watching this simple exam from beginning to end? The leader didn't answer. Rain continued. They observe everything because how you perform matters. It's not just about points, it's about process. If you fail to score or worse, embarrass yourself with a botched ambush like that. He narrowed his eyes. You don't just get an F. You risk expulsion. The remaining students looked horrified. But if you survive, you're at least guaranteed an E rank. And if enough drop out, they'll curve it. You might even end up with a C or B. A massive explosion echoed behind them. Rain turned and pointed toward the raging battle still unfolding in the background. Lillian and Gertrude locked in a deadly clash. Over there. 2 of the top contenders are going all out. This place won't last long. And I don't intend to get caught when it collapses. He turned back to the stunned students. So make your choice, surrender now and settle for a B rank, or keep going and get expelled. Hearing Rain's words, the red-haired leader's mind stirred. B grade. Not bad. No, actually, that's more than I deserve. With my skills, that's beyond what I ever thought I'd get. Maybe I should wrap this up here. But then his jaw tightened, and a dark thought crept in. What are you saying? Did you hit your head? Backing down now would be idiotic. Anyone can see it, he's finished. That last attack drained everything he had. He has no mana left, no strength. If I take him down now, his points become mine. His heart pounded faster. Why the hell am I hesitating? An opportunity like this won't come again. This is my shot. I can do this. I will do this. But just as he readied himself, his eyes met Rain's. There was no glare, no bravado, just steady, unblinking focus. And in that instant, the leader froze. His body refused to move. Before he could make sense of the feeling gripping his spine, an announcement echoed throughout the barrier. The examination has ended. All students, cease combat and evacuate the testing field immediately. Rain exhaled sharply and collapsed where he stood, finally unconscious. The red-haired leader blinked, stunned, and then burst out laughing. He really was at his limit. He muttered under his breath, a strange mixture of relief and disbelief washing over him. From the observation platform, Ellen let out a deep sigh. It's finally over. Caroline placed a hand on her chest. That was nerve-wracking. I was tense the whole time. Weren't you? Ellen tilted her head. Not really. Meanwhile, Gimar leaned toward Kyle, concern creasing his face. This could get ugly. Lillian and Gertrude aren't stopping. Kyle folded his arms. They'll get point deductions if they keep going. That's not the point. Gimar snapped. They're completely losing control. Below, as the 2 top contenders clashed in a violent flurry of fire and force, Marina narrowed her eyes. With a sharp grin, she raised her staff and slammed it into the ground. Crack! The barrier's illusion shimmered, then cracked apart, dispersing the force of the duel and bringing everything to a standstill. Marina's voice rang out, clear and commanding. Skill is worthless without control. You're just fledglings flailing around. The exam's over. If you don't want the lowest rank possible, leave the barrier now. Gertrude stumbled back and instinctively checked the side of her face and her arm, both of which had been buried earlier during the intense fight. Her eyes widened. The wounds are gone. Wait, this whole time, it was all an illusion. This is an illusion barrier? Lillian, realizing the same, checked her condition and narrowed her eyes at Gertrude. The two locked gazes, exhausted, but still defiant. Then Marina's voice cracked again across the air like a whip. I said get out, while I'm still being nice. How many times do I have to repeat myself, you little brats? At that moment, the brown-cloaked proctor responsible for maintaining the barrier cautiously stepped up. Lady Marina. They called out. What now? She snapped. You forcibly broke the barrier, but the C group exam still has to take place. Then just reset it. The proctor blinked. Understood. Then do it. Now. Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, the other students had begun exiting the testing field. Among them, Lillian approached Rain's unconscious body, a faint trail of steam still rising from the scorch marks left by her earlier spell. She turned to the remnants of the flame serpent and glared. What did you do to him? Rain, eyes fluttering half open as he was helped up, replied hoarsely. I don't know. Lillian stepped closer, her voice sharper. Don't dodge the question. Answer me. Rain exhaled slowly, then looked her straight in the eyes. Before that, let me ask you something. She blinked, surprised. What? Do you actually respect your father? Her expression darkened instantly. You picking a fight with me right now? No, then what is it? Rain straightened, leaning lightly on his staff. It just seemed familiar. The idea of needing to take first place, to drive your father out. No matter the reason, you're climbing up, while burning everything in your way. Is that really the life you want, or just the one he wants for you? He took a step past her. The way you tried to incinerate everything for your goal, it's no different from what I've heard about your father's past. If you're okay with becoming that kind of person, then nothing I say matters. He paused, his voice quiet but firm. I'm the one who defeated the fire serpent. And if you keep going down this path, we're going to clash again. When that time comes, I'll show you exactly what that means. So be ready. With that, Rain walked toward the exit of the barrier. Lillian clenched her fists, trembling. Her teeth ground together. What do you know? You who grew up in a warm family. You who had everything handed to you. What the hell do you know about me? A little while later, as the exhausted students emerged from the barrier, Krista spotted Rain and Gertrude and made her way toward them, a bright smile lighting up her face. Gertrude returned the smile warmly. Young lady! Ready to go all out next time? Without missing a beat, Krista playfully punched Gertrude's forehead. Well done, she praised, then turned to Rain with a teasing shout. You there! You really know how to run your mouth, don't you? Spouting nonsense non-stop. Rain glanced at Logan, curious. What's her deal? Logan shrugged casually. Nothing much, really. Krista huffed dramatically. Earlier, everyone's eyes were on me. I nearly died of embarrassment. Gertrude chuckled. But it was true. Don't you dare. Krista shot back, pointing at Gertrude. I'll shut that big mouth of yours. And you, Rain, what was that stunt you pulled earlier? Rain cocked his head in confusion. What stunt? Don't play dumb. You got rid of that python to save Gertrude, didn't you? Moving away slightly, Rain smiled wryly. Do you really think I'd do something like that? Lillian's magic must have just run out. Krista scoffed. Fine, but you, Gertrude, you definitely deserve a good beating. Rain's smile widened as he walked off. Logan looked at him, puzzled. What's so funny? Seriously unsettling. Rain shrugged. I just think it's funny. If I hadn't come here, I never would have had this experience. Logan nodded. Yeah, Delayon really is different from other schools. That's true in some ways, Rain mused quietly. Then, his thoughts drifted. If Esther hadn't left that letter, if only the privilege to meet Lynn was given to the top graduate, I wouldn't have had this experience. He smiled softly to himself. Esther, you were right. This world, it's truly fascinating. Krista, meanwhile, stalked over to Lillian with a mischievous grin. You've done something truly entertaining to my cute servant, haven't you? She said with a warning edge. Be prepared. The Warden family never lets debts go unpaid. Lillian said nothing in response. Despite their exhaustion, the exams pressed on without pause. On the afternoon of the fourth day, a grueling written test was administered, and on the morning of the fifth, the dreaded, but somewhat less brutal, practical exam took place. Thus, the chaotic midterm assessments finally drew to a close. The scene shifted to the professor's meeting room atop the roof, where all the faculty sat gathered around a large table. Gimar stepped forward, pinning the results on the board for all to see. 4 students have earned S grades across both written and practical exams, he announced solemnly. They are Krista Warden, Nora Redden, Caden, and Rain Ludwig. However, only one can claim the top spot this year. He paused for effect. To determine the true top student, we will hold a bonus point evaluation. For fairness, professors with familial or academic ties to any of the candidates will be excluded from voting. The regular professors may each award 1 bonus point, Assistant Professor Kyle may grant 2 points, and Senior Professor Morena has the privilege of awarding 3 points. A professor raised a hand. My vote goes to Caden. If you look at his overall performance, you'll understand. Another countered. That's not so. Nora's talent, especially her magical precision, is far more exceptional. A third said. I vote for Krista Warden. Professor Caroline, how did you cultivate such remarkable skill? It's truly extraordinary. Caroline blushed lightly. You flatter me. After some deliberation and the distribution of votes, Gimar summarized. Currently, Krista Warden leads with 6 points. Nora Redden follows with 4 points, Caden with 3, and Rain Ludwig with 2. He then turned to Kyle. Assistant Professor Kyle, please cast your vote. Kyle rose, thoughtful. Cadet Krista is truly flawless. Cadet Nora's magical accuracy is deeply impressive, and Cadet Caden's ability to harmonize music with magic is incredible. However, for the future of magic, I must cast my vote carefully. He flicked a piece of paper toward Gimar. Gimar caught it, scanned the name, and announced. The recipient of the assistant professor's 2 points is Rain Ludwig. Caroline thought to herself, he's undoubtedly a cut above. But Krista remains the top scorer. Finally, Senior Professor Morena, known for never awarding bonus points, prepared to speak. She smirked and began to chuckle. The future of magic, huh? She said dryly. You, Kyle, who used to spout those cheesy lines trying to charm the ladies when you were a greenhorn, you've grown into quite the orator. Kyle bowed with a grin. Thanks to your guidance, Master. Marina picked up a pen and paper, nodding thoughtfully. I agree this vote should be an investment in the future of magic. She began to write, the professors watching in surprise. Then, handing the paper to Gimar, she awaited the announcement. Gimar unfolded it and declared with a smile. The highest score, totaling 7 points, goes to Rain Ludwig, this year's top freshman of the midterms. The sun is shining outside. The hero thinks that, as he thought, the indicator has increased. Rain is sitting on the bed and sees a system message that he can continue studying unique magic in this environment, and the progress has increased from 40% to 40.8%. The young man is holding a book in his hands. He is now more interested in whether battles are the only way to raise the unique level. The hero shoulders the knapsack and says that it is time for him to hit the road. The girl pours the last drops from the bottle into her mouth. The container is thrown far to the side. Lynn, who is standing under Fried, asks her to share the drink. She says that there is nothing left. The boy states that he knows perfectly well that she has more. Fried sits on the corpse of a huge smoking monster and says that she has not closed her eyes for 4 days while they were walking here, so she drank everything to the last drop. The girl assures the guy that she has nothing left. Fried looks thoughtfully into the distance. She suggests that they go to the temple, which is located on the Red Mountain Range right after the end of the journey. Lynn looks at the girl in surprise. In front of us are Esther and Kais. Fried says that there is a lot of elixir in this place, which is called Dragon's Breath, and she will treat it, as a result of which the boy's magical power will increase incredibly. Turina, sitting nearby, pokes a stick at the smoking remains of the monster. The hero asks if Fried is really going to give him something so valuable like that. The girl, smiling, asks who the boy takes her for, after which she says that she serves the fire dragon Belle Dacadon. Fried promises to lead the hero along the entire Red Mountain Range, so he should just join her. Rain heads towards the mountains, thinking that the dragon's breath may already be prepared and waiting for him, so he should just go up and take it. We see the lower part of the boy's face. He has not forgotten anything despite the fact that 300 years have passed. Rain smiles, remembering his girlfriend from his past life. The boy climbs up a steep staircase. It is reported that he has been on the road for 18 hours and is climbing Snow Flower Peak. Rain passes under the stone structures and thinks that since the fire dragon Belle Dacadon led his legion and settled here for almost 1,000 years, magical power has spread throughout the mountain range, so to this day, this place is sacred to many believers. Rain looks at the dragon statue. We see the stairs. Judging by the sounds the boy makes, he is very tired. The hero is breathing heavily. Hearing someone calling out to him, the boy looks to his left. A rather plump man sits under the trees. He asks where the young man is rushing to. The man looks at the hero with displeasure and asks if he is going to rob the Snow Flower Peak Sanctuary. Rain looks at the unexpected interlocutor with bewilderment and says that he should not be afraid of this. A man with a large bag next to him asks what kind of mess the young man is in if he's going to rob the sanctuary. Then he says he just wants to give good advice, which is that he shouldn't go there. The sun is shining over the mountains. The man says that no one has returned from there for 300 years, since everyone dies as soon as they set foot on the threshold of the sanctuary. The hero sits down tiredly on the stairs and asks what it's connected with. The fat man puts another piece of food in his mouth and says that the witch put a guard there, namely a demon. Rain looks at his interlocutor in bewilderment and asks if the demon really protects the sanctuary. The man says that this monster is called a demon by the people, but in fact no one knows what kind of entity it is. The fat man covers his head with his hand. He says that he himself decided to take a risk and reach the entrance to the sanctuary, but almost died before entering it. The man says that he was literally one step away from death. Rain sighs tiredly. Taking his knapsack in his hand, he continues to climb the stairs. The man, closing his eyes, reminds the guy that if the guy does not want to say goodbye to life, then he should not approach the entrance to the sanctuary. Rain thanks for the warning. His gaze is thoughtful. The guy thinks that he has already heard that a monster lives in this temple. He understands that he will most likely have to defend himself. We see tree branches. Rain climbs the stairs. He has a lantern in his hand. The hero goes forward. Various sounds are heard around him. Rain looks ahead with anxiety. He thinks that it is very noisy around, and tries to understand if this is really how nature looks without human intervention. Then the thought occurs to him that all this is very similar to the natural habitat of rat spiders. Esther smiles, putting her hands on Lynn's shoulders. Someone asks if this harmless boy is really the mage of their team. The girl replies that this cute child will be their mage. Fried points to the bird sitting on her shoulder and says that their BB is much cuter. The hero thinks that this is simply unfair. Looking at Fried, the boy asks why she compares him to a dove. She says that it is actually a parrot. Rain, smiling, thinks that it would be nice if the sounds that are heard around him were made by someone like BB. The hero walks through the forest. He comes to the shrine. Sweat runs down the boy's face. The guy thinks that he is almost there. He cannot believe that the journey here took so much time and effort. A building rises in front of the hero. Rain tries to understand what to do now, after which he decides to go inside. It seems that the hero notices something. He looks at the debris lying on the ground. A little scared, the boy wonders if the temple built by the fire dragon could stand the test of time. Then he remembers the words of the man he met, that the witch put a demon to guard the shrine. Rain rolls his eyes. It seems to him that this story sounded like a common tale, and he does not feel any traces of the demon. The boy holds his head. A powerful flash of light occurs above the shrine. Rain looks up in fear. He sees a fire bird. It takes off from the roof of the shrine. Then it rushes straight at the hero. Rain is terrified. He barely manages to dodge the attack of the fire bird. The hero, gritting his teeth, looks at the bright flash of light. Rain prepares to cast a spell, and tells his opponent that she is very unkindly welcoming guests. The fire bird crashes headlong into a piece of rock that has grown out of the ground. The bird, whose eye we see, makes a very loud cry. The hero recognizes it. Rain is incredibly surprised. Large pieces fly off the rock that grew thanks to his spell. Shards fly around the young man. The hero recognizes the sound he just heard. A tongue of flame is visible next to Lynn and Esther. Rain looks up in shock. The fire in front of him also seems familiar to him. A parrot is sitting on Fried's shoulder. We see the young man's eye. Rain recognizes the bird diving at him as BB. Esther points to the girl standing next to her and asks Lynn to say hello to Fried. She points to the parrot and says that it is BB, a bird that Fried is raising as her own daughter. Rain covers his face with his hand. He sees a terrible monster in front of him and does not believe that it is BB. The fire parrot spews a powerful stream of flame from its beak. The hero manages to dodge the stream of fire. The boy remembers how BB singed his hair in his past life. Rain thinks that he knew that one day he would get it from this feathered misunderstanding, which, in his opinion, always considered itself the mascot of their squad. The young man, gritting his teeth in anger, looks to the right of himself. He runs away, thinking that this simply cannot be, because 300 years have already passed. Rain runs out of the sanctuary. He walks forward. Sweat runs down the hero's cheeks. He understands that this may still be BB. Rain remembers the fire monster diving at him. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He opens his mouth wide and asks his opponent if this is BB in front of him. The fire parrot flies up to the hero. Sitting on the ground, Rain looks up and asks BB to listen to him, after which he declares that he is Lynn. The fire bird draws a circle above the boy's head. We see the eyes of two opponents. The boy continues to shout that he is Lynn. BB stares at the boy. A huge creature lands next to Rain. We see the mouth of a parrot. The hero, squinting one eye, looks at the bird. It tries to pronounce his name. Looking at the boy in amazement with one eye, The parrot asks if it is really Lynn in front of him. The boy puts his hand to his chest and says that it is. We see the parrot's huge eye again. The bird hears that it is its ancient acquaintance. Rain, smiling, reminds that they even competed for the title of their squad's mascot. Raising his hand, Rain looks at the bird. It says that it is not Lynn in front of it. Grinning angrily, the fiery creature declares that this young man looks completely different, and Bibi does not know his face. Flames begin to flare up in the parrot's mouth. A magical formation appears next to the hero's hand. The bird brings down a stream of fire on the enemy. Rain holds back the flames, putting his hands forward. A smile appears on his face. The boy happily looks at the parrot and realizes that it is actually Bibi. And despite the fact that 300 years have passed, she managed to survive. The hero shouts that although he has a different face, he is still Lynn. The parrot sharply raises his head, after which he brings down another stream of flame on the boy. Rain grinds his teeth from tension. He tries to understand what to do, and then realizes that they must have shared memories, something that will immediately let Bibi know that she is Lynn. Judging by the eyes, the hero remembers what he needs. A magical formation appears between his hands. A powerful stream of water rushes towards the fiery parrot. Bibi falls to the ground in front of the hero. Rain prepares another spell. The parrot, sitting on the ground, hears the hero calling him. The hero surrounds the fiery bird with powerful streams of water. Smiling, he asks Bibi if she remembers what he is about to show her. Many bubbles appear around the opponents. The hero looks down, folding his hands in front of him. He thinks that he used the most simple spell, causing water droplets to fall like snow. Bibi is surrounded by members of the party the hero once belonged to. Rain thinks that this incident is not mentioned in any of the grimoires. Esther looks up happily. Fried hits the hero with her elbow on the back. The parrot happily flaps its wings. Rain thinks that this moment only exists in the memories of the party members. In front of us is the parrot's mouth. Now we see its legs. Bibi flaps its wings. The hero, smiling, says that the bird likes it. The parrot stands on one leg. A yellow bird appears in the middle of the fire. It flies up to the hero. Bibi, happily looking at the guy, asks if it is really Lynn in front of her. The hero stretches out his hand and says that it is he. Bibi sits down on the boy's outstretched hand. Rain holds Bibi on his hand and says that it is he, Lynn. The bird repeats the name it heard several times. The parrot flies up on the guy's hand and calls him a timid magician and a friend of Bibi. The hero looks at the bird in surprise. The young man begins to stagger. Bibi flies up. The hero says that the path was difficult, and he does not have the strength to stand on his feet. The parrot, fluttering over the guy who sat on the ground, calls him a coward. He says that the bird is very noisy and has not changed at all. Rain smiles. We see the bird's beak. Now we see its paw. The hero says that, however, it would be strange if Bibi changed. The parrot flutters in the air. The young man asks how Bibi has been doing all this time. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. It says that Lynn promised to return, and finally kept his promise. A smile appears on the young man's face. However, it quickly disappears. Rain lowers his head and grabs it with his hand. He calls Bibi a fool and says that she shouldn't have done all this because of him. Bibi sits on the boy's head. She says that Fried told her to wait for Lynn, and she did so. The bird says that she was really looking forward to Lynn coming because he is her friend. The hero cries. He sits on the top step of the stairs. After reuniting after 300 years, the boy and the bird spent the whole night talking, enjoying the time they spent together. The hero smiles. Bibi told him about everything he missed, and then they told each other what happened to each of them after the boy's revival. The parrot sits on the boy's head. The hero thinks that, unfortunately, they did not have extra time, so the conversation was rather short. The sun shines over the mountains. Rain gets up from the stairs and apologizes to Bibi for making her wait so long. He says that 300 years is an incredibly long time. The bird replies that the guy is absolutely right. The young man looks to his left. The parrot shows a ring hanging around his neck. The guy looks at the decoration in amazement and realizes that this is the ring that belonged to Fried. It ends up in his hand. Bibi flutters in front of the hero. She says that this is really Fried's ring. The young man calls out to the parrot. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. He approaches the gates of the sanctuary and asks Bibi if she really protected this place for all 3 centuries. The bird replies that this is exactly how it was. Rain looks at the ring. In front of us is a sculptured image of a bird. The door opens. Rain examines the room. Bibi jumps off his head and flies forward. The young man rushes after the parrot. The hero runs along the corridor and asks Bibi where she is flying. We see burning torches. Rain finds himself in front of a room with a bed inside. The boy is amazed. There is a brown case on the bed. The boy understands that Fried's room is in front of him. Bibi knocks her beak on the box. She looks back at the boy. It turns out that there is a small bottle inside the case. The hero asks what it is. Rain takes the vessel out of the box and exhales in surprise. There is a letter at the bottom of the case. The boy takes it out. He understands that a little more and the paper will fall apart. Rain is amazed. He sees the date of the letter, September 24th, 1168, and the name of the addressee, Lynn. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He takes the letter out of the envelope. The boy sees a piece of paper in front of him with his name written on it. Sitting on the bed, Rain reads a letter. Fried says that this year she is writing a letter again, but this time the last one, and since Lynn is generally very bad at finding objects, she decided not to hide the envelope away from the eyes of thieves, but left Bibi as a guard. Rain holds the letter in her hands. Fried writes that the bird will protect the message and the gift until Lynn returns. In front of us is a bottle. Fried asks if Lynn has met little Bibi, after which she says that the magnanimous dragon took pity on them and increased the life expectancy of her daughter. The parrot looks up with curiosity. Fried writes that she is very sorry that she will not see the surprised face of her old friend. Then it is reported that both Bibi and herself have aged greatly, but still hope to meet Lynn. We see an old hand. Fried writes that age takes its toll, so she often cries and remembers the old days, thinking about everything she could not do for her old friend. An aged Fried is sitting at a table. She says that she must leave this place now, and plans to go to the Flame of 10,000 Li, located at the South Pole. She leaves a letter in case her dream does come true, since she does not know if she will be able to meet Lynn before she leaves this world. There is a photo on the table. Fried writes that she will leave the letter here, and she would like to write more, but she is forced to finish because Esther and Kais will scold her. Old hands are holding a box with a bottle. Fried says that a gift is attached to the letter. She congratulates Lynn on her 19th birthday and specifies that the bottle contains dragon's breath. Fried smiles. In the letter she expresses hope that her gift will at least a little help the hero to overcome all the hardships on the journey called life. Fried leaves the room, leaving behind a box. In the letter she thanks Lynn for everything he did and says that she misses him very much. The hero looks at the last lines of the letter, in which Fried signs herself as an old friend. We see the back of the boy's head. Rain says that the structure of the letter is almost formal, and that this style does not suit the girl he knew. The hero cries bitterly and says the name of his girlfriend. Bibi flutters over the boy and asks Lynn not to cry. Rain wipes away her tears. Bibi asks him not to cry. The boy replies that he is not crying. It is just that the formal style that Fried used in her letter made him laugh until he cried. The boy opens the bottle. He drinks its contents. Rain swallows the liquid. Judging by the expression on the boy's face, it turned out to be very unpleasant to taste. Rain experiences very strong sensations. He cannot stand on his feet normally. We see the right eye of the young man. He is trying to understand what he just drank. Bibi flutters in the air. The hero asks the bird to get a diary from his backpack. The parrot climbs into the knapsack. Rudian appears above the open diary. Rain looks at the system window. It says that the level of magic power has increased from 1322 to 2644. The young man opens his mouth in surprise. He cannot tear his eyes away from the system window. The guy thinks that even the elixirs created by the 8 main schools, which take hundreds of years to make, at best help to add only 5,000 units of magic power, and his power has now increased exactly twice. The guy could not even imagine that this potion would be so effective. White circles are visible around Rain's head. He falls onto the bed and declares that before drinking this elixir, it was necessary to increase the power. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy smiles. He raises his hand, on which a glowing sign is visible. Rain looks at his hand happily and declares that now he can use the mental barrier, and that is enough for him. The system window reports that the conditions of the new magic scheme are satisfied. Universe flow. We see the roof of the sanctuary. Rain tells Bibi that he must go. The parrot repeats the phrase he just said several times. The hero looks back at the bird sitting on the bed and asks if it will go with him. We see the parrot from behind. It says that Bibi is waiting for Fried. Rain looks at the bird in surprise. His old friend appears before his mind's eye. Bibi, smiling, declares that she was waiting for Lynn, and now she will wait for Fried. The young man looks at the bird. A smile appears on his face. He says that Bibi can go with him. The parrot looks at the man incredulously and asks if he is joking. The hero, closing his eyes, says that Bibi does not necessarily have to wait for Fried here, since she is very famous, and if she is alive, then they will certainly hear something about her. Fried bares her sharp teeth. Rain suggests that the parrot go looking for her together. Bibi, sitting on the bed, looks at the guy. He asks again whether she will go with him. Rain smiles. Bibi sits on his head. Joyfully flapping her wings, the bird says that she will go with Lynn. The young man is incredibly happy. With the bird on his head, he goes out the door, declaring that they will now be together. We see burning torches again, and also a sculpture of a bird. Rain covers her face, protecting herself from the bright light. The sun is shining over the sanctuary. Bibi says that it is already morning. The door closes. The hero looks at it in surprise. He stands in front of the entrance to the sanctuary. Rain smiles. He looks at the roof of the building and says that it is time to go. The boy goes ahead. He asks the parrot what he would like to eat. Bibi answers that it is corn. The bird sits on the boy's head and repeats the word, corn, many times. Rain tells her that he remembers that Bibi likes this food. Lynn comes out of the gate of the sanctuary. Fried finishes writing the letter and signs it, which makes the hero laugh so much when he reads the message. The old woman holds the paper in her hands. We see the lower part of Fried's face. Bibi pecks at the corn, the owner calls the bird. The parrot, sitting on the cob, hears that Fried must leave. The woman smiles, she asks if the bird will wait for Lynn. Bibi looks at her a little sadly. We see the edge of the letter. Fried explains that this is necessary so that Lynn is not alone. Bibi flutters in front of Fried. She sits down next to the letter. The bird declares that it will wait for Lynn. The aged Fried says that Bibi will have a hard time and be alone, and she will be alone until this boy appears. The sun is shining on the sanctuary. Bibi answers that there is nothing wrong with that. Fried asks if Bibi is sure and offers to go with her anyway. The parrot, whose back we can see, declares that it may be hard for him, but he will wait for Lynn. The bird has a smile on his face. The parrot declares that Lynn is Fried's friend, which means he is also Bibi's friend. The boy will return, and she will wait for him. In front of us is the lower part of Fried's face. The woman says that this boy will definitely find Bibi. There is a photo on the table. Fried says that Lynn is incredibly stubborn, and she has no doubt that he will come here. Fried takes Bibi in her arms and says that she is really counting on her. The sobbing woman says that she is confident in her pet, and that he will do everything right, after which Fried says goodbye to Bibi. We see a magnificent spire. Someone asks if the hero really wants to register not an owl, but a parrot as a postal bird. Rain, raising his left hand, says that he even watched the bird in order to successfully pass the registration, and although the first impression is deceptive, in fact, this parrot is insanely talented. Bibi looks back at the guy, who asks the bird to repeat what she is about to hear. Bibi makes a series of jumps. The girl says that this is an incredibly cute bird. Rain irritably declares that it was not the dance that needed to be repeated, but the words. Bibi, happily flapping her wings, repeats the word corn several times. The hero angrily asks what this miracle is doing with the feathers. Falsely smiling, the guy demands to do everything correctly, that is, as he asks. Bibi again begins to pronounce the word corn. Rain tries to grab the parrot, but it takes off in time. The young man says that the bird is just fooling around, but in fact, she can talk perfectly well. The girl says that she understands everything, but she still does not advise registering her. Rain, raising his fist, asks for clarification. The girl says that the parrot can be caught and eaten by an owl, but besides this, there are already many dangers around. In addition, parrots have a fairly low sensitivity to magic, so using Bibi as a postal bird will be very difficult. An owl flies up to the girl. Bibi shies away from a much larger bird. The girl asks if the hero now understands what she meant. The girl ties a paper scroll to the owl's leg. She says that the parrot is too small for such work, so she advises the boy to think again. The owl looks menacingly at Bibi. The parrot seems to be scared. Fire appears in its beak. Bibi spews a stream of flame. The hero angrily screams for the bird to stop scaring people and animals. The owl flies away in horror. The girl asks in amazement if the parrot really used fire magic. Bibi looks at the girl happily. She asks if this is really a solar parrot in front of her. The hero clutches his head. The girl says that this simply cannot be, and there are not even 100 individuals of this incredibly rare bird on all the continents. Rain looks at the girl and says that she is absolutely right, and this is indeed a solar parrot in front of her. The girl screams in shock that it is simply amazing and asks where the young man found it. He replies that he picked it up on the way. His interlocutor says that she simply could not help but ask about it, although now she understands that for one of the greatest magical families, having a solar parrot is not such a big deal. The girl is completely ecstatic. She asks permission to touch the bird at least for a little while. Rain allows her to do so. The girl strokes the bird while the hero writes something. He asks if he can register if it is a solar parrot. The young man holds a piece of paper in his hands. He hears that there will be no problems with registering such a rare bird. It seems that Bibi does not feel very comfortable in the girl's hands. The hero calls the bird to follow him. The parrot flies after the departing hero. The girl asks to let her hold Bibi at least a little longer. Rain breathes a sigh of relief. Smiling, he tells the parrot that this is his home now and that they will go to school together from tomorrow. The bird happily repeats that she will go to school with Lynn. Bibi pulls the hero's hair, then asks him not to do it. We see two towers entwined with stone dragons. The hero looks to his right. Bibi is sleeping on the bed. The guy understands that the bird is tired, because she has been diligently protecting the sanctuary for 300 years and could not rest even for a day. The guy turns off the light and wishes Bibi good night. The moon is shining over the academy. Rain passes by Kyle. The professor greets the student and says that the guy looks tired after the exams. He asks if everything is okay. The hero, smiling, thanks the professor for his concern and replies that he was just thinking, so Kyle could think that he was tired. The teacher says that the young man should not relax, because if everything goes well, then everything can start today. The hero's face shows surprise. He asks to explain what exactly can start today. Kyle looks at the guy in surprise and says that they are talking about the student council. Rain asks again in surprise. The professor says that it is good to withdraw into yourself, but sometimes it is good to look around and pay attention to the world around you. There are many students around the hero. He apologizes to the professor. He, smiling, looks at the young man and says that among the hero's peers there is no one who would match the level of his skills, and probably, that is why the young man does not perceive school as something important. Rain says that this is not so. Kyle, smiling happily, says that he is glad to hear these words, after which he says that the upperclassman, who could serve as an irritant for the hero, occupies the post of president of the student council. Rain looks warily at the teacher and asks again. A sharp spire is visible behind the trees. Kyle twirls his finger in the air and expresses hope that these two young people will become good incentives for each other's development. The professor states that he is an excellent judge of character and is looking forward to their cooperation. Rain watches the professor leave. The hero, rubbing his ear, sits in the large hall of the academy. His friend waves his hand. Rain sits down next to Logan, who states that his friend is incredibly cool, since he passed all the midterm exams with an S. The hero tiredly says that besides him, 3 other students did the same. The big guy, smiling, admits that Rain is telling the truth, but asks to think about the fact that even Lillian could not do this, so the hero should not be modest. Logan states that, looking at the results of these exams, he understands that his friend will most likely be elected as the head of the first-year students. Rain looks at his friend with concern. The students are discussing something heatedly with each other. Rain tells his friend that Professor Kyle also talked to him about the student council not long ago, after which he asks what relation he could possibly have to this self-governing body. Logan, raising his hand, says that, starting from the first year, the students who have shown themselves to be the best in both midterm and semester exams are awarded the right to join the student council, and most of its presidents go through this path. Sighing heavily, Rain asks if all this is necessary. Logan asks again in bewilderment. The hero tells him that he is very busy, and the student council, as it seems to him, will only take up his time. Logan has a very displeased expression on his face. He angrily tells his friend that many students are ready to tear each other's throats out to get into this council. Rain apologizes and says that he didn't know it was that important. Logan demands that his friend just forget about this conversation and declares that he is in his usual routine. Medelia enters the room with her entourage. A long list is posted on the wall. The students look at it with their mouths open. It turns out that Gertrude is in 8th place. Logan is in 7th place. Hubert is in 6th place. Lillian is in 5th place. The students are chatting animatedly. One of them says that 33 students were expelled during the midterms, and that is a lot. The hero looks at the list and notices that the students who took 1st through 4th place are not listed. Medelia stands in front of the students. She asks for silence and declares that she will now announce the names of the 4 students who took 1st place in the midterms. First, Nora Redden's name is announced. Then Rain Ludwig is announced. Next comes Caden. And finally, Krista Warden's name is announced. Medelia, looking sternly at the audience, asks the 4 students' name to come to the podium. The students whose names have been called step up to the podium. Rain looks to his left. In front of him is a huge hall filled with students. The young people are applauding. The young man cannot believe what he is seeing. A smile appears on his face. Medelia stands in front of the young people and says that she will now report how the Council of Professors distributed additional points. In front of us are the 4 best students of the Academy. Medelia says that they all received an S grade for the mid-semester exam, thereby proving their superiority over the rest, demonstrating knowledge, understanding of magic and skill. Medelia holds a piece of paper in her hands. She says that among these 4 there is a special talent, a student with the potential to create magic of the future, and it is he who will be awarded the title of the best student of the course. Caden is sad. Nora, on the contrary, is smiling. Medelia says that creativity, excellent knowledge and excellent skill are the main requirements for the best student of Delayon. Now in front of us are Rain and Krista. Medelia says that among the many uncut diamonds there is one, unique, from which light emanates. Ellen, sitting on a chair, watches the ceremony. Kyle approaches her from behind, startling her. The professor says that his colleague seems to be in a good mood. Raising her left hand, Ellen replies that this is not the case at all, and she feels sick from realizing how high her nephew can climb. Kyle smiles. He understands that Ellen is hiding her true feelings again. The hero's aunt says that looking at these students, she remembers her youth. When she and Kyle competed for the title of the best student, he was then a student of Marina, and she herself was a student of Scalzi. Ellen smiles. Kyle, standing next to his colleague, says that he is very pleased to hear this. Medelia stands in front of the best first-year students. Kyle says that at this moment, as it seems to her, they are witnessing an event that will go down in history, and in textbooks they will write something like, "On that day, the new future of magic revealed its appearance to the world." Rain looks at the rector in surprise. She says that the best student of the mid-semester exams number 1338 was Rain Ludwig. In front of us is Scalzi and his grandson. The grandfather tells the boy that if he graduates from Delayon as the best student, he will get a chance to meet the Archmage Lynn. He asks if the boy is interested in what exactly the brave Esther wrote in the letter for Lynn. Little Rain smiles happily. The hero clenches his fist. There is a smile on his face. He understands that he has become one step closer to his goal. Medelia hangs a badge of distinction on the hero's chest. She says that when Professor Caroline first told her about the hero, she strongly doubted and did not think that Rain would go so far. An aiguillet appears on the young man's chest. Medelia says that this is a distinctive sign of the best student, and the young man must do everything possible if he does not want to lose it. Medelia claps her hands and once again congratulates the best student of the year. The professor and the student are standing opposite each other. The woman says that she expects active actions from the young man from now on. In front of us are Gertrude and Caden. The guy still does not understand how this blockhead could become the best student. Logan is happy for his comrade. He says that Rain has surpassed the best students of the 8 great schools. We also see the red head of Lillian. Medelia, over whose head hangs a strange creature with wings, announces that Krista Warden took 2nd place, Nora Redden in 3rd place, and Caden in 4th. The students mentioned last do not look very happy. Medelia says that Delayon is just a step on their way, so they should not relax. They need to continue to develop and move forward. Rain, smiling, looks at the rector. She says that she has finished here, and now expects initiative and active actions from the students. The woman in her strange hat stands in front of the students. Nora Redden, who is standing next to the hero, rubs the back of her head. The girl cheerfully says that it will be more fun. Caden does not show any particular emotions. In front of us is Krista's back. Rain is smiling. The girl thinks that this time she will accept her defeat just like she did during the exam in the labyrinth. Krista is shown from above. The girl understands that the difference between her and the hero is still not very big, and she has a chance to catch up with him. We see the lower part of Krista's face. She grinds her teeth in anger. The girl runs away from the stage under the puzzled looks of the other students. Caroline looks at this picture and mentally calms the girl. The professor looks at the student with understanding. Caroline thinks that without difficulties there will be no victories, and victories strengthen the spirit. Krista is smiling. Her mentor thinks that a real fighter is tempered in the fire of defeats. In front of us is the academy building. The students are sitting in their seats. Caden is holding a piece of paper in her hands. Gertrude approaches Rain and Krista. A girl with a short haircut appears in the doorway. She loudly shouts to the hero that they haven't seen each other for a long time, then asks if he remembers her. The girl says that the guy is really very cool if he became the best student. The students look at the girl in surprise. She says that she cannot believe that this was done by the same Rain, who, rooted to the spot, looked at the sky, not understanding what was happening. The hero frowns at the girl. He remembers that he met her once at the family council and, it seems, her name is Sandra Keppel. We see the girl's face. It is reported that she is a 2nd-year student. The girl happily shouts towards Krista that she hasn't seen her for a long time either. Sandra, around whom electric discharges are visible, says that she was sure that Krista would become the best first-year student, and she is very sorry that this did not happen. The students who see this whole picture recognize Sandra Keppel. One of them says that she represents the Western clan of magicians. The second says that she has never lost first place in an exam during her entire studies. A red haze is visible in front of the hero's eye. Rain thinks that the strongest representative of the 2nd year is in front of him, and her mana looks unusual for some reason. Sandra is standing in front of Gertrude. The girl takes the hero by the hand and urges him to go with her, since everyone is already waiting. Rain asks, perplexed, where she is pulling him, and why everything is happening so suddenly. Sandra, smiling, raises a finger and says that they are going to the student council. Sandra walks in front of the hero. He asks where they are going. The girl answers that they are going to the student council, and there is a lot to do there. Rain looks at Sandra in surprise and asks if she is the student council president. The girl answers in surprise that she is only a 2nd-year student, so she is not even a deputy, but a secretary. Then she asks in bewilderment if the hero does not know who the student council president is. A smile appears on Rain's face. Sandra says that none of this matters, and the hero will like this guy. The young man, looking at Sandra, asks if she can tell what kind of person he is and tell about his family and the school he attended. Rain's face is surprised. He hears that the council president has no family, and he did not attend any school. He is completely alone and left to his own devices. Sandra, smiling, declares that no one can compare with this person. The girl asks if the hero has ever heard such a definition as a master of his craft. Without waiting for an answer, she says that this is what many call the student council president. Rain looks at the girl in surprise. We see the back of a young man's head, who we don't know yet, and the hero repeats the description that Sandra just gave him. In front of us is the Mountain Dragon building, where the student council room is located on the 4th floor, and someone calls on the assembled people to pay attention to someone. Sandra, beaming with joy, declares that Rain Ludwig, the best first-year student, is standing behind her, and that he is a new face in their student council. The girl excitedly tells the council members sitting at the tables that, according to Professor Kyle, Rain is an excellent candidate for their organization. Smiling happily, the girl declares that she will now introduce all the council members to the boy. In front of us is a red-haired guy. Sandra says that this is Felix Drake, a 3rd-year student and the vice president. The boy who was just introduced waves his hand. Now we see a blonde. Sandra says that this is Triwis, who used to act as a clerk, but is now in charge of accounting. The beauty does not pay attention to the guy standing in front of her. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. Triwis continues to work with paperwork, as if nothing had happened. Rain looks at the girl in bewilderment, and asks if she really has to process all this paperwork. Sandra replies that now is the period when there is a lot of work, and from tomorrow some of this work will fall on the guy, so he should get ready. Rain looks scared. He asks Sandra in bewilderment if he really will have to do paperwork. The girl says that only until the new council member comes. The second year, smiling, says that they gather here every day after classes, and if there is nothing to do, they only come for the meeting, but when there is a lot of it, they stay until everything is finished. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero does not like all this very much. Raising his left hand, he states that he does not think he has the skills and abilities to be part of such an ideal team. Sandra asks again, puzzled. The student council president does not turn to face the conversation. Rain states that, in his opinion, there should be someone more suitable and competent in his place, so it is best not to include him in this council. Sandra asks to clarify what the young man means. He says that it is still necessary to take into account the predisposition to such work. The girl asks not to rush to conclusions. The president, whom we still see from the back, asks if it is Rain Ludwig next to him. Sandra, smiling, replies that she completely lost her head and did not introduce the first year. Then she says that in front of the chairman of the council it is indeed Rain Ludwig. Finally, she says that the hero sees the president of the student council Valencidus. We see the face of the introduced young man. Rain looks at him in surprise. In front of us is the left side of the hero's face. The young man looks at the fifth-year student sitting at the table, and he understands that he is very wary, although there seems to be no reason for this. In front of us is the young man's left eye. Rain realizes that his whole insides are literally screaming that he needs to be careful, since this man is connected with black magic. A huge black spot is noticeable on Valencidus's face. Sandra, smiling, raises her finger and says that they have an amazing president. Valencidus interrupts the girl and demands that she take Rain back to where he came from. The hero looks at the student council president in bewilderment. He says that he expected to see a completely different attitude, and Krista Warden, whom Sandra brought last time, was much better. The girl does not understand what Valencidus wants from her. She declares that now the entire academy is on its ears because Rain has surpassed all the students of the 8 great schools. Valencidus asks what does it matter at all, since it's not about talent but about attitude. He asks the hero if he really thinks that here, in the student council, he will feel at home, where everyone pampered and cherished him. Rain, guiltily lowering his eyes, says that he doesn't think so. Valencidus, folding his hands under his chin, asks why the boy changed his mind as soon as he heard about paperwork. The president of the council says that he wants to hear an honest answer. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He is trying to figure out what to say, since even if he tells everyone now that Valencidus uses black magic, no one will believe him. The young man decides that it is better to leave this issue aside for now. Triwis continues to work with papers. The hero says that, to be completely honest, all this really irritates him, and he does not understand why he should take on all this work. Valencidus says thoughtfully that Rain is hopeless, since the boy is disgusted by helping his schoolmates. Rain, smiling, says that he has heard this since childhood. In front of us is Valencidus's left eye. The hero squints. The president of the council says that he cannot say that the problem is only in the hero, because he was born into a family of aristocrats in a country that blindly follows outdated foundations, so he simply must have such a distorted way of thinking. Felix, covering his face with his hand, asks what Valencidus says about aristocrats, since it also offends him a little. Triwis asks the boy to move away from her, since he is in her way. Valencidus, whose profile we see, says that he does not require the boy to strive to please everyone, he just needs to know when to help those in need and become truly worthy in order to occupy a leading position in society. In front of us, smiling Esther, Valencidus states that aristocrats are considered the ruling class only because of their good pedigree, but only those who can lend a helping hand, stepping over their status, have the moral right to occupy a place at the top of the social pyramid. Rain looks thoughtfully at the very eloquent speaker. Turning away from the hero, Valencidus states that the student council is a place that teaches exactly this kind of worldview, and here immediately comes the realization that you are respected not only for grades or skills, but, of course, only if the person himself understands this. Looking out the magnificent window, Valencidus states that the hero has a choice to take this job or run away, and he must decide what he needs more. Rain frowns at his interlocutor, and does not understand what is wrong with him, because all the black magicians he has ever heard of were people who would do anything to achieve their own goals. The young man cannot understand if Valencidus is hiding his true intentions behind beautiful words. We see the back of the head of the student council president again. Rain suggests that perhaps there is some reason that led this guy to use black magic. In front of us is Tarina in her wide-brimmed hat. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's cheek. He says that the passionate speech that Valencidus gave suggests that the president really wants to see him as a member of the student council. Sandra looks at the guy in amazement. Felix smiles. Rain says that he will try himself in office work. The hero slams his palm on the table. He thinks that if he wants to observe Valencidus, then the student council is the perfect place to do it. The young man is going to keep an eye on this man all the time. Rain, smiling, says that since he has no experience in this matter, he may have some difficulties, and then asks if this suits the president. Valencidus, smiling, replies that the boy does not have to worry about this, since he will correct all his mistakes one by one. In front of us is the Belle estate, which belongs to the Ludwig family. The hero's family is gathered at a richly laid table. In front of us is his father and mother. We also see his brother and sister. Scalzi, frowning, folding his hands in front of him, asks Bran to read it again. A small boy holds a piece of paper in his hands. It is said that this is Bran Ludwig, the second son of the family. The child, sitting next to his grandfather, pronounces syllable by syllable that Rain Ludwig was chosen as the best student in the mid-semester exams. The grandfather demands that Sari now read the letter. The boy hands the paper to his sister. The girl clears her throat. The table where the family is sitting is shown from under the ceiling of the room. Sari reads exactly the same as her brother. Scalzi is silent. A smile appears on his face. The hero's father and mother smile. Bran covers his mouth with his hands. Sari laughs joyfully. The servants standing near the table applaud and congratulate the family members. In front of us is a gray-haired man. He thinks that Scalzi came to the Belle estate when he learned that Rain became the best student. He could not imagine that this day would ever come. Scalzi, spreading his arms, turns to this man and says that his contribution to the fact that Rain grew up to be such an amazing guy is invaluable, and advises the man to rest properly today. He thanks him. The hero's father and mother are very happy. Sari looks at Bran, who is drinking something from a mug. Scalzi raises his glass and offers to drink to the happy event. Cavan says that this year the school has some truly outstanding students, including the third daughter of the warden family, so he didn't expect Rain to be the best there. But as it turns out, his worries were in vain. Scalzi, who is holding a glass, says that there was no need to worry, except that the exam organizer was Marchena. The old man says that fortunately the old woman's personal dislike did not affect the grades in any way. The hero's mother looks at Scalzi and says that she actually thought that Scalzi and Marina were close enough since they worked together at the academy. Scalzi is dissatisfied and silent. Sari gets up from her chair and promises her grandfather that she will also enter Delayon and become the best student there. The old man, laughing loudly, says that the girl will succeed. After all, she is his granddaughter too. The gray-haired old man sitting next to the girl is sad. Scalzi tells Sari that she, like Rain, will make their family name famous. We see the old man's eye. The man thinks that Mrs. Sari has already become the best student at Rivendell High School, and she is so talented that everyone is already talking about the little girl following in Krista's footsteps. The man is terrified by how strong the children of this family are. Before us is the profile of a happy Sari. The hero's mother smiles sadly. She looks at Scalzi in bewilderment when he unexpectedly for her notes her merit in raising such amazing children. The old man, looking at the woman, says that she has invested in his grandchildren more than anyone else, and definitely deserves to be called the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. The hero's mother smiles. However, she immediately becomes very serious again. She rises up in her chair and asks her to forgive her for having to leave for a while. Cavan says that he will also leave for a while. The grandfather and his two grandsons remain seated at the table. In front of us are the upper parts of 3 windows. Cavan asks Brim to stop. The hero's father asks his wife why she is crying on such a fine day. The woman answers that this has happened for the first time. Cavan looks at her in surprise. Brim, smiling, says that Scalzi called her daughter-in-law for the first time today. We see cracks in the stone. It is reported that the old man treated her badly, since Brim comes from a family of an impoverished baron, who had no status and special abilities, and there was a huge social gap between her and Cavan, who is a descendant of one of the great families. Young Brim listens from around the corner as the father and son quarrel. It is reported that Scalzi Ludwig, who wanted to tie the knot of his son with a girl from the royal, or one of the great families, was categorically against Brim. But since his son did not give in, he simply broke off relations with him, after which he left the estate. Scalzi leaves his beaten son. Cavan looks sadly ahead. His wife says that she feels guilty about what happened. Young Brim defends her chosen one. The woman says that the father, who loved his son so much, broke off all relations with him because of her. Blood flows from the corner of young Scalzi's mouth. Tears flow down the woman's cheek. We see the lower part of Cavan's face. Brim says that if they had not gotten engaged, her husband would now be in a much higher position, and his relationship with his father would not be so tense. Tears flow from the woman's eyes. Her husband says that if they had not gotten married, then Rain, as well as Bran and Sari, would never have been born. He states that their children are the best gift that Brim could have given him. In front of us are the youngest children of this married couple. Cavan states that Scalzi agrees that they have magnificent children, like no other. Cavan hugs his wife by the waist. Brim sheds streams of tears. Her husband says that she should not cry. after which he states that their children have just recently entered this world, and will surprise them more than once. In front of us is the academy building. Someone inside says that the hero should get acquainted with the letters sent by the students, choose the most adequate ones, and sort them by topic. Rain asks if students always write so much. Trois, who is standing with her back to the guy, says that the hottest time is exams, and quite a lot of letters accumulate after the holidays. The hero looks back at the girl and asks if she brought him here so that he could sort everything out. Trois, as if nothing had happened, replies that everything was exactly like that. We see the girl's profile. She says that she also went through this, and this is a kind of tradition. According to her, the guy will be sorting letters until the next best student arrives. Rain sighs resignedly. The hero stretches on a bench next to the academy building. It is reported that this will happen in an hour. Rain says that he is already pissed off by everything, and he cannot believe that all this needs to be done today. In front of us are several letters. The young man complains that all of them have absolutely meaningless content. In the guy's hands is a whole stack of messages. He calls their authors scoundrels and graphomaniacs. Valencidus approaches the hero from behind. Rain reads a letter out loud, which says that cleaning the campus is very difficult. The boy declares that he finally read something useful. Valencidus comes close to him and says that it seems that the freshman is trying to find at least something useful in these letters. Rain looks over his shoulder at the student council president and greets him. Valencidus looks at the hero rather sullenly. Valencidus snatches the letter from Rain's hands. The hero says that he could have been left unsupervised, and he is not idle here. The student council president declares that this is not what he came for. Rain closes his eyes tiredly and asks if this is the job Valencidus called a good offer. He declares that, if you think about it, then anyone could have done it. The student council president replies that the boy hit the nail on the head. These words alarm the hero. Valencidus, looking at the guy with displeasure, says that the work he does is completely opposite to the old aristocratic way of thinking that Rain has. The hero looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He says that the guy thinks that someone less talented should do all the work for him. Then Valencidus asks if there is any point in any magic then. We see the lower part of the face of the council president. He again says that if everything was as the hero imagines, there would be no need for magic. We see two girls cleaning leaves. Valencidus says that no one cares about how ordinary people suffer. He asks if the sacrifices of ordinary workers are natural if someone needs to raise great magicians. Rain, looking down, reminds that this is the philosophy of Delayon. Valencidus confirms that this is true. Sadly closing his eyes, he says that this is the main ideology of the academy, and everyone knows the truth. In front of us is a scroll. Valencidus states that the magic formulas and figures are very complex, so it is believed that someone who is not a mage would not be able to even understand what it is. So no effort has been made to ensure that magic is used by a wide range of people so that they can make even one scroll. In the hands of the council president is a piece of paper. The boy says that ordinary people are treated here as if they are not worthy of receiving the benefits and advantages of magic. In front of us are farmers cultivating the land. Valencidus says that while the academy is developing high-level magic, there is not a single spell that can restore the devastated soil, and in rural and mountainous areas where magic is not as developed or even unknown, all work is still done by hand. In front of us is the back of a young man's head. Valencidus says that he believes in a truly beautiful world and the coming of a golden age. He looks up thoughtfully and declares that then finally the miracle will be fairly distributed among all people, and this is the world he wants to build. Rain looks at his interlocutor. He hands him a piece of paper and asks the hero to take this letter to the local magic development club. Valencidus declares that, perhaps, the results are insignificant so far, but they still have some meaning. Valencidus leaves. The hero looks after him thoughtfully. He tries to understand why the guy started this conversation, and why he got involved with black magic. One of the girls clearing the leaves smiles at the president of the council. The hero thinks that Valencidus is becoming more and more interesting to him as a person. A smile appears on the guy's face. He thinks that when he goes to the black market, he will try to find out at the same time what this young man is like. Rain passes by a notice board. It is reported that the event takes place 2 days later in the Adventurers Union. The girl standing at the reception desk happily greets the hero and asks how she can help. She says that there are various orders here, from searching for robbers to exterminating goblins in the sewers. Rain says that he would like to be hired as a traveler's guard, and if possible, the destination should be the Rediscovering district. The girl smiles. Looking sternly at the guy, she asks if he can show her a token. The hero understands that this means that they do not assign tasks to just anyone, and it seems that the head of the Special Assignments Department did not lie about this. Rain shows his token and says that it is a copper level. The girl looks at the applications hanging above her head and asks to wait a little. After a while she says that the young man is a little late, and most of the orders were taken yesterday. The hero asks in surprise, is there really nothing left? The girl sadly says that there is only an order that expires this evening, and it seems that it will not be possible to start working on it right away, since first you need to successfully complete an ability test. The girl holds a piece of paper in her hands. Rain understands that the customer is going to choose only those who can really be trusted, and this is very good. Looking at the employee of the establishment, he says that he will take this order and asks where he needs to go. The girl says that this is just excellent. She hands the guy a piece of paper and says that the customer has prepared a cart that will deliver to the right place. The departure is soon, so it is better to go there right away. The girl waves her hand and wishes the guy good luck. The hero thoughtfully looks at the piece of paper. On the street, a girl with blue hair calls out to him. Smiling, she calls the guy cutie who has a boyish haircut. Rain looks at her in bewilderment. He turns his head, trying to understand who the girl just addressed. Not finding anyone, he leaves. The girl rushes after the hero and puts her hand on his shoulder. She says that she was talking specifically to Rain, and now she sees for sure that it is a guy. The young man says that this crazy woman scared him. The hero smells the sea and assumes that in front of him is a swordswoman from the Iron Knights Islands. The hero turns to his new acquaintance and asks what she needs. She asks him to relax a little. Smiling happily, the girl suggests joining forces and creating a team, especially since they are performing the same task. Rain looks at her in bewilderment and asks why it is absolutely necessary to go there together. The girl says that it is so that there is someone to talk to. The hero declares that he is not interested in this. The guy turns around and leaves. The girl begs him to wait for her. She rushes after the hero and asks why he is behaving like this and why he does not want to go with such a beautiful lady. The girl says that she cannot believe that the young man is so handsome that she initially took him for a girl. Rain calls her a leech. The girl angrily asks if she heard right. The hero replies that her hearing is fine. The young people approach the carriage. They pass by the horse. And then they climb into the carriage. The girl, laughing, says that in her homeland she is quite famous as a great swordsman, and that she became a bronze-ranked adventurer in a very short time. Then she asks the guy if he is impressed by this story. Rain thinks that for the first time in his life he dreams of going deaf. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she did not introduce herself, and says so. Rain thinks that he does not care at all what her parents called this crazy girl. The girl, smiling, looks at the hero and says that she is Herpian, after which she asks what the name of her companion is. With a heavy sigh, the young man says that his name is Rain. The girl says that she seems to have heard this name somewhere. A man in torn pants approaches the carriage. Herpian says that she has definitely heard this name recently. Rain assures that the girl is wrong. A man looks into the carriage. He sits down in front of the boy and girl and announces that he is going with them. Herpian asks if he is also an adventurer and says that it looks like they can go now. The adventurer has a long spear. He says that there will be 2 more people with them. We see a young man in a bandana. Now we see a girl with a short haircut. She says that if everyone is gathered then they should leave. She thinks that the adventure promises to be exciting. Herpian smiles happily. She encourages her bored companions to make the most of it. The guy in the bandana, smiling, asks the owner of the spear what he will do if he encounters real danger. If he is so nervous at the thought of an escort mission, the man says that sometimes such things happen, and then agrees with Herpian's suggestion to try hard. The driver pulls back the curtain of the cart and announces that they are leaving. The cart goes between the trees. We see the adventurers inside. The hero yawns. A guy with scars on his face looks out of the cart and asks the driver where they are going now. She replies that they are going to where the owner is. Blue sky is visible above the trees. The guy asks how far it is to go. The driver replies that they are almost there. After some time, those inside the cart hear that they are already there. The adventurers get out of the cart. A girl with a short haircut asks why they are in the forest and where the customer is. The driver says that the owner will be waiting for them at the place marked on the map. We see this map. Someone asks if they are really in the Golden Rose, from which, in fact, they set off. The girl looks angrily at the driver and asks why she brought them here, and whether this is some kind of mockery. She replies that you should have carefully listened to the terms of the contract that were voiced in the Adventurers Union. The driver states that the potential guard must first successfully pass the ability test. A yellow star is visible against the background of the trees. Rain realizes that something is wrong here. He deflects the projectile flying at him with his stick. The arrow sticks into a tree. The girl with the short haircut, smiling, looks to the left of her. The adventurers are standing in front of the cart. The hero says that now he understands everything. An arrow sticks out of the tree. In front of us are 3 members of the future party. The hero looks to the right of himself and says that now he understands everything. Leaves are falling from the trees. Herpian, smiling, looks at the hero and asks if ordinary magicians do what the guy just showed. He replies that the girl is too careless, and next time she can no longer expect help. The young man armed with a spear says that this is exactly what he is talking about, and it would be simply shameful if a silver-level adventurer went to the next world because of an arrow that hit him. The girl with the short haircut justifies herself by saying that she reacted too late, since she did not feel anything. But nothing like that usually happens to her. The girl in the bandana says that the arrow was real and it was aimed straight at the head. The driver, smiling, says that this is exactly what happened and that is what the test is about. Rain looks at the driver, puzzled, who says that only the one who gets out of the forest safely will be hired and will be able to meet the client. We see an arrow sticking out of a tree. The girl says that the basic skills that are used in security work are being assessed, so she asks everyone to think of this test in this way. The driver, closing her eyes, says that those who are unsure of themselves can return to the carriage, which is not subject to attack. The guy with the spear looks at the driver, puzzled. The girl with the short hair rubs her head. Rain thinks that no one present seems to be going to hide, but he does not understand who is conducting such tests now. The girl throws a knife up. She states that the attack was intended to kill someone, but she did not feel any malice or aggression, which means that it was not a human who shot. In her opinion, booby traps and a summoner are involved. Rain seems to understand something. The girl with the short haircut sticks her weapon into the ground. She says that if you narrow the search area for a target, you can react much more successfully. The girl's hand holds a knife. We see the adventurers and the cart from a bird's eye view. An arrow flies through the air. The girl deflects it far into the air with her left hand, after which she states that the traps are set up with imagination. However, apparently the employer was trying to save money, since she senses only 5 targets. An arrow is stuck into the ground next to the girl in the bandana. The guy with the spear looks at Herpion strangely. Someone says that testing gold-ranked adventurers with such a large number is simply not respectable, and most likely, they are simply underestimated. Rain, smiling, looks at the girl with the short haircut. He thinks that she very easily identified the sources of danger in such a large area. However, nothing else could be expected from a silver-ranked adventurer. The guy with the scar on his face asks the driver if they can counterattack the opponents if this test implies that the adventurers undergoing the test can be killed. The girl nods her head silently. A smile appears on the guy's face. He spins his spear above his head and says that then we need to break loose. We see a white whirlwind and 2 flying arrows. Herpion covers his head with his hand. The driver tries to hold on to the horse. Green leaves fly in the air. The blunt part of the spear falls to the ground. The young man holds his weapon, smiling, and says that he likes it, and now everything can be seen much better. Rain looks around, smiling. He thinks that they are doing quite well so far. The owner of the spear looks forward and says that now they can begin. The hero asks him to wait. 2 magical formations appear above the guy's hands. The young man looks at the hero in bewilderment. The girl in the bandana is also surprised. They both understand that Rain is calculating 2-star magic very quickly. Rain combines magical figures with his hands. Someone around begins to think that the magician Jorhan is in front of them, that is, one who uses magic, making all the calculations in his mind. Rain looks to the right of himself. We see a forest that his eyes scan. The hero says that camouflage is used here, and, as already said, it was not a person who shot. Herpion and the girl with a short haircut look at the young man in surprise. He says that telekinesis is used here and, in addition, he found a couple more traps. The girl in the bandana asks the hero if these traps are controlled by magic and if the guy can show her where they are. Rain says that, of course, he can give her a tip. He draws on the ground with a stick and expresses hope that the girl can handle it. She opens the case. Herpion happily asks if the girl is one of the Rigwind mages, that is, those who use sound as a catalyst. A strange musical instrument appears in the girl's hands. She confirms Herpion's guess. The girl begins to pluck the strings, after apologizing for not playing perfectly yet. Herpion and Rain look at the girl playing music. Sounds spread throughout the forest. We see tree branches. A monster comes out of the forest. It seems that this monster is very uncomfortable. The monster falls to the ground head first. The driver looks at what is happening in surprise. In front of us are 2 surprised adventurers. The girl in the bandana, sighing tiredly, says that she has broken the flow of mana, and if this is not a classic trap that works without the use of magic, they can feel safe. Rain looks at the girl a little surprised. He thinks that she simply knows her business perfectly. The guy understands that even outside of Delayon there are amazing mages. Someone says that the mages he met so far were either lazy or cowards, but those gathered here seem completely different. The girl in the bandana and the hero look at the one who said this in surprise. The owner of the spear smiles happily. He says that his name is Willis, and offers to join forces to make money. The girl with a short haircut says that she completely agrees. She introduces herself as Brienne and asks if it is time to meet the client. The girl in the bandana points at herself, and says that her name is Yanner. Herpion claps her hands and says that there is no need to meet with the client. Brienne looks at the girl in confusion and asks what she means, since they need to get to the place for the test to be considered complete. Herpion states that in that case it is already complete. Brienne asks who decided this. Herpion replies that she decided it, since she is the one who organized this test. The adventurers look at Herpion in amazement. She turns to the driver and asks if all the traps have been destroyed. The girl confirms this. Herpion orders the contract to be brought, after which she states that she likes all 4 adventurers, since they have good skills and are very interesting people in their own right. Brienne looks at the girl in shock. The driver, smiling, points at Herpion and confirms that the client in front of the adventurers is the eldest daughter of the Dial family, Herpion Dial. Brienne happily spreads her arms and says that the Dial family is aristocratic. Then the girl asks if they can expect any bonuses. Herpion says that it is quite possible. Rain looks at Herpion strangely. He thinks that this girl does not have a drop of nobility. which is supposedly characteristic of aristocrats. The girl asks in surprise why the guy looks at her like that. In front of us are the members of the newly formed squad. Herpian says that, in any case, they all tried their best according to her. There is no better way to test the abilities than to observe the applicants in person, from the front rows. Giving a thumbs up, the girl says that from now on the young man can begin to perform the duties of her guards, after which she calls them her capable adventurer friends. Yanner looks out the window. Herpian enters the door. She shouts that she has arrived, and asks if the adventurers gathered in the room have gotten to know each other well. Rain remembers asking his comrades what rank they were, and they all answered silver, after which he says that, well, the introduction has already taken place. Herpian points to the young man standing next to her and says that it is Bardwell, who will be accompanying them all the way to the Rediscovering district. The guy, looking sternly at the adventurers, says that his name is Bardwell, after which he states that he is the head of the guard, and the job of those he sees is to protect the lady in any situations that may arise during the journey to Rediscovering. He says that the lady plans to visit the black market in this area. It is illegal. But it is no secret to anyone that the market is currently operated by a religious order. Willis, looking to his left, says that he knows about it. Bardwell, whose eye we see, says that there are rumors about the beginning of the religious order movements, and there is a possibility that its representatives will appear on the black market, so we must be prepared for this. Yanner looks at Bardwell a little sadly. Rain looks thoughtfully to his left. He thinks that the matter is most likely in the Golden Children who are fighting heresy. The guy did not even imagine that the matter has taken such a serious turn. It seems to him that we need to be careful, because the body for special magical purposes is also most likely already engaged in this matter. Brienne, smiling happily, says that the main thing for her is that they will receive a reward for the task. Then she asks if they can buy something on the black market if they find something interesting for themselves. Bardwell says that only at their own expense. The girl reproaches him for greed and says that it is a sin. Herpian raises his finger and states that if the price of the item is less than their fee, then she can pay for the purchase. Brienne asks what will happen if the item is more expensive. Herpian replies that the adventurers will pay the difference in price at their own expense. Rain, looking at Bardwell, asks how long this mission is. He replies that, according to preliminary calculations, they will be able to return in 9 days. The hero says that he understands. Bardwell, opening his mouth wide, says that if there are no more questions, the adventurers should rest, since tomorrow morning they will already be moving out, after which he gives the command to disperse. A cart is driving along the mountain road. It is reported that this is happening the next day. Yanner, surprised, asks if Rain really wants to learn sound magic from her. The hero says that this is exactly what he wants, since he will not be able to learn this art anywhere else. Brienne, smiling, says that this magic will be useless if the guy does not have musical abilities and knowledge, so it is not a fact that he will be able to learn something. Rain looks at her with excitement, and says that it does not matter at all whether he can learn to play or not, since he is interested in the basics. Stars sparkle in the young man's eyes. He says that he has never encountered sound magic in his life, and even an explanation of the basics will suit him. Rain asks the girl again to teach him. She sighs heavily. Rain and Yanner are sitting by the fire. The girl says that her lyre has 4 strings, each of which has its own sound. The magic circle is determined by the tension of the first string. One of the strings represents water, the second fire, and so on. And they are the ones that determine the attribute. Rain says that he understands. Yanner plucks the string. She says that the vibrations form runes, and by creating a melody, you can put together a mathematical formula. The girl says that she understands that she is explaining incomprehensibly, but all this is really very difficult to convey in words. Rain thoughtfully rubs his chin. He asks if it is confusing that you have to play a musical instrument and calculate a mathematical formula at the same time. Yanner, smiling, says that not all mages who work with sound are Jorhen. According to her, there are ways to play music that create mathematical formulas. Rain, closing his eyes, listens to the girl. She says that one of the strings represents a linear function, the second a quadratic function, and the third a cubic equation. The hero looks up and says that he does not understand anything. Yanner, upset, replies that she realized that this would happen, and apologizes for such an inept explanation. The girl says, smiling sadly, that she explains everything as it is, and she is not sure that there is any other way to convey it to the hero, because it is all from the realm of feelings. The young people sit opposite each other. Yanner says that wandering musicians use the expression, reading the wind. And here they are dealing with something similar. Seeing that the hero does not understand anything, she apologizes and offers to pretend that she did not say anything at all. Herpian comes up to the young people from behind. She asks what exactly Yanner did not say, and how interesting the topic discussed here is. Yanner says that Mr. Rain asked to teach him the magic of sound. The driver strokes the horse. Herpian asks Yanner to sing a lullaby, because she wants to sleep. She replies that she does not know such songs, but she can play a magic melody that drives away wild animals. Willis, smiling, says that he likes this proposal, and asks to play such a melody. The girl begins to pluck the strings. Music sounds above the moonlit forest. The driver falls asleep next to the horse. The girl continues to play the lyre. Herpian quickly falls asleep. Willis and Brienne listen to the melody. The hero looks up with a smile. He thinks that the magical world is incredibly deep and diverse, and there are many types of magic in it that he did not even suspect. Transparent balls fly above his head. The guy understands that in magic you can learn something new every day, and it has no end. We see a dark hall with columns. In front of us is a statue. A character in a green robe says that there are no problems at the academy. It remains to wait 6 months until the end of the semester, and number 1 will finish his course as the best student. We see someone's hand. Its owner says that when this happens, their plan to obtain Lynn's corpse will look absolutely flawless. A bright flash is visible next to the character in the green robe. The elements are raging around him. We see white streams. A character in a green robe falls to the ground and asks Lady Tarina to have mercy on him. A girl in a straw hat sits on a stone throne. We see her eye. In front of us is a cracked statue. Tarina asks what's up with the Leticable. The answer is that numbers 3 and 6 are working. Tarina says that means Ravinia is already on the way. Her servant raises his head and confirms what Tarina said. In front of us is a picture of the brutal extermination of people. Tarina's subordinate says that the said girl will have no problem getting the desired item, and given the nature of those involved in this operation, they will turn the entire city upside down to get what they need. The character in the green robe smiles happily. He says that this should distract the attention of the Golden Children and the Special Operations Department of the League of Magicians. He states that the people involved are only waiting for permission from Tarina. In front of us are Herpian, Rain and Brienne. Their carriage passes over the sunlit city. Tarina puts her pipe to her mouth. The hero smiles. Tarina exhales smoke and says that her servant can do as he wishes. Willis, with a spear on his shoulder, looks at the city. He says that they got to Leticable, and much faster than he thought. The young man notes that the city is small, and he does not believe that it is here that the largest black market in the country is hidden. Brienne tells him that in front of him is only the top of the iceberg, and everything else is underground. Willis asks again in surprise. Brienne, raising her finger, says that the underground part of the city is twice as large as the one visible on the surface. An order here is maintained by the Guild of Robbers. The young man irritably calls his interlocutor a professor. In front of us is the part of the city that is visible on the surface. Willis asks what the administration of this settlement does then. The girl replies that the officials are in cahoots with the robbers, and receive bribes from them. Willis says that now everything is clear to him. Rain, who appears next to the young man, asks why a girl from an aristocratic family needed to go to the black market. Willis replies that it was for collecting things, because rich people are crazy about all sorts of outlandish things. Brienne says that Herpian is not one of them, and her case is a little different. According to the girl, the Dial family earned their fortune through trade, and if you believe the rumors, then this family inherits the status of the head of the family in a very unusual way. Rain looks at the girl with interest and asks to tell in more detail. Herpian is sitting next to Yana playing the lyre. Brienne says that the Dial family has a rather unusual way of inheritance. The status of the head of the family is received by the descendant who has the most valuable and rare jewel. So when the head of the family is of old age, all his descendants travel around the world in search of artifacts. The hero, closing his eyes, says that everything is clear to him. He thinks that the peculiarity of merchant families is their focus on real skills, because if they want to do business, then the head of the family will need certain skills and a mindset, so such behavior has a practical meaning. Willis, sighing, says that all this information is of absolutely no use to him personally. They are simply doing work here to protect the client, for which they get money, and he does not need to know more. Bardwell shouts that they are ready and can go. We see a simple gate. It is reported that this is the southern entrance to Leticable. Bardwell orders everyone to gather. He shows a piece of paper with an image of a box and declares that they must definitely find this thing. Rain looks closely. He notices that at the bottom of the sheet are written the words "Beloved Brenna." The hero looks at the very similar young people in surprise. Bardwell says that if they go all together, they will only cause a stir, so from now on they will act separately. The soldiers move in groups of 2 and explore everything along the designated route. If someone finds a box, one bargains, and the second runs to call the lady. Herpian, looking at the paper, says that if the thing is found, then it does not matter at all what condition it is in. The cost does not matter, so it just needs to be found. Bardwell, standing next to him, says that the gentlemen adventurers have their own duties. He tells Brienne that she must monitor the situation, assess who can pose a real danger and have bad intentions. The girl, closing her eyes, says that she understands. Bardwell says that Yanner cannot immediately enter the battle, so she must find a place where she can track the movement of each member of the squad, and in case of danger she must immediately take all necessary measures. The girl says that she will do so. Bardwell says that Willis and Rain are Herpian's immediate bodyguards, and must protect her at all costs. The young men also confirm that they understood the order. The command sounds to take their places. The adventurers go down on the elevator. Herpian covers her face distorted with disgust with her hand. She says that there is an unbearable smell here. Willis says that this stench comes from the sewers. The members of the squad go through the cave. One of them calls this place an ideal shelter, but says that he would never live here among the rats. The answer follows that they need to endure only a little, since after leaving here, they will find themselves in the city. Herpion looks at something in amazement. In front of the members of the squad, houses are visible. It is reported that this is the underground city of Rediscovering, which is also called the Anthill. In front of us is a fat man who is demonstrating a bottle with a blue liquid. He claims that such a potion cannot be found outside. A man with a snake wrapped around his arm offers rare and strange reptiles. A character in a strange hat holds a spear over his head, which, as he claims, is unique and was cursed in ancient times. Rain raises his hand so that no one will bother him. He thinks that there are things here that you will never meet on the surface. Moreover, if you appear with one of them there, then the golden children will immediately appear. The young man passes by some very stern individuals. He understands that they are from the Robbers Guild, which monitors public order. One of the bandits looks sternly at the hero. Rain looks away and looks ahead, thinking that here you need to be more careful so as not to run into trouble. Herpion, smiling, turns to him and asks permission to ask one question. Without waiting for an answer, she asks why the guy decided to take this job. He asks why the girl needs this information. Herpion, looking at the hero, says that most likely the guy did not come here because of the money. Besides, he looks much more gentle than the others and looks very much like an aristocrat. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. Herpion raises her index finger and says that she has excellent intuition, after which she suggests that in front of her is Rain Ludwig, the best first-year student of Delayon. The hero, shrugging his shoulders, says that it is not him. The girl understands that she was not mistaken. Herpion asks why the young master from a great magical family would become an adventurer. She suggests that he actually asked to come here to buy something on the black market. Rain, whose back of his head we can see, says that he needs a book about Tarina. Herpion looks up thoughtfully. She remembers that she is a famous witch, and asks why the hero needs information about her. He replies that he is also a magician and is interested in studying a person like Tarina. Willis looks warily to his right. The hero looks at his interlocutor and asks if it was because of the ceremony of inheritance of the head of the family that she decided to visit the black market. Herpion replies that she is deeply indifferent to this ceremony. Rain asks in surprise why the girl needs a music box then. Herpion, sadly looking down, says that this is a thing that her grandfather lost after the pirate attack. It belonged to her mother and disappeared a long time ago. Rain looks thoughtfully in front of him. He says that this means that this is a memory of the girl's dead mother. An old man sitting on a chair looks out the window. Herpion says that her grandfather tried to find this box all his life, but could not do it, and when spring comes, the old man hums the melody that the box played, looks into the distance and cries. We see an image of the box. Herpion says that when you work in trade, all things sooner or later begin to be perceived simply as goods. A merchant with a big mouth tries to deceive a naive client. The girl says that in this field of activity, value is assessed only in money and it is completely forgotten that a thing can have another value for someone. Herpion, smiling, looks up and says that this is probably why things whose true value is not forgotten become even more expensive over the years, and people try to save them. The hero looks at the girl with understanding. She says that probably everyone has some expensive thing that cannot be replaced by anything. Herpion looks from behind the curtain at her grandfather sitting in front of the window. She says that she would not wish anyone to experience the grief that a person feels when they lose someone very close. The girl, smiling, says that her grandfather is already at an advanced age, and she wants to please him at least a little. We see the lower part of the hero's face. Herpion asks if she answered the guy's question. Judging by the facial expression, Rain is experiencing strong emotions. He remembers his comrades from his past life. The hero realizes that he knows nothing about what Esther, Kais and Fried liked, as well as Tarina. Lynn looks at the book. The hero thinks that they traveled together for 5 years, and he did not recognize them at all during this time. We see the right eye of the young man. Rain tries to understand what would have changed at all if he knew more about them. In front of us is a tombstone. The hero asks himself if he could leave something on the graves of his friends. A monument to his squad emerges in the young man's memory. Rain really hopes that he will be able to find a meaningful answer to his question. Herpion looks at the hero with bewilderment and asks what happened to him. It seems to her that the guy is about to burst into tears. The young man replies that it is just very dusty here. In front of us is an old man with a pipe in his mouth. Herpion says that he sees a bookshop, and it seems to her that the book the guy needs may be there. Herpion excitedly asks the seller if he by any chance has a book about Tarina. He replies that he does. The girl says that she knew that she would find what she needed here. Herpion excitedly looks at the man and asks if he really has this book. The seller replies that the girl is on the black market, and there is everything there, except for what is irretrievably destroyed. Herpion asks if the merchant can sell her some handsome young man. He replies that he cannot guarantee this. Rain excitedly looks at the seller. He says that when he heard that the golden children were looking for this book, he immediately decided to get one copy just in case. In front of us is a blue book. The man says that this is the last copy he has. The merchant shows the book and says that he bought it after hearing that the golden children are hunting for it. Herpion is happy that they found what they needed so quickly. The hero holds out his hand and asks to look at the book. His eyes widen in surprise. He runs his hand over the cover and realizes that this is the same edition he saw in the library, and in perfect condition. Smiling happily, Rain asks how much this item costs. The seller replies that it costs 7 gold coins. The hero looks at the old man in bewilderment and asks again. He confirms that it really does cost 7 gold coins. Rain is outraged. He asks why the price is so high, because this is not even the first edition of the book. The seller plugs his ear with his finger and asks why the boy is screaming like that. Then he says that it is still cheap. Rain asks if the old man really thinks that 7 gold coins is cheap. He replies that he thinks so quite sincerely. A pipe appears in front of the boy's face. The seller holds the smoking accessory in his hand and angrily says that the boy knows very well that the golden children get furious at any mention of Tarina, so he can be burned at the stake for selling this book, despite the fact that this is the black market. Bewilderment appears on the hero's face. He tries to understand whether everything is so serious, and what Tarina could have done at all. The old man puts the pipe in his mouth and says that his life is at stake, so this is a justified price. Rain says that if this item is really so dangerous, the seller should get rid of it as soon as possible. The old man, squinting one eye, exhales smoke. Rain closes his eyes and says that the merchant knows that the golden children may appear here at any moment, and if one can be punished for possessing this book, then by buying it he is actually saving the old man. The hero loudly slams his palm on the table and asks if the merchant really thinks that there will be another fool who will risk his life to buy this book. The young man looks at the merchant resolutely and says that it does not matter how much the old man loves money, he will not take it to the next world anyway, so the best solution would be not to be stubborn and lower the price. The merchant replies that there will always be a buyer. The hero looks at him in surprise. The old man, smiling, says that he often hears such manipulations since he works on the black market, after which he says that this is a place where people have gathered who are not afraid to dig their own grave, and no one cares how dangerous it is. Rain looks at the seller in surprise. He asks if the young man really thinks that danger motivates people to sell something quickly, after which he states that they, the merchants, stand until the very end to get an extra coin, and he himself initially asked for 15 gold for this book. The old man also slaps his palm on the table. He states that either the young man takes the book for 7 gold, or just leaves here. Opening his mouth wide, the merchant asks if the young man thinks that he should be infinitely grateful to him. Onlookers pay attention to the heated bargaining interlocutors. The old man says that because of the guy, idiots have already begun to gather around his shop, who have no idea what he is selling here. So if the young man does not buy the book, then someone else will. The seller repeats that if the hero is not satisfied with the price, then he can leave. The old man has a smile on his face and says that it would be better if fools like the ones standing in front of him now just sat silently and kept their mouths shut, calling the hero a stupid young master. Rain starts to get angry. Herpian puts her hand on his shoulder and says that Rain should admit that he lost and leave it at that. The hero is incredibly angry and asks for permission to bargain a little more. Herpian demands that he stop as they still have to buy the box. The girl pours out gold coins in front of the old man. She states that this is the price the old man is asking for the book, and now she wants it. The seller looks at the money in amazement. Smiling, the scoundrel tries to say something else, but Herpian declares that the bargaining is over. She says that the merchant asked for 7 gold coins and she poured them out for him. The girl asks if he thinks that some scoundrels will pay him more, since they also heard the original price. Rain looks at the girl in amazement. The old man, smiling disgustingly, says that he can wait for other, more generous buyers. Herpian leans towards him and says that she will pay the same money to the bandits guild in the anthill. Then she asks if the old man understands what she is hinting at, because these people will do anything for 7 gold. Fear appears on the merchant's face. The girl, smiling happily, says that along the way the bandits will grab the book that the customer needs, and she herself will feel great, since she will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Herpian asks what the problem is if the merchant himself set the price, and she paid it to him. The girl puts her hand on the hilt of the sword. Smiling, she looks at the old man and asks if his mind has completely clouded at the sight of gold. Smiling disgustingly, the old man looks at Herpian and thanks her for the purchase. The girl hands the book to the guy. She tells him not to worry about the price, since he does not have 7 gold anyway. Rain looks at her companion in amazement and asks why she does this. Herpian, smiling happily, says that her grandfather always believed that she brings luck to people. The girl points to herself with her thumb and says that she has had a great sense of where to look for it since she was a child. Rain asks if she really talks about luck. They walk through the crowd together. Herpian says that it could well be intuition, and it is difficult for her to explain it, but in any case, it is a good investment in useful connections, and if she and the hero get along, they will work together, and they will have great luck in the future. We see the lower part of the hero's face. The guy, whose back of his head we see, sighs heavily. He understands that she made him a debtor, and it is immediately clear that she comes from a family of merchants. Despite these thoughts, he thanks the girl. She looks back at him over her shoulder. Rain happily says that the girl's intuition came in handy. Herpian smiles, showing off her beautiful teeth. She expresses hope that it will continue like this. At the entrance to the cave, there are two people. It is reported that this is the 11th cave of the anthill. They look back at someone. In front of them are two figures in green robes. One of the guys puts his hand forward and demands that the strange characters stop. The second asks if these people know where they are going, and if they have gone crazy. Two guards stand in front of the characters who want to go into the city. One of them asks what kind of clothes the strangers are wearing, and if they are black magicians. Then he admits that sometimes it seems to him that this world has gone crazy. His comrade cannot believe that someone thinks that these days someone would be afraid of such an outfit. The character in the green robe still tries to go further. One of the guards stops him with his hand. The guy's face is distorted with pain. He looks at his hand and asks if he was just stabbed. He grabs the mage by the collar. The second guard looks on in amazement at what is happening before his eyes. It turns out that his comrade's face has swollen up in an incredibly strange way. The next second, the first guard's upper body explodes. Blood splashes onto the second guard, and a question is asked how the guards knew that there were black mages in front of them. The second guard's face also unnaturally transforms. The upper part of his body explodes. The character in the green robe smiles. His companion, who is slightly taller, says that they have not received permission yet. The small mage says that he does not care, since it was self-defense. Another guard is visible on a high cliff. He runs away from the mages in fear. The tall character looks after him and says that he thinks it was worth being patient. His companion asks his comrade to shut up. A green bird hangs at the entrance to the cave. She flies apart, leaving behind a message. The tall mage says that Lady Tarina sent a message. His companion asks in surprise if this message is really from the mother. The mage, raising his right hand, asks what the message says. The answer is that permission has been received to act at his own discretion. Only a mouth is visible on the black oval of the face. The small mage smiles. The third guard runs away as fast as he can. He looks around in fear. People look up, where something is flying apart into large pieces. The mage in the green robe flies down after the severed hand. He, laughing loudly, shouts that every time he smells blood, he feels alive. Under the green hood, a completely insane face is visible. The mage offers to let blood from someone else. Brienne frowns to her left. We see the profile of the girl. She is looking for something that poses a danger. Before us is a slave trader with live goods. The guard pulls the young man by the collar. The girl thinks that in this anthill it is more difficult to find something that does not pose any danger. The girl notices something. She makes several jumps and soars above the roof, because she thought she heard an explosion. Brienne looks at the burning building and smells blood. She notices two magicians in green robes. People are shouting that it was these scoundrels who did everything, who seemed to appear out of nowhere and started killing everyone. The bully in the clown's cap asks what these bastards are doing. He looks angrily at the magicians and asks if they realize where they are. Ravinia, smiling, asks if they are really in a cesspool with human waste. The bully, whose eye we see, calls the little magician a son of a bitch. He raises an axe over his head and shouts that he will chop the bastard into pieces and feed him to the pigs. A powerful explosion is heard. Brienne looks at what is happening with excitement. Pieces of human bodies are flying above the magician in the green robe. The girl thinks that this simply cannot be, because even the guards responsible for public order, possessing all the necessary skills, died in an instant. Brienne understands that she is facing incredibly dangerous Half a head lies on the ground. The girl thinks that she needs to report everything to Herpion. A magician appears behind her, who stretches out his hand to her. The girl jumps up and strikes a blow that hits her right in the head. Her face is not visible under the hood. Brienne takes out her weapon. Her opponent disappears into thin air, having time to say that the girl is a very good fighter. Brienne looks ahead and curses mentally. Horror appears on her face. The magician impales the girl on a sharp branch and says that this is the end. We see the green hood again. The magician declares that his principle is to eliminate all witnesses. Blood gushes from the girl's mouth. We see her eye. The killer asks her for forgiveness. In front of us is a torn white string. Yanner looks at his lyre. Herpion looks at someone in surprise and asks if he really found what he needed. A young guy stands in front of the squad members. He says that there can be no mistake. The box is very ancient, but it has the same phrase that he was shown. Raising his hand, Herpion asks if the font on the box looks like the one that was shown. The guy, raising his hand, answers that the writing of the letters matched completely. Herpion joyfully clenches her fists. She says that they must go there as soon as possible. Rain, smiling, looks at Willis. Bardwell says that they will do it right now. We see someone's leg. Yanner runs up to a joyful Herpion and shouts that they can't go there. Herpion fearfully asks what happened. Bardwell looks at Yanner with concern and asks for an explanation. Willis behind him nonchalantly states that this is probably a false alarm. We see the lower part of Yanner's face. She asks us to just look around carefully. The squad members notice people flying in the air. They look up in fear. The people standing around them also notice the danger and start pointing up. People pierced by spikes fall from the sky. Willis looks at them in amazement and tries to understand what is happening. One of the corpses has an ugly swollen face. Black explosions occur in the sky. People cover themselves from the blood pouring down on them. Herpion and Bardwell look up in shock. Rain is scared. He understands that telekinesis is used here in combination with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. The hero clenches his fist, realizing that only black magicians are capable of this. We see the characters in green robes again. The hero remembers the fight with the monster, which was the last in his past life. Rain understands that he is experiencing the same feeling that he felt then. The guy is trying to understand if the black magicians came for him again, and why it happened here. It seems to him that they could just wait until he moved away enough from Delayon. Drops of sweat run down the young man's cheeks. Yahello grabs Herpion by the shoulder and says that it is really insanely dangerous here. The girl screams that everyone is killed, and even Brienne. The squad members look at Yahello in shock. Herpion experiences very heavy feelings. She tells Bardwell to gather all the guards and leave here immediately, and she will return later herself. Bardwell looks at his mistress in bewilderment, and says that he will go with her. Herpion turns her back on him and says that she can't put everyone in danger because of her stubbornness, and if they all go together, they will definitely attract increased attention to themselves, and it is too risky. The merchants near whom the explosion occurs begin to run away. Herpion says that she independently rose to the silver rank and has outstanding abilities, so asks not to worry about her. Ravinia waves her scythe. One of the squad members says that if they leave Herpion, and she dies, then it will be the end for all of them, since the girl's family will not leave them alone. Willis fearfully asks if they can't all run away together. The hero standing next to him tells the girl that he will go there himself. The guy assures that he alone will be enough, and in a crowd they will only interfere with each other. Willis grinds his teeth in anger. Rain says that he only needs a fighter who knows where the music box is. Yahello fearfully says that she will also go with the hero. He says that it is dangerous and asks to simply pay him for what he will do. Herpion looks at the guy who turned away, and apologizing for his selfishness, says that he understands perfectly well that the young man wants to repay her for the book he bought. The girl raises her fist and decisively says that, nevertheless, she must check that this is the box she is looking for, and no one else can do this. Herpion says that if she returns empty-handed, she will be insanely ashamed in front of Brienne, who gave her life for them. We see the lower part of Yahello's face. Rain looks back at Herpion with displeasure, and says that he will take her with him, but he asks the girl to be careful. The hero realizes that Herpion is very stubborn, and trying to convince her is just a waste of time. Yahello holds onto the strap of her bag. She tells Herpion that she will also be there and try to protect them all. Yahello firmly states that this is written in her contract terms. Willis, rubbing the back of his head, says that this is simply disgusting, since if everything goes on like this, he will be the only bad guy in this company. The adventurer declares that he will also go with them, but as soon as they take the box, they must immediately leave this city. Herpion gratefully pronounces the names of Yahello and Willis. Bardwell, sighing heavily, declares that nothing can be done about it, and they will all go together. We see a burning edition. A fighter who ran with the news of the found box shows the squad members the way. The young people look at something in amazement. There are corpses lying on the street, covered in blood. Herpion asks if it was really here. The fighter answers that, unfortunately, yes. Willis runs up to a young man sitting by the wall. The guy shouts that, strangely enough, he is still alive. Herpion kneels down in front of the dying man and asks who did this to him. He weakly apologizes to his mistress. The girl looks in shock at the guy who is missing half of his arm. He says that when the store owner ran away, he barely managed to grab this. In the guy's hand is a music box. Herpion, bursting into tears, looks at the young man, thanks him and apologizes for what happened. She stretches out her hands to the music box. Rain frowns at the young man. He understands that he was poisoned, and the poison has spread to the very heart, and it will no longer be possible to cleanse the blood. Willis takes the fighter by the arm and asks him to come to his senses and not to cry, since now is not the time for tears. Herpion, wiping away tears, says that they need to go back. The hero looks to his right. Ravinia is standing behind him with a scythe in her hand. A question sounds, is there really anyone left on this street? Herpion and Willis look at the black mage in horror, who asks what they are doing here. Now Bardwell and Yahello are in front of us. Ravinia wonders if all these people are playing hide and seek. Rain looks at the mage with hatred, who says that this is a real disgrace. Ravinia, looking completely mad, declares that those in front of her do not know how to hide at all, and she has already found them. Yahello takes off his shoulder bag. Rain, who is holding a stick, shouts that he will hold off the enemy, and everyone else must run away. Herpion shouts excitedly that they must stick together, and cannot be separated. The hero angrily shouts that his allies will only hinder him, so they must leave immediately. Willis shouts at Herpion that they need to get out of here. The squad members run away. The hero thinks that now it is impossible to resist this monster and protect his comrades at the same time. He understands that he must not make even the slightest mistake, so he must discard all thoughts of victory. Ravinia stands in front of him with a scythe in her hand. The hero thinks that he needs to find the enemy's weak spot, strike and run away. Ravinia looks somewhere up and asks if the hero is going to detain her. She says that she heard everything. Rain stares at the enemy. We see Ravinia's eye. She asks the guy if he really looks down on her. Ravinia swings her scythe to strike. The hero's pole begins to burn. Rain reflects the blow delivered by the enemy. Ravinia admits that she has a very worthy opponent. She raises her scythe again and says that she also knows this special technique. Rain looks at her in bewilderment. The stick and the scythe collide. Herpion looks around with concern. Willis asks her what she is doing and demands that she run away from here immediately. The girl says that she must go back. The young man shouts at her not to talk nonsense, since she has nothing to do there. Bardwell and Yana look around. Herpion looks at the hero with sorrow. Willis says that Rain is not at all like those who have already died here, and he will definitely survive, and now they need to focus on saving themselves. We again see the weapons of the two opponents. Bright yellow sparks are visible at the point of collision. Rain and Ravinia are ready to continue the fight. They strike at the same time and fly apart in different directions. Ravinia, her face twisted with anger, shouts that this will not do. The hero, gritting his teeth from the tension, thinks that his opponent has the same method of fencing as himself. He cannot believe that he also graduated from the Osirius school. Rain thinks that in any case it is necessary to avoid poisonous attacks as much as possible and use magic. The hero intercepts his stick with his other hand. He strikes. Ravinia flies high into the air. Rain understands that he should not count on success in close combat. The guy looks up in amazement. He hears the names of spells, floating in the air, invisible tower and by the command of Lee Benny. Two black magic formations are visible above Ravinia's hands. We see the hero's right eye. A powerful whirlwind appears between him and Ravinia hanging in the air. The girl screams that she will make the guy dance the dance of mass carnage. Rain prepares to use the spell. Ravinia looks at him in fear. A four-pointed star appears above the hero's hands. A huge flash of fire is visible above the houses. Ravinia is standing on a tree. Her hood is burning. She admits that Rain is very strong. The hero brings his fist to his face. He understands that the enemy has a very powerful attack, and if he continues to respond with magic, the mana will quickly run out. Ravinia is surprised. She starts to knock the flames off her hood, complaining that she is too hot. Rain realizes that it is impossible to win by fighting and solving equations. In front of us is the guy's hand. He thinks that maybe he needs to use a mental barrier now. Ravinia, who is hanging in the air, cries out in pain. Rain looks at her in shock. The girl looks back with a surprised look. In front of us is Lynn. The hero's eyes widen in surprise. He cannot believe what he is seeing. Ravinia points her thumb at herself and says that her hood is burnt, after which she asks the guy what he is going to do about it. Rain looks up in confusion and mumbles something inarticulate. He realizes that he sees a familiar face from his past life, but realizes that this is simply impossible. Ravinia stretches tiredly. The boy cannot believe what is happening. The girl says that she hates fighting strong opponents. Rain cannot take his eyes off her. Ravinia spreads her arms out to the sides and, sighing, says that there is no excitement in such fights. Besides, they are very difficult. The girl looks down slyly. She says that it will be much easier for her to deal with those who are much weaker than her. We see the fleeing members of the squad, whom, in fact, she means. A disgusting smile appears on the girl's face. Ravinia says that it will be much more fun for her. We see the eyes of the young man. The glove on Ravinia's little finger breaks. The black mage uses the spell Sacrifice of Human Flesh. Rain rushes forward. He remembers that black mages pay the abyss with the suffering of the flesh, thereby increasing their power several times. Ravinia laughs madly. Magical formations are visible above her head. She spews a stream of purple energy that rushes down. Rain grinds his teeth in rage. He managed to forget how vile creatures black mages are. Ravinia smiles from ear to ear, puts his hand forward. The hero thinks that the formula of the magic circle consists of 3 pentagons. The engraved rune is a combination of the chant type altogram and the prohibitive type orbeus in a ratio of 30:70. The size is 521 axle. The range is 337 kimite. In front of us is something like a purple dragon. The hero does not understand how to restrain such a power. It seems to him that the best way is, of course, Belle curious. But if something goes wrong, his brain will simply burst into pieces. Rain runs forward. He understands that he needs at least 4-star magic. He almost catches up with the purple dragon. The young man realizes that he only has a few seconds, and tries to understand what to do. 4-pointed stars flash in the hero's eyes. He remembers Herpion, who talked about investing in communications. Rain stands still, clenching his fists. Esther appears before his mind's eye. The hero remembers how the girl said that helping someone is never one-sided. Rain raises his palm to his face. Herpion looks up with alarm. A huge purple mouth approaches the young people. The guy remembers the end of the phrase of his old acquaintance, which postulated that all good done will definitely return one day. Hexagrams appear in the hero's eyes. A powerful purple explosion occurs above the members of his squad. Herpion and Willis look up in shock. Ravinia appears behind the hero, already raising her scythe to strike. Blood gushes from the hero's eyes. It becomes clear that the blow landed on his back. The guy's face is covered in blood. Ravinia, smiling, says that this is exactly what happens when you try to protect someone. The girl raises her right hand and says goodbye to the young man. The wounded Rain stands on bent legs. Ravinia, smiling happily, tells him that this is exactly what happens when you try to protect someone. The hero is bleeding. We see his left eye. The guy is having trouble breathing. He lies on the ground and understands that he was poisoned again. Ravinia sits next to the hero and asks how he is feeling. She says that the young man will die in a couple of minutes, and asks what he feels, resentment or fear. Black streaks are visible under the hero's eyes. Ravinia bloodthirstily asks how it feels to have everything you work so hard for crumble in a moment. Ravinia has a happy smile on her face. We see the young man's eye again. He remembers himself covered in a thick layer of ice in his past life. Rain is trying to understand if he has enough mana to repeat what he did then. The young man raises his hand. Ravinia smiles from ear to ear. Rain is trying to calculate a mathematical formula. The hero lies on the ground in a circle of light. There is a pool of blood under him. The young man thinks that perhaps he needs to die, since he will most likely be reborn and start all over again. Blood flows from the hero's eyes. He remembers you standing in front of the monument to his squad. Rain understands that he doesn't even have a goal for which to be reborn again. The hero stands in front of the tombstone. He realizes that he has nothing left to do in this life anyway. His eyes slowly close. The guy understands that, having been reborn, he will be alone again. Rain remembers Bibi. His eyes open again. He raises his hand. And then he clenches his fist. The young man thinks that if he dies, Bibi will be alone again. And this fool has been waiting for him for 300 years. Rain tries to get up. Ravinia looks at him in surprise. The hero grinds his teeth from the tension. He says that this is why he simply cannot die. Ravinia, smiling, declares that all this is becoming too boring. Black liquid flows out of her sleeve. The girl raises her weapon over her head. She sees a brightly shining arrow. The projectile sticks into the ground next to Ravinia. She jumps. A flame is visible in front of the hero. Ravinia smiles. She thinks that putting a magic attribute on arrows is a great idea. We see the arrow again. The black mage manages to jump away from it again. Ravinia stands on bent legs and demands that the one who shoots her stop hiding and appear in front of her. Bart appears behind her. Ravinia, smiling, looks at him. The giant strikes. The black mage flies far to the side. Rain raises his head. Bart lifts the guy by the hand. Tears flow from the hero's eyes. The giant smiles. He picks up the young man in his arms and carries him away from the fire. Ravinia, lying on the rubble of the building, calls out to her comrade, whose name is Milik. We see a black spot. It begins to bubble. A black mage in a green robe appears from under the ground. He stands in front of Ravinia and asks what happened. The girl asks what her comrade is doing and where he has been. Milik holds the severed head in his hand. He says that, as he was instructed, he dealt with the 5 best thieves representing each guild, after which he says that he managed to kill 2 already, and just finished dealing with this woman. Ravinia desperately waves her hands and demands that Milik shut up. She states that because he could not do nothing, one of these 5 managed to interfere with her. Milik throws the head on the ground and says that the girl should not be stubborn, because it is impossible to deal with 5 best thieves at once. Ravinia, jumping up with anger, shouts that therefore it is necessary to make maximum effort. The black mages look up, where 3 figures are visible. The owner of one of them asks who these bastards are standing below. In front of us are characters with tattoos on their faces. The blonde man standing in the center asks if Jill and Rung were really killed by these scumbags. Ravinia looks up in surprise and asks who they are. Milik calmly answers that they are the remaining 3 best thieves of the local guilds. Ravinia hums thoughtfully, then asks who she fought before. We see the hero's right eye. Someone asks Sammy if he can do it. The guy replies that he will try, since he was learning to remove the curse. The members of the squad, in which the hero was not so long ago, look at the young man with excitement. Sammy, smiling, calls out to the guy and thanks God for the fact that Rain woke up. The hero recognizes his comrades and calls them by name. Rem, raising her left hand, says that she is glad to see this impudent man again. The hero asks how they all ended up here. Bart, smiling, reminds that they promised to repay the debt if necessary. The giant says that now seems to be just the right time. Rain smiles. He declares that he is fine, and he was close to killing his opponent. Rem, smiling happily, tells the guy to stop pretending to be someone incomprehensible, since everyone understands that he almost died. Rain replies that he was just pretending. Rem looks at Bart and offers to return the hero to the state he was in just recently. Sammy calms the girl down. Rain looks up. One of his comrades tells him that the guy has nothing to be ashamed of, and they just returned the debt. In front of us is Sammy and Rem. The guy says that they followed the young man from the Golden Rose itself in case something happened to him, because he was heading to the black market, where anything can happen. Rem asks discontentedly why the guy is talking about this. Rain looks up. He remembers Esther's words that the day will come when all the good that Lynn did will return to him. The young man closes his eyes. A purple explosion is heard above the heads of Bart and Rem. The girl, rubbing the back of her head, says that everything is destroyed here, but she senses danger. Rem asks Sammy if they can move on. The healer, continuing to heal the hero, says that not yet since he needs a little more time. Rem orders Bart to get to work. Judging by the expression on his face, the hero is in pain. He calls out to his comrades. Rem and Bart look around in bewilderment. Sammy looks at the hero, who thanks all his friends. The adventurers look at the hero. Bart, smiling, says that all these formalities are unnecessary, because they are comrades in arms who always come to each other's aid. Rem says that everything is exactly like that. She says that this sentimentality does not suit the hero at all, because he is an impudent person who should have reproached them for walking somewhere for too long. Sammy, smiling, closes her eyes. A smile appears on the hero's face. Covering his eyes with his hand, Rain says that his comrades are kind of slow, and they were in no hurry to come to his aid, despite the fact that these slackers do not do anything special. Rem suggests leaving the hero right there. He says that his friends should wait another 10 minutes. Bart and Rem look at the young man in surprise. He, smiling, says that he will definitely figure everything out. The squad members take up arms. One of them says that Rain will not recover in 10 minutes, so he should not make them laugh. Rem, putting his hand on his shoulder, says that she will be able to hold off these scumbags for more than 1 hour. In front of us is a bald man with a huge hole instead of a shoulder. Another guy has a gaping hole right in the wall in his back. Someone calls these people wretched creatures. We see an eye emitting a bright red glow. It hangs over the head of a mage in a green robe, who complains that he has to deal with a bunch of idiots. Ravinia smiles. She says that all the thieves ran away when they lost their leaders. An eye hangs over the black mages. Milik says that the enemies are finished, and there is no one left here. Ravinia agrees with her companion. The eye hanging in the air is covered with black streaks. Milik suggests that they leave quietly. It seems that the eye notices something. It releases a beam that smashes the flying projectile into pieces. It turns out to be a dagger. A fire arrow pierces the eye through and through. Milik grabs his face and screams in pain. Another fire arrow is visible in the air. It sticks into the ground in front of the black mage. Rem, with a bow in his hand, stands above the black mages. Ravinia calls her companion in fear and shouts that she has noticed new enemies. The girl complains that these bad people recently took her loot. Bart and Rem look at the black mages. The girl, smiling, asks what Ravinia is bleeding about and demands to explain who is bad here. Bart jumps down with a huge axe in his hands. He looks angrily at the enemies and declares that he represents the Twister Wheel faction, and his name is Bart Urians. In front of us is Milik, whose face is not visible. He remembers that the Twister Wheel is the most famous faction of swordsmen in the Empire, part of the Holy School of Seven Swords, and the nickname Urians is awarded only to the best students. Graduates of the Holy School of Seven Swords name their name and faction only when they express a clear intention to kill someone. Ravinia sighs tiredly and says that today they have to deal with all sorts of trash. She turns to the giant and says that it seems that in front of her are Bart and Rem from the Money Multiplier Adventurer Squad. The giant frowns at the black mage. Rem smiles and points at himself with his thumb and tells Ravinia to speak correctly. In front of her are Rem and Bart from the Money Multiplier Adventurer team, and her name should be the first one. Ravinia looks at the girl in bewilderment. She asks if these are really the same adventurers who destroyed the queen of the rat spiders. Rem looks at Ravinia in bewilderment and says that it really was them, but the bastard in front of her will not get anything even if she praises them. Ravinia looks at the girl with wide eyes and says that she understands everything, and in front of her are the same scumbags who killed her cutie. Rem and Bart look menacingly at Ravinia, who says that in that case she will gladly kill them. Black liquid flows out from under Ravinia's sleeve. With a crazy smile on her face, the girl in the green robe waves her arms. A huge piece of wall flies over Bart's head. Rem aims his bow at Ravinia and screams that she is simply crazy. Milik appears from a piece of the wall behind the girl. Rem kicks Milik, causing him to separate from the wall. In front of us is Rem and Milik hanging upside down. The girl screams that now Bart must act. In front of us are two more faces. Bart says that he understands the order. A magical formation appears above the black mage's hands. Milik stands in front of the archer with his arms outstretched. Rem takes a piece of wood. She covers her head with the board, thinking that if she remembers how the battle with the queen of rat spiders went, it is better not to come into contact with this magic. Milik stands with his arms at his sides. He declares that nothing terrible will happen if the girl touches the black liquid, and if it does happen, then nothing can be done. Rem replies that her opponent can keep his stupid advice to himself. Smiling happily, she shoots a bow and declares that she will not fall for any of her enemy's tricks. Milik, leaving a black puddle under himself, dissolves into thin air. He declares that they will still see. Rem looks at the enemy in surprise. City buildings are visible behind her. Milik shouts that he does not care at all whether she believes him or not. A black spot appears behind the girl. The magician says that the outcome of this battle is already decided anyway. A black spike shoots out of the ground next to Rem. A hand appears near her leg. Rem looks down. Milik holds her leg and prepares to stab the girl with a black dagger. He says that it seems that the girl is beginning to understand what he means. Rem hits the enemy on the head with his heel. The face is not visible under the hood. Milik lets go of the girl's leg. The opponents fly apart in different directions. Rem lands on his feet, and Milik on his back. The girl says that she can also teach her enemy a lesson. Her hand holds a bow. The girl pulls the bowstring. She says that most archers are weak in close combat, but she is still a brilliant shooter. Arrows fly into the air. They stick into black puddles spilling across the ground. The opponents stand opposite each other. The girl shouts that she is Rem, the best archer in this world. In front of us is a wall of fire. Rem tells Milik that he talks too much during the fight and, apparently, thinks too much of himself just because he dealt with the best thieves of the guilds. Rem assures that she is several times stronger than them. We see Milik's face for the first time. Rem, pointing at the black mage, offers him to fight her and calls him an ink sac. Rem, smiling, demands that the ink sac try to fight her. Milik puts his thumb to his mouth. Black liquid flows from his sleeves. He says that he needs to think again. In his hands are black daggers. Rem, whose eyes we see, hears that the black mage has changed his mind. Looking sadly at the girl, Milik declares that he will kill both her and her friend. He rushes at Rem. The girl shoots a bow. Milik deflects the projectile with a dagger. The black mage looks scared. Flames are visible at the ends of the bow shaft. In front of us is a huge axe. He falls to the ground in front of Ravinia. The girl smiles. Bart looks sternly at his opponent. Black liquid flows out of Ravinia's sleeve. The black mage flies above Bart, and laughing, asks if the giant is bragging about his strength to her. She raises her weapon above her head and shouts that she will crush the enemy now. Bart grits his teeth from the strain. He manages to parry the blow dealt by the girl. Ravinia looks up with crazy eyes. She barely manages to dodge the counterattack. A magical formation appears between Ravinia's arms. Bart thrusts his shoulder forward. His next blow flies by a few centimeters from Ravinia's chin. The girl looks at her opponent in fear and says that this big guy, as it turns out, is not so simple. Bart looks at her with hatred. Ravinia thinks that the giant seems to be the strongest fighter in his squad, distinguished, in addition to everything else, by enviable coordination of actions. Bart once again misses the target. A purple mist spreads from the magical formation that appeared above the girl's head. Bart closes his eyes. He understands that it is poison. Ravinia, smiling madly, prepares to strike with her trident. She understands that her opponent is having a hard time resisting. Bart, closing his eyes, spins the axe. The girl smiles. The giant's weapon approaches her. The next second, Ravinia receives a powerful blow to the face. She flies far away. Rem looks up in surprise, where a trace of the blow is visible. Milik is surprised. Ravinia is sticking out of the wall, which she broke through with her, but the girl falls from a great height to the ground. Bart breathes a sigh of relief. He knew that the attack would be effective, but he did not suspect that everything would end exactly like this. Ravinia lies lifeless on the ground. A puddle of black liquid is visible under her hand. Bart stares at the black mage. Ravinia gets to her feet. She raises her left hand. The girl's fingers are broken. Bart listens to the spells that Ravinia casts, ancient evil that resides in the darkness, Ryan and old monk. The girl points her finger up. Rem pulls back her bowstring. She understands that she must not let Ravinia use magic, and at the same time she wants to finish Milik off first. The girl barely manages to dodge the blow that Milik deals. The black mage asks when she has time to look around. Bart throws his weapon at Ravinia, who clearly says that she is activating an ancient contract. Milik tries to understand if Bart really threw his axe at his ally. The mage does not understand what kind of tactic this is. The giant looks down. He rushes forward. Milik looks at the big guy in horror. We see white marks. Rem kicks the enemy, but he manages to cover himself with his hand. The girl asks if he has never seen anything like this before. In front of us are Rem and Milik. The girl, smiling, shouts that the black mage sees a secret technique of the Southern Wheel Sword School, when a person moves faster than a weapon. 3 magical formations are visible above Ravinia's head. The girl demands that the order be carried out here and now. Bart overtakes his weapon. He understands that Ravinia activates her spell too quickly, and he does not have time to grab the axe. In front of us is the giant's eye. Bart thinks that in this case, he will have to solve the problem with his fists. We see Rem and Milik, each of them calling out to their ally. In front of us is Ravinia and Bart, raising his fist to strike. The axe plunges into the ground. The giant misses, but the black mage hits him right in the chest. Rem looks at his comrade in fear. Milik smiles. In front of us is Bart. Ravinia, smiling, looks up and says goodbye to the big guy. Black discharges sparkle above Ravinia's head. She wishes the big guy a safe journey. Rem, trembling with horror, calls out to her comrade. Milik kicks her in the face. In front of us is the giant's head. Ravinia puts her left hand up and declares that Bart fought well, so as a reward she will turn his body into a piece of meat. The girl orders Bart to explode. We see a purple fist. A bright glow appears around the giant hanging in the air. Now Bart is surrounded by black discharges. He looks down. Ravinia, with blood running down her face, joyfully raises her fist. Rain appears behind her. He says that Ravinia can wait millions of years and still nothing will work out for her, since he stole what she needs. We see the girl's bloody eye. A wall of fire appears in front of the hero. Milik looks at what is happening in amazement. Rain is preparing to use a spell. Milik has real horror in her eyes. A stream of flame rushes over Rem lying on the ground. We see a destroyed building. Rem lifts his head and giggles, saying that the hero came too fast. The boy holds his hand. The girl says that she was already thinking about kicking his ass. Rain, smiling, apologizes, and then says that he will now finish everything himself. Bart approaches the boy and asks what the boy is going to finish, since he already seemed to have dealt with the enemies. Rain looks over his shoulder and says that it is not finished yet. We see smoke rising. Ravinia, whose upper robe has been burned off, stands in the middle of the fire. Bart and Rem look at her in amazement. Ravinia looks simply terrifying. The hero touches his left hand with 2 fingers of his right hand. The boy says that he knows these creatures very well and is simply shaking with rage. He says that they do not just die. The bandages fly off the hero's hands. He asks if Ravinia still hasn't realized what he's capable of. A hunched Milik approaches Ravinia, calling out to her. The young man frowns at his mistress and says that she could have internal bleeding, so after such an attack it would be better to retreat. Milik mutters something about his mistress's soul vessel, but she interrupts him, declaring that she will kill the hero. Looking at Rain with crazy eyes, she repeats her threat. 2 magical formations appear in her hands. She screams that she will simply destroy the bastard. The hero, standing with his back to his allies, demands that they stay away. Rem says that she understood her ally. A bright glow appears between the young man's hands. He says that black magicians should consider this a great honor, since they will be the first to see it. The young man closes his eyes and begins to build a mental barrier. White hieroglyphs appear around the hero, indicating that the mental barrier, flowing World Lord spell, is being used. Milik, looking at the hero in amazement, cannot believe that he created a mental barrier. He realizes that this technique is only available to sages who have reached the 6-star level of magic. We see the hieroglyphs and the hero up close. Now in front of us is Milik's left eye. The black mage does not believe his eyes, as he understands that the hero is too young to use such magic. The young man's face glows. Ravinia, above whom magical formations are still visible, shouts that Rain is bluffing, and his cheap tricks with illusions will not work on her. In front of us are 2 magical formations. Ravinia shouts that the main thing in magic is strength, and she will not succumb to this trick. She is about to use a spell. The girl's face is scary to look at. She shouts that everything that the young man demonstrates can only be called magic when she herself feels the power. Then she demands that Rain try to stop her, if possible. A powerful black flash occurs in front of Ravinia. The girl flies back. Magic formations hang above the young man's hand. He declares that the shape of the magic figure is a double triangle. A huge fiery whirlwind is visible above the black sphere. The young man begins to carve runes. Raising his right hand above his head, he calls the rune flow. Now we have the field rune in front of us. A giant column of fire rises above the destroyed buildings. Bart and Rem look at what is happening in amazement. The hero puts both hands in front of him. Fear appears on Ravinia's face. The hero crosses his arms in front of him and initiates the replacement of the carved runes. 2 fiery whirlwinds stand out above his head. The young man uses the runes wave and projectile. The black magicians look in shock at what is happening before their eyes. Milik understands that the guy has changed the runes. A stream of fire falls on the scoundrels. Milik, looking to his left in fear, thinks that history knows of only 3 magicians who were able to change the launched runes: the witch Fried, her student Tarina, and the archmage Lynn. A powerful stream of fire is visible above the hero's head. Milik shouts to his mistress that they need to get out of here. Ravinia looks at her companion and demands that he shut up. She screams shrilly that she will kill all the enemies with her own hands. Milik tries to reason with the girl. The black magician looks to his left. He begins to understand that the 4-star magic that destroyed the queen of the rat spiders did not come from the scroll, but was used by Rain. The hero controls the magic by putting both hands forward. Milik looks to his right and thinks that the 4-star magic that killed the queen of the rat spiders did not come from the scroll, but belonged to the hero. Rain puts his hand forward. A magical formation is visible between Ravinia's hands. Flames rage above the hero's head. Ravinia and Milik hide behind the remains of a rock. The young man says that they have no chance of winning, and they need to retreat. We see a purple bird. Milik says that he didn't even know that such cool magicians exist in the world. The black magician's palm is turned up. Milik sends the bird flying and says that everything needs to be reported. Milik spills black liquid on the ground. He tells his mistress that he is organizing an escape route and asks her to come closer. Ravinia does not look at him. Milik turns around and irritably asks what else is not clear. The magician insists that this guy is too tough for the girl. Rain raises his left hand and spreads his fingers, starting to create runes. Milik clenches his fist and uses the exit spell. He turns to the girl again and calls her. The black magician uses the flash spell. Ravinia, gritting her teeth in rage, rushes forward. Milik angrily shouts for her to stop. A magical formation appears above the black mages. Milik looks up in amazement. The hero's hand glows. Milik cannot understand what is happening. A huge cloud appears above the destroyed city. Rain falls on the ruins. The black mages lie crouched on the ground. Milik barely lifts his head off the ground and says that it is impossible. Ravinia tries to get up. Black veins are visible in her eye. She admits that she has lost. Ravinia remembers her conversation with Tarina. She says that if the girl cannot change the runes, then she has no chance of success. Ravinia looks at Tarina sadly. We see her round eyes. Tarina tells her that the girl has disappointed her, and is a very unfortunate creature. Ravinia opens her mouth wide. Severed arms fly up. Black energy rises from the stumps, which swirls into a vortex. Milik sheds tears. Ravinia, looking completely mad, screams at the hero that she will kill him. Hexagrams appear in the boy's eyes. He uses the Belle's Sidious spell. The severed arms lie at the feet of the maddened Ravinia. The girl looks up. A moment later, she falls to the ground face down. Putting his right hand forward, the hero captures the black mages with the help of fire jets. The boy coughs up blood. The young man staggers slightly. He thinks that he really was on the verge of death. Rem grabs his comrade by the arm. Smiling, she says that they warned the young man not to overdo it. Rain smiles. He looks at the immobilized black mages and tells them that if they move even a finger, the flames will incinerate them, so it is better not to resist. Milik, puzzled, asks who is in front of him. Rain says that he is the one asking the questions here. The boy looks up at Ravinia, who has lost her arms. Looking intently at the girl, he asks who created her appearance. Ravinia smiles. She tries to escape from the stream of fire, but cannot do so. The girl screams that Rain only changed a couple of runes, so he does not need to be arrogant. Rem and Bart look at Ravinia in shock. She screams that she is the real one here. She has her own appearance and incredible power. Milik is silent. Ravinia, opening her mouth wide, screams that she is a masterpiece created by her mother, as well as a vessel in which Lynn's soul was placed. Rain looks at the girl in amazement. Sweat rolls down his face. He cannot understand what was said about his soul, and what kind of vessel it was placed in. A magical formation is visible on Ravinia's neck. We see the girl's eye. Rain looks at the mage in amazement, and tries to understand if black magic is working now. Ravinia says that she failed, and blames only herself for this. The girl looks down in despair. She promises that next time she will do better, and will not lose. Milik, bursting into tears, looks at his mistress. The magical formation around the girl's neck splits into many pieces. Blood gushes from Ravinia's eyes. Rem looks up. Ravinia apologizes to her mother, and asks her for forgiveness. Bart is amazed. He hears Ravinia screaming that she will become better and will try. The girl's entire face is covered in blood. She begs him not to kill her. The black magician's eye is about to burst. Ravinia continues to beg. Milik, smiling sadly, says that there are no exceptions here and the sentence is not subject to appeal. Rain looks up in shock. The black magician, caught in a stream of flame, begins to flow down. Soon only a skeleton remains of him. However, he dissolves quite soon. The last to disappear is the head of a smiling Milik. Rain frowns in front of himself. He understands that after certain conditions were met, the black magic worked. Rem looks up and says that this is a real abomination. The squad members look up in shock. One of them says that these creatures never even screamed. We see the hero's back. He remembers the words about the vessel in which his soul was placed. Rain holds his head. He tries to understand what these black magicians are planning. The hero's vision becomes clouded. He falls face down. A hand is placed on the guy's forehead. Its owner says that the young man has a high fever, like last time. Rain's comrades are standing next to him. Bart says that the guy overdid it again and spent all his strength, and this never ends well. Sammy says that you need to try to lose control of yourself as little as possible. Rem replies that you need to tell the hero about this. In front of us are Rem and Bart. The girl asks what happened with the mental barrier. The giant replies that he himself does not really know, but he heard that this can be the limit of magic. Rem sadly says that it did not make it any clearer to her. The girl, looking down, says that she has already asked about this, but wants to ask the question again. She does not understand what kind of person he is. The squad members stand over the prone hero. Bart, smiling, says that it is enough for him that Rain is their comrade. Sammy smiles. Rem, putting her hands behind her head, says that Bart made her laugh, because what he said is not even up for discussion. In front of us is a half-destroyed city. It is reported that the anthill in Rediscovering has been taken under control by the fighters against heresy, which are the Golden Children, and a special department of the Magic Union. Corpses lie on the ground. It is reported that the Guild of Robbers, which dominated the Empire, suffered colossal damage, losing more than 2,000 people. Doran and Turtentid walk through the underground city. It is reported that the head of Rediscovering was taken to the Imperial Court and accused of organizing a black market. The janitor, who is holding a pitchfork, asks his comrade if the imperial court could have planned all this, and he replies that it is most likely so, and someone wanted to get rid of the entire guild of robbers at once. Doran, gnawing on an apple, thinks that a large-scale massacre has taken place, but since there are no suspects, much less found criminals, such rumors are not at all surprising. Turtentid, looking to his right, states that there is nothing left here except trash, and even if you dig the ground with your nose, you still won't find anything. Doran shows his companion the bitten apple and says that the basis of the investigation is the answers to the questions, why, and how, and they should be looked for until they are found. The girl asks why doesn't Doran then find a place to throw this apple. The guy continues to chew the juicy fruit. He did not think that the attack would be so quick, and if the target was things sold on the black market, they would simply steal them and quietly disappear, so it is completely unclear why it was necessary to create such chaos. Turtentid asks behind his back why the guy is ignoring her. Turtentid follows Doran. She says that the anthill is finished, and the imperial court will completely destroy this place. The young man asks again incredulously. The girl replies that she is absolutely sure of it. Doran takes a larva in his hand. He says that the Church of the Light of the Dragon has controlled humanity since ancient times, and calls for attention to the fact that no one has touched the anthill for a very long time, despite the fact that everyone knew about its presence and location. Doran takes a box in his hands and says that he has a larva. He puts it in the box and asks the girl what, in her opinion, will happen if everything is left in this state. Turtentid replies that this is a stupid question, and the larva will die without food. Doran, laughing, says that no one can be sure of this, since the larva can be so hungry that it will become a giant monster and crawl out of the walls. Turtentid says that this is complete nonsense. The cleaners look at their interlocutors in surprise. Doran says that the larva can mutate. The answer is that this is complete nonsense. Doran, smiling, says that he can reduce this insignificant probability to 0. Turtentid asks again. Doran throws a small piece of apple into the box. Turtentid looks at his companion in irritation. He says that now the larva can live by eating the apple, so there is no point in it mutating into a monster. The girl ironically says that she is incredibly impressed by the allegories that Doran uses. Before us is the girl's eye. One hears that this is the ideal world, where no one kills anyone and nothing explodes. The larva climbs into the apple. Doran says that this better world is controlled by advanced methods to keep everything in its original form, and it is possible to change the frames to something better, but the Dragon's Light Church prefers support to improvements. Turtentid thoughtfully rubs the back of his head. The girl, whose back we see, asks what will happen if the frames break, and will they have to change them for new ones. Then she wonders if the imperial court will let things slide if a new anthill forms somewhere. Doran says that this is just a brilliant idea, and he expected nothing else from his assistant. Turtentid sharply replies that she does not obey the young man. Cleaners remove pieces of corpses lying on the street. Turtentid says that even larvae can dream of something, and one day they may suddenly decide that they need to become free from the shackles. Doran replies that this will not happen, otherwise nothing would have remained of humanity millennia ago. The interlocutors are standing next to each other. Turtentid says that if they develop her companion's thought, then they are doomed to live in this framework forever. Doran offers her to try an apple. She replies that she will probably refuse such a generous offer. A mustachioed old man approaches the guy and the girl. He calls out to his boss, who asks what happened. The man offers to look at something. Doran leafs through the pages of a notebook. The old man says that a catastrophe almost happened here, and that the brilliant aristocrat was actually here. In front of us is the left eye of the young man. Doran looks at the page with the hero's photo. The old man says that, fortunately, the guy's name is not on the list of the dead. Doran, whose back of his head we see, cannot believe that the noble young gentleman voluntarily exposed himself to such a risk. We see a man carrying a bag. He is trying to understand what is so special about this book. Herpion enters the room where Sammy is sitting and asks how the hero is doing. The blonde replies that the young man has not yet regained consciousness, and seems to be tormented by nightmares. Rain is lying on the bed. The girl asks if Sammy, as a priest, can cure him. Looking at the girl, the blonde replies that the poison has already been neutralized, but the pain seems to have not gone away yet, and he can't do anything about it. Herpion takes off his hood. Willis holds his spear with a sad face. Herpion says that they should leave Ledicable before the investigation goes too far. She asks if Sammy can tell the hero that they are very grateful to him. The blonde, smiling, says that he will, of course, give this to the guy. In front of us is a book and a knapsack. Herpion says that this is the payment to the young man, and what he was looking for. Sammy realizes that in front of him is the book about Tarina, the very one that the Golden Children are looking for all over the continent. Herpion stands in front of the hero, and thanks him for everything he has done. She offers to meet again when the guy wakes up. The girl puts her hand on the bed. She says that if Rain ends up on the archipelago, she will meet him with all the honors as a true royal person. The girl kisses the young man. Sammy looks at her in amazement. Herpion, smiling, turns to him, and says that they, the inhabitants of the archipelago, have a tradition when they want to express the highest recognition. Then, saying goodbye or hello, they kiss on the cheek, after which the girl says goodbye. We again see the half-destroyed city. Doran, smiling, looks at his companions. Next to the hero lying on the bed, his comrades are visible. Yenner plays the lyre. Herpion sits, closing his eyes. 2 daggers stick out of the ground. A ghostly bird flies in through the broken window. It sits on the hand of the magician in the green robe. The bird disappears, leaving behind green rays. Tarina sits on the throne. She hears that the 3rd and 6th failed. The girl has a tattered straw hat on her head. Tarina looks down at her subordinate from above. He says that numbers 3 and 6 failed. One of the mages, arms folded, asks who could have prevented Ravinia from completing the task. The cultist raises his left hand and says that this is not surprising, since it was bound to happen someday. It is much harder for him to believe that Milik died too. The mage sitting on the floor angrily asks to repeat what his colleague just said. He apologizes. The request to repeat sounds again, just like an apology. Another cultist asks everyone to shut up and let the speaker listen. He looks at his colleague standing below and asks if there is any more information. The colleague replies that fortunately number 6 managed to send a raven before he died, and the message says that rain is a dangerous magical force that must be eliminated immediately. The speaker stands below, while the audience is located above. We see 2 characters in green robes. One of them, with his hand on his belt, says that this means they are dealing with a very dangerous person. The colleague standing next to him says that if Milik came to such a conclusion, then this guy really is incredibly good. The girl, under whose robe her bare stomach is visible, says that in the Adventurers Union there are only 13 magicians registered under the name Rain, and 9 of them are already dead. Several corpses are lying on the floor of the library. A cultist, surrounded by sheets of paper, says that the remaining 4 people hardly fit the definition given by Milik. One of the mages asks, looking at his colleague standing in front of him, if Rain could be not a name, but some kind of code. The colleague asks to wait, and says that he seems to have found a rather outstanding character. There is a piece of paper hanging in front of the black mage. We see 2 sectarians. They hear that this person is called Rain Ludwig, and the level of his progress is simply amazing. Less than a month has passed since registration, and he has already reached the copper level. The green hood is shown from the side. One of the mages, hunched over, declares that the copper level is not serious at all. The mage, whose face we see for the first time, irritably asks if the previous speaker is joking. The latter asks if the interlocutor really thinks that Ravinia could have suffered from the owner of the copper level. The mage, whose face is visible under the hood, sullenly declares that he is now only voicing the facts, so there is no need to escalate the situation. He is told that he is risking his life. The answer follows that the opponent does not have the courage to challenge. The black mage with his sleeves cut off asks to stop this squabble. The cultist with his arms folded across his chest asks if by any chance this is about Rain Ludwig, who is called a genius and comes from a family of aristocrats. The answer follows that this is exactly the name of this young talent. The guy received the highest rating among the current golden generation of the Delayon Academy. One of the cultists spreads his arms wide and asks what kind of nonsense this is. He can't believe that someone at such a young age can hide their powers. The most aggressive of the mages spreads his arms wide and demands that everyone come to their senses. He shouts that the idiots around him should turn on their brains and understand that no matter how talented this young man was, Ravinia simply could not have suffered because of such a brat. One of the cultists states that given Ravinia's character, the possibility of death due to carelessness cannot be ruled out, since the girl too often stuck her nose where it didn't belong. The mage, whose face we saw earlier, looks at this speaker in fear. One of the cultists states that the girl reaped what she sowed, and, as it seems to him, this was heavenly punishment. A participant in the meeting, raising his right hand, asks if it is impossible to just go and kill everyone. It seems to him that those gathered are complicating this situation too much. The speaker, with sheets of paper visible in front of him, states that this will not work with Rain Ludwig, as he is a descendant of a great magical family, who, on top of everything else, is studying at Delayon. The cultist raises his index finger, and says that there is no need for this, and if Rain is the best student at the academy, then everything can be much simpler. In front of us are 3 mages at once. The one standing the farthest says that even if the boy is the guy Milik was talking about, he is no match for the previous speaker, so he should simply be killed by staging an accident. We see the black mage from behind. Tarina, who is sitting in a chair, joins the conversation and orders Valent to get rid of anything that might seem like a hindrance or an obstacle. The mage bows before his mistress. We see his face. He says that he will deal with this person if he can establish for sure that it was he who acted inleticable. Tarina taps her fingers on the armrest of the chair. The girl sits on a throne between 2 columns. She calls out the name of the deceased Ravinia. We see the 2 characters next to each other. Tarina remembers that this was a child that she created from particles of human flesh and raised from infancy. Her face is not visible under a huge straw hat. Tarina remembers little Ravinia and understands that she was very dear to her. Tarina, dangling her legs, sits on a high throne. She looks ahead and understands that she feels nothing. Tarina remembers how Lynn patted her on the shoulder when he left her alone. The guy then told the girl not to worry, because they would definitely return, and he would teach her magic again. The girl holds her straw hat in her hands. We see the lower part of Tarina's face. She remembers that Lynn never kept his promise. The girl works in the library. The action takes place several years after Lynn fell into an icy sleep. Tarina thinks that if her mentor still hasn't opened his eyes, then there was something wrong with the magic he used. The table in front of the girl is covered with books and paper sheets. Tarina is taking notes. She is standing in front of a monument to the squad the hero was in and thinks that for Lynn's sake she will definitely save everyone. In front of us are some rags. It is reported that 200 years have passed since Lynn fell into an icy sleep. We see people and animals hanging on hooks. Tarina, next to whom there are giant stacks of papers, is working in the library. She is writing something again. We see the lower part of her face. The girl is reading some document, and it seems to her that she has found what she needs. Tarina smiles. She understands that she has achieved her goal. We see the girl's eye. She runs away into the distance, thinking that she can revive the mentor. The girl calls her comrades to wait for her arrival. The giant dragon, who sits in front of Tarina, says that she is doing everything wrong. The girl, who has papers in her hands, looks at the strange interlocutor in bewilderment. He says that even if she can melt the ice that preserves the body, she will not be able to break the cold that holds the soul. In front of us is the face of a dragon, somewhat similar to a human. The creature says that Tarina is trying to penetrate the area of responsibility of the gods. We see the eyes of the girl. Papers fall from her hands. She says that she will not understand whether this is true or not until she tries. Tarina collects scattered papers from the floor. Blood flows from the corners of her mouth. She thinks that if Lynn's soul is still languishing inside, then she is almost there. Tarina smokes a pipe. She exhales smoke. He rises to a huge crack in the dome. We see the girl's eye. Tarina raises her hand. She thinks that there is very little time left. Rain opens his eyes. Sammy, smiling, looks at him and says that his comrade has finally woken up. The hero asks where they are. Bart happily says that they are heading to Golden Rose and are almost there. The hero holds his head. He says that it was not a dream. Rem puts his hand on the guy's head and says that he seems to have very extensive connections. The girl says that at the checkpoint in Rediscovering they could have had problems because of that book, but people from the special department helped them pass the inspection. A carriage pulled by 2 horses drives through the forest. Rain asks if they are talking about the man with the squint and unpleasant smile. Someone tells him that it was him. A smiling Doran is seen above Rain and Rem. The girl says that the young man said that he demonstrated the manifestation of love of the future boss towards his subordinates, and asked the guards to let them through the checkpoint on their own responsibility. The girl raises her hand with spread fingers. She says that thanks to this they were able to safely leave Rediscovering, and the hero will need to thank that friend of his. We see the hero's eyes. Slightly hunched over, he looks at his comrades and says that if we talk about gratitude, then if it were not for them, he simply would not have survived, not to mention some kind of check. Bart and Rem exchange glances. Rain covers his face with his hands. Rem asks him to repeat what he just said. The hero says that he did not declare anything. The girl screams that she simply could not have imagined it. Sammy smiles. He asks his comrades to stop arguing. The carriage pulls up to the castle. Sammy says that they have arrived. The squad members are standing under the palace walls. Bart says that it is time for them to part. Rain asks in surprise if the atmosphere must be so solemn. One of his comrades tells him that they followed him all the way to Rediscovering just to say goodbye. The young man looks at his friends in amazement. One of them says that if nothing had happened, this conversation would have taken place there. The stars are shining above the castle. The hero asks in bewilderment why it is necessary to say goodbye in a special way now. Because they already did this after they destroyed the queen of rat spiders. He is answered that the situation is a little different now, and they will definitely not be able to see each other for some time. The hero asks what is the reason for this. The young man's face is amazed. He hears that his friends have received an invitation from Trident Point. Rem happily says that they are going to the sacred land of adventurers, where only true masters can work. Rain tries to warn his friends about something. In front of us is a real sea of fire. Rem says that he understands perfectly well that this is a dangerous territory adjacent to a crazy land called Harvadonia, and only adventurers with a silver rank and above can work there. But the pay there is 3 times more than anywhere else. Bart says that they were chosen by the Adventure Union Moby Dick, which ranks 3rd among its kind, and this is a great opportunity for development for both him and Rem. The hero says that Sammy is still not a silver level. The blonde puts his hand to his chest and says that since his abilities are not enough, he is returning to the church, and plans to study hard for the exams to become a priest. Rain looks at his comrade in surprise. Smiling happily, Rem asks why the young man is so worried and if he wants them to continue to protect him. Rain replies that the girl is talking nonsense. She asks the guy not to be modest. The hero, rubbing the back of his head, says that he wants to hear Rem say something adequate at least once. In front of us is the hero's left eye. We see an outstretched hand. The hero says that he can only congratulate his comrades on what they are doing, and trying to stop them would be too selfish. Kais puts his hand on the hero's head. The boy's eyes become round with surprise. He removes Bart's hand from his head and asks not to calm him down like some child. The giant says that he did not want to do anything like that and is just a little worried about what happened to them all in Rediscovering. The boy says that this is too much. Sammy and Rem, smiling, look at their comrades. Raising his left hand, Rain shouts for his friends to go about their business already. He states that he is several times stronger than all of them put together, so they better worry about themselves. Words of farewell are heard near the castle. Rem says that when they meet again, she expects a joyful and strong hug from the guy, since she, being the best shooter in the world, can already become a master of the bow. The young man says that he will not hug her. The girl asks the hero not to pretend and finally admit that he will miss her very much. We see the lower part of the young man's face. His comrades walk away from him. Rain opens his mouth. He asks his friends to stop. They look around in surprise. The guy excitedly asks them if they will ever see each other again. The squad members smile. Rain, whose mouth we see open, hears that the meeting will definitely happen. The comrades happily wave their hands to the guy and shout that they are friends, so they will definitely see each other again. The hero smiles. He raises his hand high, saying goodbye to his comrades. The stars shine above the castle. Ridian hangs over the hero's head. The system informs that the boy can continue working on researching the unique magic in this environment, and the progress is 44.8%. The hero takes the book and says that he is very tired. He remembers Bibi. The boy goes up the stairs, wondering if the bird behaved well and did not do anything. Gertrude is standing at the door. She shudders in fear when the hero asks what she is doing here. The girl answers that she is keeping watch on behalf of Lady Krista. Someone hands Bibi a grain. The hero asks again in surprise. Gertrude answers that she is making sure that no one enters the room by mistake and does not hear what is happening there. Putting her hand to her mouth, the girl whispers that now is the time of corn. Rain asks again. Gertrude, raising her right hand, says that the boy himself will understand everything when he goes inside. Rain stands in the doorway. He sees Bibi asking for corn, and Krista, sitting opposite, declares that she went to the store specifically to buy this food. Bibi happily flaps her wings and says that the corn is very tasty. The girl, smiling happily, declares that then she will buy more tomorrow. Bibi thanks the girl, who, in turn, notices the hero. She turns to the guy standing in the doorway and says that Bibi is incredibly cute. Beads of sweat run down the young man's cheeks. Krista blushes. She slams the door in the guy's face. The hero scratches his forehead with his thumb. A flushed Krista runs out of the room and asks why Rain enters other people's rooms, whether he was taught to knock, and does he really not know the basic rules of etiquette. Rain points his finger at the door and says that all this happened because of Gertrude. The boy, smiling, mentally calls Gertrude a little wretch. Krista irritably yells that she does not accept these worthless excuses. Bibi flies out of the room. Rain apologizes and says that he came for the bird. The parrot sits on the hero's head. Krista asks the boy if he knows how hard it was for her because he unexpectedly disappeared for the entire vacation and left Bibi with her. According to her, she had to take the bird with her everywhere, and it was incredibly troublesome. Rain thanks the girl for her concern. Bibi happily flaps her wings and also thanks Krista. The girl waves her hand and says that these two can leave, and she will finally be able to do her homework in peace. She loudly slams the door in the boy's face. The parrot, sitting on the hero's head, asks if he really caused trouble. Rain says that Krista was just joking. The girl opens the door and holds out the cage. The hero takes it and thanks his girlfriend for this unexpected gift. She screams that the guy should get lost. Rain looks in fear at the door that has slammed shut again. Bibi seems to be in a stupor. The hero says that they should leave. Krista looks out from behind the door. She waves goodbye to the bird. The girl cries bitterly. We see a window. And now a clock. Bibi and Rain are looking at something. It is the book that the hero brought. He asks if Bibi remembers Tarina. Rain puts his hand on the book and asks Bibi if she remembers Tarina. The parrot jumps on the table and says that Tarina is Bibi's friend, and Lynn's friend. Rain looks to his right and thoughtfully asks what Tarina was like after Lynn disappeared. The parrot is silent. Rain looks at the bird with anxiety, and asks if they really had a fight. The bird says its name. Rain sighs and looks at the book. Freed is smoking a pipe. It is reported that after the war, the priestess of the fire dragon Freed decided to take Tarina as an apprentice, after which full-scale training of shamans began. We see 5 human figures. The book says that at 13, Tarina became the youngest shaman. Tarina stands with a smoking pipe in her hand. It is reported that even after the girl officially received the status of a priestess, she never forgot to empty the ashtray when Freed asked her to. In front of Tarina are 3 figures. The book says that at 29, she became the first person in the history of the continent who simultaneously studied magic and witchcraft. From that time Tarina, traveling around the world, began to help the poor. Tarina and Freed are standing next to each other. It is reported that Tarina, who returned after a 7-year journey, was named Freed's successor, and after the Republican House unanimously elected her priestess, the girl began to be called the Shaman of Tobacco Ash. A dragon is visible above Tarina's head. The book says that after this, the girl tamed the named creature and led all of humanity. Then for more than 80 years she worked for the benefit of people, but eventually resigned her powers and withdrew from society. Rain looks thoughtfully at the book. He thinks that all this is somehow strange, and the text he read simply cannot be forbidden. Surprise appears in the young man's eyes. He sees a portrait of a girl, under which it is written that this is Tarina, the shaman of tobacco ash, who always carefully kept the straw hat that Lynn left and the smoking pipe inherited from Freed. The hero shows the picture to the parrot and asks him if Tarina really always wore his straw hat. Bibi excitedly flaps her wings. She says that the girl wore this hat every day. Rain, smiling, says that it is a great honor for him. He turns the next page. The book says that, having become the youngest shaman in history, Tarina held this title longer than anyone else. The guy understands that the book has many interesting entries and, possessing a huge level of skill, Tarina may have mastered the magic of immortality. Before us is a drawing from the book. Rain learns that the main forces that Tarina created are an ice vortex bridge and a combination of light, flame and cold. These are forces that, through a restoration spell and strengthening magic, strengthen the restorative powers of a frozen body. We see the lower part of the young man's face. This information will be very interesting to him. It seems that Rain understands something. He realizes that this is somewhat similar to a divine healing table. The hero pays attention to 2 more spreads of the book and understands that these powers are not needed in peacetime. Rain looks down thoughtfully. He cannot understand why Tarina was so obsessed with all this. He closes the book. Bibi is dozing on the table. The hero thinks that he will never know what the shaman of tobacco ash was thinking, but now he understands perfectly well why she is called a great magician. We see the sad eyes of the young man. A smile appears on his face. The hero thinks that this little girl was desperately trying to survive. Rain looks at the moon and understands that he is proud of his student. The members of the hero's first squad gathered around the fire. In front of us is Tarina. The hero is very sorry that he could not return to everyone then, as he promised. Lynn smiles. Rain puts his head on the table. He mentally asks for forgiveness from his comrades. Tears flow from the hero's eyes. Rain walks down the street past other students. He thinks that one person will soon have to work hard. In front of us is the face of the librarian. Rain understands that she will need to forge the records of the issue of books and put a new seal. The book falls from the hands of the hero. He himself also falls to the ground. Someone lifts the guy by the hand and asks if everything is okay with him. The hero understands that he is still very weak after what happened in Rediscovering. Rain apologizes and says that it is his own fault, since he did not look around. Sidious is standing in front of the hero. Rain looks at him in amazement. Sidious picks up a book about Tarina from the ground. He shakes the dust off it. The young man reads the title of the work. The Life and Achievements of Tarina, Priestess of Tobacco Ash, and Disciple of Lynn and Freed. The hero realizes that he is in big trouble. Sidious, whose back we see, examines the book. The hero thinks that in front of him is also a black magician, and perhaps, he was specially waiting to take revenge. Sidious turns to the young man and calmly asks if he has read the book. Rain looks at the student with concern. He understands that he needs to pull himself together, because if Sidious is in cahoots with Ravinia, then he might try to find out some details, which means that he needs to be very careful with him. The 5th-year student looks at the hero, who says that even if he read the book, it does not mean that he wants to become exactly the same. Sidious says that Rain is probably joking, and asks if the boy knew that this book is banned. Falsely smiling, the hero asks if someone really banned it. Sidious says that now all books related to Tarina are banned, after which he asks if the hero got this edition from the library. The 5th-year student holds the book in his hands. The hero answers his question in the affirmative. Sidious turns away from the hero and says that then this is a big problem, since the Golden Children have now descended on the central library. Rain thoughtfully looks to his left. He understands that he is in trouble, since in front of him is either a black magician or a fighter against heresy. Sidious gives the book to the hero. The young man looks at the 5th-year student in surprise. Looking after him, he asks what will happen if he does not return this book. We see the back of the 5th-year student's head. The young man says that he was going to show the hero the way to the library through the back door, but it seems that the young man does not need this. The hero, smiling happily, looks at the guy and says that, of course, he will go with him. The young man has a happy face. He thinks that if he refuses, he will only arouse unnecessary suspicions, and it would be very good for him to find out if Sidious is an ally of Ravinia. The 5th-year student looks at the hero with a sad look. In front of us is a tall spire. Students passing by greet Sidious. Young people look at the 5th-year student with embarrassment. The hero simply cannot believe that Sidious is somehow connected with 2 black magicians whom he killed quite recently. Rain follows the 5th-year student. Sidious asks the hero if he seems like a good person to him. We see the tall spire again. The hero answers the question asked of him in the negative. Sidious says that this is absolutely correct, and there is no need to judge people hastily. They can play with speech, facial expressions and behavior to pretend to be real angels. The guys pass by the arched wall. Sidious says that people who hide their true faces are actually the scariest in this world. Rain asks if Tarina formulated this thought. The fifth-year student says that she partly did. He looks up and says that he did not see the guy during the holidays, after which he asks if he was looking for treasure during this time. Rain looks at his interlocutor in amazement. He thinks that he should have cleaned the book more thoroughly, since it still smells of sewage. We see the back of Valencidus's head, and now the lower part of Rain's face. The fifth-year student's eye glows ominously. Rain looks at Valencidus with alarm and mentally curses. A red triangle appears above his hand. Valencidus looks at someone very strangely. A red triangle is visible under the hero's hand. The young people hear someone say that she does not have this book. Ellen is standing not far from them. The woman is indignant. The hero thanks Valencidus for seeing him off and declares that he needs to run. The fifth-year student sadly closes his eyes. Ellen holds her head. She is told that her first and last name are entered in the library card. The professor replies that this is some kind of mistake. Rain calls out to his aunt. Ellen tells the guy that she is busy now. In front of us are people in shiny armor. It is reported that these are the Golden Children. Rain shows his relative the book. We see the cover of the edition and the worried face of the young man. Ellen sighs heavily. She points at her nephew and asks why he never returned the book. The woman screams that she told him a long time ago that he should do this. The aunt accuses her nephew of being in the clouds. The golden child in a strange helmet silently looks at Ellen and Rain. The professor takes the book in her hand and seems to be getting ready to hit the hero on the head with it. She says that she took the book for herself, and asked the guy to take it to the library because she was too busy with the students. The Golden Children silently watch what is happening. Ellen calls her nephew a little fool and says that because of him she can get into trouble. The aunt looms over her nephew and asks him not to make unnecessary movements. Rain tries to understand what is being discussed. The blonde tells Professor Ellen that she understood her, and that means the woman took the forbidden book home, but thought that she had already returned it to the library. The girl asks to confirm that she stated everything correctly. Ellen says that everything is so. She hands the book to the heretic fighters and asks why this book is forbidden. The blonde answers that they are not in the right place to discuss such things, and she will explain everything if the professor specially sets aside time for her. Ellen says that she would very much like to meet, but, unfortunately, she is incredibly busy, because she is, after all, the most brilliant teacher in Delayon. The blonde, smiling, says that she knows the last fact very well. Ellen waves her hand and demands that her nephew go to class and not waste time in vain. Rain leaves. Ellen sighs heavily. She looks suspiciously after the guy and tries to understand why he needed this book. The woman hates doing such things, but now she simply had to cover for him. The Golden Children turn around and leave. Karen waves her hands. It is reported that she was exhausted by the interrogation, but she explained to the hero in detail the reason why she wrote his name on the library card. The girl honestly admitted that she completely forgot that students in the first semester of study are not given such books. Then she explained the reason why she used the name of his aunt. The girl, folding her hands in front of her face, begs the guy to forgive her. Rain smiles. He tells the girl that Professor Ellen, who was stopped by the Golden Children, was forced to justify herself. Karen looks at the hero in surprise and asks where he found this book after all. Then she asks if the guy heard about what happened in Rediscovering. Rain thinks that it is better not to tell the girl that he found the book there. The hero, smiling, suggests that the method of finding the book be considered a trade secret, and says that he needs to go. Karen asks him to wait, as she wants to thank him. In front of us are bookcases. The hero declares that it is Professor Ellen who should be thanked, not him. Moreover, he himself should be grateful for having received a wonderful experience. Karen frowns as the hero leaves. A smile appears on her face. She thanks the young gentleman and declares that she will not forget his kindness. Valencidus, whose back we see, is standing in the forest. He thinks that he is a very talented magician. However, he is a completely lousy spy. The fifth-year student realizes that the moment he felt anger and gathered his magical power, his doubts turned into confidence. Rain looks scared. Valencidus is now almost sure that it was this guy who dealt with Ravinia and Milek in Rediscovering. Valencidus holds a book about Tarina in his hands. He feels that this book smells like sewage, and it is definitely from the anthill. Now Valencidus has two identical books at once. He exchanges one for the other. The book burns. Its remains fall to the ground. Valencidus thinks that he swapped the book taken from the library when he encountered Rain, so the Golden Children were given a copy with the correct library stamp, so this case can be considered closed. We see the back of the fifth-year student's head. The guy looks thoughtfully ahead and mentally repeats the hero's name. The upper part of his body dissolves into thin air. In front of us is Rudian. The hero thinks that Valencidus is a very dangerous guy. The young man is lying on the bed. He is trying to understand what goal the fifth-year student is pursuing, while he understands that if he makes some rash step, he may have problems. The boy looks up thoughtfully. He thinks that the only consolation in this whole situation is that he has made good progress in magic on this expedition. Rain says out loud that fighting a strong opponent significantly increases experience, so even black magicians are useful. Bibi pecks the grain and repeats the words about the benefit. In front of us is the hero's left eye. The young man remembers the threatening look of Valencidus, and tries to understand if this magician is stronger than Ravinia. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. The moon shines brightly above the towers. Rain thinks that it is necessary to start dealing with the most urgent issues, after which he suggests his parrot to go to bed. The bird happily agrees. The sun shines through the huge windows. It is reported that the action takes place in the rector's office. The question sounds, who exactly requested a consultation? The answer follows that Rain Ludwig. Immediately after this, permission is given to let this student in. The hero stands at the door. The boy is a little scared. He hears that this is the first time they will communicate in such a setting. Rain comes to the table where Medelia is sitting and says that this is really so. The rector, folding his hands in front of him, asks if the boy's parents are feeling well. He answers that they are healthy. The woman says that she is very glad to hear this. Medelia says that she has heard about the hero from the teachers, and in particular, Owen praises him all the time. Rain does not believe his ears. Medelia stirs the drink in her cup. She says that not only Owen but also many other teachers praise the young man. Then she declares that it is time to get down to business, and asks why Rain came to her. The hero says that Medelia probably knows that the biography of Tarina has disappeared from the library. He admits that in fact it was he who took this book, and when he was going to return it, the fighters against heresy came, and Ellen defended him, but fell under suspicion, and if she is arrested now, it will be entirely his fault. Medelia, sipping from her cup, says that everything is clear to her. We again see the elegant window. The hero asks if the rector can somehow help his Aunt Ellen. Medelia looks at the student with a smile and replies that she thinks he is a little mistaken and that they should discuss his own situation instead of Ellen's. She states that freshmen cannot borrow books from the library during their first semester, and that this is common knowledge, and the boy used his noble birth to get a book. Rain looks at Medelia warily. We see the principal's eye, and the woman states that if we ignore violations of school rules, there will never be order at the academy. She asks if the hero agrees with this statement. We see a clock in front of us. A drop of sweat runs down the boy's cheek and he offers the principal a deal. She asks what all this means. Raising his left hand, the boy says that he is the best first-year student and the future heir to the Ludwig family. He states that he can provide the principal with various services. Medelia frowns at the boy. She thinks that when students meet her face to face, they either cower in fear and start stuttering or lose the power of speech altogether. The rector notices the boy's eyes and thinks that this guy is talking to her incredibly calmly. Medelia and Kevin are standing by the window. The woman tells the hero's father that his child is called the one who brings misfortune. The man, smiling, replies that the boy needs to be given a little time, and now he is still young and inexperienced. Medelia smiles, realizing that the father loves his son very much and believes in him. She asks the hero what he can do for her. Rain clenches his fist and decisively says that he is capable of completing any task. Medelia puts the cup on the saucer. She says that she wanted to hear what conditions the young man could offer, but now it turns out that he offers to voice the conditions to her, and this disappoints her very much. Rain looks at her in surprise. With a heavy sigh, Medelia says that there will be no deal, after which she declares that the most appropriate punishment for the young man is expulsion. She declares that she will give the young man time to say goodbye to his friends. Rain screams in fear for Medelia to calm down. We see the lower part of the rector's face. The woman says that she seems to have come up with an idea. The hero looks at the rector in horror. A little girl is sitting at a table covered with books. Medelia asks Rain if he can become her daughter's home tutor. Rain looks at Medelia in amazement, who asks if he agrees to become her daughter's home tutor. The hero reminds him that he is only 15 years old and besides, as far as he knows, it is customary in the Page family for the home tutor to be the magician considered the best at the present time. Medelia, smiling, declares that before her is the best student of the golden generation, and this is proof of the young man's outstanding talent. She reminds him that the young man also spent 3 years as an assistant to the Grand Duke Scalzi Ludwig. We see the hero's profile. The sun shines brightly through the window. The guy tries to understand what the rector is thinking. She, meanwhile, declares that the training will take only 2 or 3 months, and in exchange she will deal with the Ellen case. Medelia frowns at the guy and says that she is asking for the last time. She demands an answer to her offer. We see the lower part of the hero's face. He thinks that he has no right to make a mistake, and now is not the time when he can bargain. Rain sees the stern face of the rector in front of him. He realizes that he will have to agree to her terms. Touching his chest, the hero says that he agrees. A smile appears on Medelia's face. She says that this is exactly what she wanted to hear. In front of us is a high tower. Medelia says that her daughter has a lot to work on, and expresses hope that the hero will help her with this. Rain and Medelia go up the stairs. The guy asks why the girl was locked in the tower. The rector answers that everything is not at all as it seems at first glance. Smiling, the woman says that her daughter locked herself there. Rain and Medelia stand in front of the door. The mother warns her daughter that she is entering. In front of us is a girl who hears her mother's voice. The hero looks at her in amazement. Medelia declares that she brought the girl a friend who will teach her a lot. Cassina looks back at the people who entered her room. She turns around in her chair and says that she does not need anyone. The mother calls her daughter by name and asks to at least say hello to the guest. Cassina replies that he can leave. The mother frowns at her daughter. Without looking back at her, the girl demands that Medelia leave and not forget to take the guy she brought with her. The rector turns to his student and asks him to introduce himself to her daughter. The young man bows and says that his name is Rain Ludwig, and he is very pleased to meet him. The girl crumples the pages of the book. She declares that she cannot say the same about herself, so she asks to be left alone. Medelia, smiling, calls out to her daughter. She reminds that when someone greets her, it is customary to look at the one doing it. Cassina grinds her teeth in anger. She turns to the newcomers and demands that they get out of here. A thrown book flies between Medelia and Rain. Covering her head with her hand, the mother bats away the pen that was thrown at her. She asks her daughter to calm down. Cassina is getting ready to throw another book. She asks how many times she needs to be told that she doesn't need all this. The girl demands that the newcomers get out of here, and that her mother never bring anyone else. Rain bats away the objects that are thrown at him. Cassina doesn't stop screaming that they should leave her alone and clean her room. The girl, with books lying on the table in front of her, looks angrily at the newcomers. Rain thinks that her upbringing leaves much to be desired. He understands that he is in deep shit, and he should have offered the rector some other terms of cooperation. Cassina reaches for another book. The young man looks at her in surprise. The girl falls from her chair onto the floor. Her legs are shaking. Her mother is trying to help her, but Cassina is screaming for no one to come near her, and she can get up herself. The hero is shocked. He stands over the girl lying on the floor and asks what is wrong with her legs. Cassina swings a book at the guy. We see despair in her eyes. Rain looks at the unhappy girl with pity. She begs her mother and the hero to go away and leave her alone. Rain and Medelia are standing over the girl trying to get up from the floor. The rector and the student are sitting opposite each other at the table. The woman says that the guy himself saw what condition her daughter is in. She says that for this reason no one can establish contact with her. Medelia puts her glass down on the table. Rain looks at his teacher with sympathy. She says that she brought the most famous teachers, but there was no point in it, and they all gave up sooner or later. The woman pours wine into a glass. The hero asks if her daughter has any problems with her legs. Medelia confirms this assumption. A woman is drinking wine. She asks if the hero will drink with her. We see the upper part of the window. Medelia says that she was joking. A little girl is sitting in a tree. The woman says that Cassina liked to climb high since she was a child, and she was an incredibly active child. The girl from above called her mother, and she still remembers her radiant smile. Medelia holds a glass in her hand. She says that her daughter was incredibly sweet. In front of us is the woman's eye. Now we see the glass. The woman admits that she should have been stricter and stopped Cassina. A man approaches the interlocutors. He says that all this is pointless. Rain looks at him in fear. He bows before the man who entered. We see the man up close. The hero notices the image of a blue dragon on his clothes and understands that this is the symbol of the royal family of Arfan. The man sadly closes his eyes and says that even the best teachers in the country couldn't find a way to approach Cassina, and that the young man has already seen how difficult the girl's character is, so it will be a blessing if they don't fight. Rain stands, sadly closing his eyes. He completely agrees with the girl's father. Medelia, blushing, looks down. She says that Cassina is an unusual child. Her husband says that her mother's actions only make their daughter more painful, and he asks her to stop. Medelia, whose lower part of her face we can see, asks again in surprise. Her husband says that, as it seems to him, it is better to leave the girl alone until she calms down a little. The glass in the woman's hand trembles. She asks again. Medelia stands up abruptly and asks if her husband is suggesting that they leave their only daughter to die in this closet, and how he can call himself her father after that. The man looks at his wife sadly and asks if there is any other way out. Rain, with his eyes closed, listens to the screams of the spouses. The man says that they have already called everyone they could, from famous doctors to famous witches, and no one could help their daughter. Medelia says that all of these people were incompetent. The rector looks angrily at her husband. He says that she keeps repeating the same mistake and then drowns herself in alcohol. He asks how much pain a mother must cause her daughter to feel better. The man angrily shouts that he loves his daughter too, but does not use methods that do not work. Medelia grinds her teeth in anger. Her husband says that they should leave the girl alone until she calms down. A glass of wine flies at the man's head. The woman calls him a fool and reminds him that 10 years have passed. Rain looks at the man with sympathy. Medelia, shaking with rage, demands that her husband get out of her sight, since she can no longer bear to see him. The woman points to the door and calls her husband a moron. The man, with wine running down his face, is silent. He puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. The head of the family looks menacingly at the guy and says that if he does something bad to his daughter, he will never forgive him or his family. Rain looks at the man passing by. The maids wipe the wine off the floor. Sadly lowering her head into her hands, Medelia says that the guy should not have seen all this, and asks for his forgiveness. We see the back of the girl's father's head. Medelia says that, unfortunately, this is her husband, and his name is Urin. Rain, sitting on the couch, looks at his interlocutor. She declares that the guy can go. She says that the young man should keep quiet about everything he saw today, and she, in turn, will try to resolve the situation with his aunt. Smiling sadly, Medelia looks down. She says that she had an idea that maybe someone her daughter's age could change something, but apparently this idea was too naive. In front of us is the lower part of the hero's face. He says that he does not think so. Medelia looks at him in surprise. The guy declares that what a woman does is much better than missing an opportunity every time. Rain gets up from the couch. He thanks the rector for taking care of Ellen's case, and then declares that since Medelia agreed to cooperate, he will not back down from his obligations. The woman replies that the hero clearly saw what state Cassina is in. He says that this is exactly why he wants to become her mentor. The hero remembers the girl's father's face. He thinks that this man also did not demand that he go home, which means that both spouses are of the same opinion. Rain clenches his fist. He remembers the girl's face and the look that sank into his soul. The young man brings his clenched fist to his chest and says that he agrees to be the girl's home tutor. Medelia is sitting on the couch. She remembers the conversation during which it was said that leaving a child without attention is not part of the educational process, and in order for the chick to hatch, it needs help. In front of us is Medelia and Kevin. They agree that the one who hatched their children first will help the one who has not yet done so. The hero goes up the stairs. In front of us is the young man's mother. Medelia looks up thoughtfully. She strongly doubts that their children will succeed. Her hand is placed on the door. Cassina, hearing her name, turns around. The hero, smiling, says that Rain Ludwig has arrived. A girl sitting in a chair asks a young man why he came back. He says that the rector asked her, and he is an ordinary student, and cannot refuse. In front of us is the back of a chair. Cassina says that everything is clear to her, and the guy should tell her mother that she kicked him out, and told him never to come again. Rain stands silently next to the girl. She asks what is not clear here, and demands that he leave. The hero says that he will not do this. Cassina holds a pencil in her hands. She asks why the guy wants to stay. He says that these are the terms of the agreement. The pencil breaks. The hero silently looks at the girl. She asks if the young man is making fun of her, and how long he is going to ignore her order. Cassina asks if Rain even knows who is in front of him. The guy replies that he knows the girl very well, and her name is Lady Cassina. The girl grinds her teeth in rage. She demands that the hero immediately leave the room, since she only needs to say one word for there to be nothing left of him. The girl says that her uncle is the ruler of Arfan, and her mother is the rector of the academy where the boy studies. The girl picks up the book. The hero tells her that he knows perfectly well everything she just told him. Cassina throws the book at the hero and asks why he doesn't leave if he knows everything. The girl looks at the boy in fear. He stands with his eyes closed. Smiling, Cassina says that she understands that the boy is in pain, but he would get more if he does not leave right now. She declares that she does not care about the stupid contract he made with someone. The hero puts a handkerchief to his forehead and declares that this contract will allow him to cure the girl. He expresses the hope that she will be interested in this. Cassina angrily tells the boy that he pisses her off. She throws various objects at him and threatens to destroy his entire family if he does not get out of her room right now. The girl screams that she only needs to ask her father or uncle and the boy will be finished right away, so he should just disappear. Rain looks at her silently. The girl falls to the floor again. She screams that the contract the boy is talking about means nothing. A smile appears on the girl's face. She says that she understands everything, and Rain just wants to look at the pathetic state of the disabled man, who crawls on the floor like some kind of caterpillar. A book flies near the hero's head. The girl screams that everyone she knows wants exactly this, and the boy is clearly no exception. The little girl sits in a wheelchair. Cassina says that everyone around her pretends to want to comfort her, and says that everything will be fine, but they look at her with contempt and treat her with disdain. We see smiling silhouettes. Cassina states that looking at her, people are strengthened in their superiority, and think about how good it is that all this did not happen to them. Sitting on the floor, Cassina raises her hand. She asks the hero to leave her alone and hammer into his head the thought that, let's say, she just died. Rain looks at the girl with sympathy. He says that he did not come here to console her. Cassina bangs his fists on the floor and cries. A book appears in the hero's hands. He states that there is no sense in words of consolation, but he understands the girl perfectly. The young man looks down sadly and says that he has another reason to be here. He hands the girl a book with a brown cover. There are tears in Cassina's eyes. She hears from the guy that she must start walking again. Rain squats in front of her. He states that he and the girl must walk together to the place depicted on the cover. Tears roll down Cassina's cheeks. She turns away and says that it is impossible, because her spine is broken. The young man, smiling, declares that everything impossible becomes possible with the help of magic. Cassina holds his hand and asks the guy to stop joking, because it causes her terrible mental pain. She asks if the hero is going to make her legs move with telekinesis, after which she declares that even if the guy manages to make her disgusting legs move, it will only make her look even more pathetic. We see a hand. The hero places it on the girl's thigh. Cassina tries to hit the hero, but he blocks it in time. The girl calls the guy an idiot and asks if he has gone crazy. Stars appear in the young man's eyes. He declares that he is checking something and asks not to disturb him. Cassina asks again in amazement. Sparks run down Cassina's legs. The hero understands that the nerve connections are completely severed, but he had to treat much more advanced cases. And this is no different from what he did in his past life. The only question is whether he can use Belle Sidious now. In front of us is a tower in which there are young people. The hero asks to move his leg forward a little. Cassina asks in amazement what the guy is going to do. He says that the girl should be silent for a while and just stretch her leg. Rain probes the lower limb of his patient. He thinks that the disruption of the neural circuits not only creates a huge load on the body, but can also lead to something irreparable. He understands that he can use Belle Sidious, even if it is a little dangerous for himself. Rain, whose back of his head we can see, asks the girl to relax and accept the treatment, since if she resists, she can get injured. Cassina asks in fear if the young man can really cure her. We see two clenched fists. Rain says the chances are 50-50. Smiling, the guy looks at the girl and says that she should trust him, although he is a little embarrassed to say so. Cassina looks at the guy in amazement, who offers to take her for a walk. A magical formation hangs above the girl's knees. A bright flash occurs. The girl grinds her teeth in pain. Blood flows down the hero's face. The girl notices this and asks what is wrong with his eyes. Rain opens his mouth wide and asks Cassina to be quiet for a bit. His eyes glow brightly. We see red threads. A bright yellow flash occurs behind the hero. Cassina asks in amazement what the hero just did. The girl is amazed. She looks at her legs and realizes that she is experiencing a very unusual sensation. Rain, whose face is bleeding, says that he did it, and it is a success. We see the girl's legs. She says that she does not feel any serious changes. The boy wipes the blood from his face and says that nothing will work quickly, and that he needs to go step by step. Cassina asks who he was talking to just now. The boy says that if the lines connect, then everything else will be easier. A hieroglyph is visible above Rain's palm. The boy says that a magic pentagon is used, as well as the Say rune. Cassina looks at his feet in surprise. The hero thinks that the human body moves with the help of weak electrical signals sent by the central nervous system, and if this flow is interrupted, then it can be stimulated with the help of lightning magic. The boy tells the girl that he has finished treating her. The boy extends his hand to the girl. He grabs her wrist and begins to lift her. Rain thinks that with the help of telekinesis it is possible to replenish muscle strength. The girl is scared. She asks the boy to wait. Rain puts her on her feet. Cassina puts her hand on the boy's chest. He asks him to be more careful. The girl's leg lifts up on her toes. She hesitantly whispers that it's all a lie and it simply can't be. Rain, smiling, looks at her and says that with magic, many things are possible. Cassina presses herself against Rain. The boy says that this is the potential of magic. The girl takes a step forward. The boy explains that she moves with the help of his magic, and is not yet fully healed, so she may have strange sensations, but walking like this, on two legs, is quite possible for her. Cassina spreads her arms to stay on her feet. We see the lower part of her face. Rain says that right now the girl is completely relying on his power, but if she learns magic, she will soon be able to walk on her own. The hero, smiling, says that then everything is decided, and he will be her home tutor. Cassina asks him to leave. The hero, it seems, has not yet understood the meaning of the girl's words. Cassina gets furious. She screams at the guy to get out and calls him a bastard. She declares that she will not allow herself to be fooled by cheap tricks associated with illusion magic and threatens to kill the young man. The guards burst through the door. The girl screams at them not to stand still and drag this scoundrel out of here. Rain asks in fear what is going on. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She asks to wait. Her legs give way. The girl sits down on the floor. Cassina looks at the hero in confusion and says that she cannot walk. But if she understands that she cannot do this, then it means that she really did walk recently. We see her legs. Cassina cries bitterly. In front of us is a tower in which the girl is located. We see the academy building with a dragon on the roof. Felix holds up a piece of paper. It is reported that this is happening in the student council room. Sandra, smiling, carries the papers. A girl enters the room. She turns to the hero and says that the rector Medelia asks him to come to her. Horror appears on the hero's face. Medelia and Rain are standing next to the huge windows. The woman says that she wants to get straight to the point and asks what happened between the hero and Cassina. The guy does not understand what Medelia means. It seems to him that the girl could have told her mother that he did something very strange to her. Black stains are visible next to the guy's head. He understands that what happened in the tower is really very difficult to describe in words. We see the hero's eye. Medelia stares at the young man. He understands that big trouble awaits him, and the rector looks at him as if he wants to eat him alive. The young man narrows his eyes. He understands that he must be careful, because one wrong word, and not only he, but also his entire family will lose their heads. Medelia looks at the boy menacingly. He says that he did nothing of the sort, he just tried to talk about the benefits of magic, and the girl threw him out of her room. Rain, with a fake smile, says that then, as the principal knows very well, he returned to the dorm, so he did not do anything particularly strange. Medelia opens her mouth wide and screams that this cannot be true. She says that she just received a letter from home. Rain, resigned to his fate, smiles. He thinks that he lived a good life. A white circle is visible around the boy. Medelia calls out to him and says that Cassina wants to see the boy again. The woman shows the boy the letter and, not believing her eyes, says that her daughter wrote it herself. Rain looks at the teacher in amazement and asks again in surprise. Cassina sits in her chair. She asks if the boy really said last time that she would be able to walk. Rain, with a serious expression, declares that everything is so, and that it is only necessary to make an effort. We see the lower part of Cassina's face. She, almost crying, says that she still does not believe the young man and asks him to admit that yesterday he made some kind of magical illusion and deceived her. The hero looks at Cassina in bewilderment. Anger appears in his eyes. He cannot believe that she called it a deception. The young man uses a spell. He thinks that no one has provoked him so much in a long time. We see the girl's legs. Rain thinks that he could make a completely wild scene here if he wanted. He grabs Cassina by the hand. She asks what the hell the young man is doing. The enraged hero pulls the girl off the chair. She stands on her feet again. The guy, smiling, looks at her and asks if she still does not believe him. Cassina smiles. Her words sound above the tower that this is simply impossible. Clenching her fists in joy, the girl says that the guy is the same age as her. He asks if there is a problem with this. Cassina states that even her mother, the greatest mage, could not help her, and some boy, who most likely uses some 2-star magic, did it, and she simply finds it impossible. Rain smiles. Narrowing his eyes, the guy says that every mage has his own specialization. Cassina thoughtfully rubs her chin. Rain and Cassina stand opposite each other. The girl says that she still can't believe it. She asks how she knows that this is not some fraudulent spell that she has never heard of. Rain mentally calls her a little bastard and, sighing, asks what he needs to do to convince her. After thinking about it, the guy offers the girl to go to the city with him. We see people walking down the street. Cassina screams in amazement that she doesn't believe it's possible, but she would love to go there. The hero says that in this case he needs to get permission from the rector. We see the lower part of the girl's face. She says that this is not necessary. The young man looks at her in surprise. In front of us are grinning black figures. Cassina says that if the hero tells her mother about this, she will assign a bunch of guards to her, and then people will point at her again. The girl says that she doesn't like it, because she can't stand it when everyone looks at her. Rain looks at the girl thoughtfully. Cassina stands against the window. She says that, in addition to everything, she wants to see the city as it is, without any embellishments, without guards and without unnecessary prying eyes. Rain objects, stating that no one will probably let her go, and if they try to get out unnoticed, he will be considered a kidnapper. Rain looks thoughtfully to his right. He remembers himself in a past life, and how someone asked him that when they met next time, he would share the light of his magic as an outstanding adult. Rain raises his left hand. He mentally addresses the girl and says that he understands her. The hero looks at the window and says that it is very large, and they can stand next to each other on the windowsill. Cassina thoughtfully says that it will not work to go out through the window, since her mother installed a barrier there. A complex geometric figure appears in the hero's eyes. He uses the Belle Curious spell. There is a bright flash. The barrier breaks. Cassina looks at the window in surprise. The hero smiles. The girl asks how he could do that. She looks up in shock. Rain says he doesn't have time to explain anything. The girl looks at the guy, her mouth open. He holds out his hand to her and invites her to come with him. We see the lower part of the girl's face. Cassina holds out her hand. The hero pulls it towards him. The young people look at the city. Cassina is shocked. Rain says the view from here is truly amazing. A tear runs down the girl's cheek. She agrees with the young man. Guards appear at the door. They try to shout to the young lady. Rain, smiling, scratches his cheek. The guards shout for him not to do anything. Cassina turns to them and says that they will go for a short walk. Clenching her fist, the girl asks not to tell her mother anything.
We got plenty more where that came from. Hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for even more amazing content.